Hello, beautiful souls. Before we begin our journey, I'd love to know which corner of the world you're listening from. Drop a line in the comments below. And if you're enjoying these immersive bedtime stories, don't forget to subscribe to Insomniac's Lore for more adventures that will carry you into your dreams. For tonight's story, what started as a kind gesture in a hospital room became a beautiful, slow-burning love story between two hearts who never expected to meet. Carmen Green felt the prick of the IV in her arm, the slow rhythmic beep of the heart monitor, and the unspoken tension that lived inside those 4 hospital walls. She'd been stuck there for weeks, the Phoenix Children's Hospital, room 512, 16 years old, newly diagnosed with leukemia, and still trying to figure out why the universe had singled her out for this unfair battle. Across the hallway, nurses bustled in bright scrubs. Families walked in and out trying to hide tears, and the clink of medical carts was as constant as the Arizona sun. If Carmen closed her eyes, she could almost picture herself anywhere else, in a movie theatre with friends, under stadium lights at a Friday football game, or even just lazing around in her bedroom with a music playlist turned way up. But every time she opened them, the reality of her fight drifted back. On a hot June afternoon, she heard a stir of excitement from the hallway. Whispers. A nurse flustered at the nurse's station. Carmen sat up straighter, curiosity piqued. A few seconds later, the handle turned and in walked a young man who looked both ridiculously out of place and exactly like someone you'd see on a national sports magazine cover. He was tall and lean with the broad shoulders of an athlete. His short chestnut hair peeked out from beneath a grey LA Angels cap, and his face, still soft enough to reflect his youth, lit up with a warm grin. In his left hand he clutched a gift bag decorated with cartoon baseballs. "Hey there, I'm Colton Hayes," he said, leaning against the doorframe. He cleared his throat. "You probably, well, maybe you don't know me, but I play for the Angels," Carmen said, tilting her head with a knowing smile. "That means you crush my Diamondbacks whenever you're in town." His grin turned wry. "I mean, we try our best, but the Diamondbacks aren't an easy team to beat." Carmen laughed. She didn't consider herself a baseball fanatic, but living in Phoenix, she'd picked up the basics. And it was kind of impossible to be sports averse when your family watched baseball religiously, especially once they heard about Colton Hayes, the 20-year-old phenom who was making waves on every sports highlight reel in America. "How are you feeling today?" he asked, stepping closer. I brought you this." He held out the gift bag. Inside was a small plush teddy bear wearing a miniature baseball jersey, along with a foam baseball that had been signed by the entire LA Angels roster. Carmen let out a small gasp, her eyes darting across the scribbled signatures. "It's just something the team does," he explained, rubbing the back of his neck. "We heard there was a big baseball fan on this floor. And, well, might be you, might not be, but I figured it was worth a shot." Carmen's heart warmed, and not just because of the gift. There was something in his voice, a genuine nervousness. He was big-time famous. She'd definitely seen him in a commercial or two, yet he seemed almost shy talking to her. For the next 15 minutes, they chatted about everything from hospital cafeteria food. She gave it a solid 5 out of 10, although the jello is suspiciously bland, to the latest Marvel movies, to how unbelievably hot an Arizona summer could get. Carmen found herself cracking more jokes in that short time than she had in her entire hospital stay. The conversation was easy, like they'd known each other for months. At one point a nurse peered in, making subtle time's up gestures, but Carmen didn't want him to leave. There was something comforting about having someone so full of life in her sterile room. Before he left, Carmen acted on impulse. "Hey, you know how people sometimes become pen pals in these, really old black and white movies?" He stuffed his hands in his pockets, curious. "Like writing letters? Letters, postcards, Instagram, whatever. You see, being stuck here, I can't exactly get out and do normal stuff, but maybe we could keep in touch?" Colton broke into a relieved grin. That sounds awesome, actually. He scribbled his Instagram handle on a piece of scratch paper from the nurse's station at Colton Hayes 24 and gave it to her. Carmen stared at it like it was a golden ticket. She wasn't delusional enough to think a famous athlete would keep messaging her, but it was nice to pretend. One condition, she teased. You better respond when I message you. No ghosting allowed, even if you're some big baseball star. He laughed. Deal. Although my DMs might be a dumpster fire, I'll keep an eye out for your name. Promise. And with that, he left, giving her a quick wave from the threshold. The moment the door closed behind him, Carmen squeezed the foam baseball in disbelief. Yes, he was a national star, rumoured to be the next big thing in the MLB. But in that short visit, he'd felt more like a friend than a celebrity cameo. Days passed, and Carmen was sure it was just a fun memory, one she could replay in her head on nights when chemotherapy made her feel lonely. Then early one morning, her phone buzzed with a new notification on Instagram. She opened it, her mouth dropping when she saw the direct message. At Colton Hayes 24. Hey Carmen, how's it going in there? On a scale of 1-10, how terrible is the hospital food? Her heart flipped. She typed back. Carmen G. Probably a 6. However, the lemonade is worse than dish soap, so that drags the overall rating down to a 4.5. He responded almost immediately, sending back an audio clip of him pretending to interview her about culinary atrocities in the healthcare system. Carmen laughed so hard that a nurse poked her head in to make sure she was okay. From there, they talked every day, or as close to every day as possible. Between his workouts, travel schedules and interviews, Colton always found a moment to reply to her messages, and Carmen looked forward to each notification. She would send him photos of the silly crafts she made with other patients, or jokes on sticky notes plastered to her IV pole. He reciprocated with behind-the-scenes glimpses of the Angels' training facilities, short video clips of him signing merchandise, or telling cringily dad jokes that his teammates apparently loved. It felt surreal. Two people from very different worlds forging a bond through phone screens and hospital walls. Then, against the odds, Carmen's doctor delivered miraculous news. Her white blood cell counts were back to near normal range, and the latest scan indicated that her leukemia was in remission. We're moving in the right direction, the doctor said, smiling for the first time in what seemed like forever. If this continues, you'll be home soon. It happened so fast that Carmen barely had time to process it. One day she was reviewing the next chemotherapy appointment. The next she was packing up her things, hugging nurses who'd become her surrogate family. As the elevator doors opened to the hospital lobby on her last day, she inhaled the sweet, antiseptic-free air of freedom. Outside, her mother waited, tears streaming down her face as she embraced her. For Carmen, it felt like stepping into a brand new life. She returned home to a surprising package on the doorstep. Inside was a large baseball-themed gift basket. Peanuts, Cracker Jacks, a plush blanket stitched with angels across the front, and a simple handwritten note. Congrats on beating the biggest rival of them all. I always knew you could do it. Colton. Carmen's heart hammered in her chest. It was a friendly note, sure, but something about it told her he'd been thinking of her. Already she felt excitement bubbling up. She was 16, healthy again, and there was this unbelievably kind, funny, handsome baseball player who cared. But then life slowly returned to normal. Carmen went back to high school, where the biggest dramas involved homecoming dresses, pep rallies, and who asked whom to the dance. She studied, joined yearbook club, and tried to make up for lost time with her friends. Colton remained in her periphery. He was travelling around the country, doing press appearances, playing in sold-out stadiums. Occasionally the gossip columns would mention him dating a certain actress or musician. The first time Carmen saw a headline, something about him being photographed with a rising pop star, her stomach twisted. But she reminded herself they were just friends, pen pals who lived worlds apart. That was the reality, or so she thought. Carmen counted down the days to her high school graduation with a mix of giddiness and anxiety. Sure, she was now healthy, brimming with energy, but the world was about to shift on its axis again. She was almost an adult, about to leave behind the safety net of high school for whatever came next. In her senior year, she piled her schedule with normal teenage stuff. The Friday football games, a part-time job at a local coffee shop, and the quest for perfect prom photos. Meanwhile, she and Colton texted or DM'd on Instagram sporadically. She'd see glimpses of his life, charity events, glimpses of awards he'd received for his performance on the field, and occasional red carpet appearances that made her realise how big his world really was. Yet he was never too busy to answer her messages, usually with a playful sense of humour. One night in December, when she was stressing about an upcoming calculus exam, she typed, "Carmen G, I swear if I fail this test I'm going to join a travelling circus." Within minutes, Colton replied, @ColtonHayes24. "Good. We need a math whiz to count the lion's teeth. Don't leave me hanging." They teased each other that way, light-hearted banter that somehow felt deeper than it looked. Sometimes, though, Carmen's mind drifted to thoughts of him in a more serious, longing way. She had to remind herself not to get carried away. He was a rising MLB star who had cameras chasing him at every turn. She was a normal, albeit resilient, high school senior whose biggest accomplishment thus far was beating cancer. Still, as her mother once said, the heart doesn't care about logic. A few months before graduation, Carmen was scrolling through Instagram during study hall. She stumbled on a paparazzi shot. Colton at a movie premiere, arms around a famous actress. The actress beamed at him, leaning in close, wearing a glamorous gown. Carmen felt a pang in her chest, an uninvited wave of jealousy. She knew it wasn't fair. He was free to date whomever he pleased. Yet she couldn't ignore the knot in her stomach. So she threw herself into normal teenage life. She let her friends talk her into going to prom with a boy from her Spanish class. He was tall, polite, academically gifted, but no sparks flew. Carmen danced, took photos for social media, and tried to pretend she was just a regular girl. Deep inside, she knew that since beating leukemia, nothing in her life had really felt routine or regular at all. Graduation day arrived with a scorching Arizona sun overhead, heating up the metal bleachers at the outdoor stadium. Carmen's bright red hair ribbons fluttered in the breeze as she lined up with her classmates. She wore the standard cap and gown, decorated with a few honor cords for her extracurricular achievements. Her parents waved from the stands, and her younger brother was there too, busy taking photos on his phone. The principal gave a speech about resilience, about how these seniors had persevered through adversity. Carmen noticed her father wiping his eyes during the part about challenges that tested our faith. After all, he nearly lost his daughter. It was a day of celebration beyond just academic achievement. Then, from the corner of her eye, Carmen saw something that made her heart pound. Toward the back of the bleachers, half hidden by a pair of sunglasses and a baseball cap pulled low, was Colton Hayes. No entourage, no camera crew, just him, leaning forward slightly to catch a glimpse of the ceremony. She nearly tripped walking across the stage to get her diploma. When her name was called, Carmen tried to look poised, but she was all too aware of him in the crowd. How had he found the time or even the desire to come to her high school graduation? The idea both thrilled and terrified her. As soon as the ceremony ended, and they tossed their caps into the air, the stadium erupted into cheers and general chaos. Carmen wove through the crowd, scanning for that baseball cap. Family and friends pressed in, and she offered quick hugs, but her eyes kept searching. Finally, on the edge of the bleachers near the exit, she found him, sunglasses perched on his nose, a grin so big it seemed to radiate happiness. "You made it," she breathed, throwing her arms around him for a tight hug. The adrenaline of the moment made her bold. "Are you kidding? I wouldn't miss this for the world," he said, stepping back just enough to look into her eyes. "Congratulations, graduate." She felt her cheeks warm. "Thank you. "Oh my gosh, do my parents know you're here? They'll flip out." "Not sure," he said with a chuckle, "but I'm prepared for anything." Sure enough, her mum and dad came rushing over, starstruck. They welcomed Colton with open arms. Everyone knew him from the baseball highlights, but it was the personal connection that mattered more. Her mother was practically speechless, only able to stammer out how proud she was of Carmen, and how grateful she was that Colton would come all this way just for a commencement ceremony. "I've got a couple of days here in Phoenix before heading to Chicago for a series," he said, glancing at Carmen. "I'd love to take you and your family out to dinner, celebrate your big day properly." Carmen hesitated, a swirl of excitement and apprehension. Her father nodded immediately. "We'd be honoured." That evening they gathered at a local southwestern grill. The hostess nearly dropped her pen when she realised who was in the party. A mild commotion ensued, but once they were seated, the haze effect seemed to mellow. Everyone gave them space to enjoy the meal. Colton asked Carmen how she felt about finishing high school, what her plans were for college. She spoke animatedly about possibly attending Arizona State, maybe majoring in journalism or something communications related, but she wasn't locked in. Afterwards, on the short walk back to their cars, Carmen's mother pulled her aside for a moment. "I might be imagining things," her mum whispered, "but you two have an incredible connection. Are you sure there's nothing more going on?" Carmen gave a wry smile, shaking her head. "He dates movie stars, Mum, and I'm just a kid fresh out of high school. This is just a friendship that started when I was sick, that's all." But her mother's words played over in her mind all night. She couldn't deny the truth. Seeing him had jolted something inside her, something that felt like more than just appreciation. But then again, it was one magical night and he was heading out soon. No sense turning it into a daydream. Still, fate sometimes laughs at our attempts to keep life simple. Weeks later, Carmen's acceptance to Arizona State University came in. She squealed with delight, calling up friends and family to share the news. She posted a celebratory picture on Instagram, then typed a quick message to Colton. "Carmen G. Got into ASU, officially a Sun Devil next year. Might see you at spring training if you're still in Arizona then." P. He responded with an immediate swirl of emojis, fireworks, baseballs, confetti, and a promise at Colton Hayes 24. "That's awesome. Let me know when you're settled on campus. And definitely come visit during spring training. I owe you a celebratory lunch at least." Carmen felt a fresh wave of excitement. For once, the future didn't seem so uncertain. It felt full of promise. The desert sun was beginning to mellow, slipping into the mild warmth of early March. Carmen, now 18 and a freshman at Arizona State, couldn't believe how busy college life was. She juggled classes, study groups, and the thrill of living in a dorm with new friends. It was everything she'd hoped for and more. Independence, a chance to reinvent herself, and a schedule that bordered on chaos in the best possible way. Mid-semester, Colton messaged her. "At Colton Hayes 24, spring training is in full swing. Want to swing by and watch us practice?" He attached a digital pass to the team's training facility, complete with VIP access. Carmen's pulse sped up. For some reason, even though they'd been in touch for years, every new invitation from him felt like stepping into a surreal dream. She asked two of her closest college friends, Haley and Denise, if they wanted to come along. They screamed "yes" in unison the moment she mentioned Colton's name. When they arrived at the practice field, Carmen expected to feel awkward or out of place. Instead, an official usher guided them to a shaded seating area near the dugout. For the next couple of hours, they watched batting practice, fielding drills, and pitchers warming up. Colton, wearing his red Lay Angels jersey with the number 24 on the back, snuck them waves between drills. Each time, Carmen's stomach fluttered. When practice ended, Colton jogged over, still catching his breath. Sunlight glistened off the fine layer of sweat on his arms. Haley and Denise were starstruck. Carmen, for her part, wasn't sure if her sudden warmth was from the Arizona heat or from seeing him in action. "You made it," he said, beaming. as he gave Carmen a half hug. "Thanks for coming." "You kidding? Thanks for letting us watch," Carmen replied. "You were amazing out there." He shrugged, but she could see the pride in his eyes. "We're still working out the kinks before the regular season starts." Before long, he proposed taking them all out to dinner. "I know a place nearby, good tacos, great music," he said, pulling off his batting gloves. "We can just relax and catch up." The four of them ended up at a lively Tex-Mex joint. The walls adorned with colourful murals and neon signs. A local band played upbeat tunes on a small stage in the corner. The energy was infectious. Haley and Denise teased Carmen relentlessly, describing embarrassing stories from the dorm. You should see her at 2 a.m. with a mountain of flashcards. Colton took it all in stride, matching their humour with a playful banter of his own. While the others were busy trying different hot sauces, Carmen and Colton slipped into easy conversation at the corner of the table. He asked how her classes were going, whether she'd chosen a major yet. She told him about her interest in broadcast journalism, how she dreamed of telling stories that mattered, especially stories of resilience, like the patients she had met at the children's hospital. He listened intently, nodding along. At some point, Haley suggested they go dancing. The restaurant had a small dance floor near the band, and couples were already swaying to the beat. Denise dragged Carmen out there, and Colton followed, leaving his baseball cap behind at the table. Under the twinkling lights, with the band switching to a slower romantic tune, Carmen found herself paired with Colton. He placed a hand gently on her waist, and she slid her arms over his shoulders. It felt like the rest of the world blurred out, leaving just the hum of the music and the thump of her heart. They talked quietly as they swayed. He told her about the pressures of being the youngest star on the team, how the media hype sometimes made him want to crawl into a bunker just to breathe. She confessed her fears about post-cancer checkups, the lingering worry that overshadowed her future plans. Their honest words created a bubble of closeness, a tether that seemed to draw them even nearer. By the time the evening wound down, all four were buzzing from the experience, good food, dancing, and that intangible spark that lit the air. Carmen's friends teased her on the drive back to campus. "Girl, he's into you," Denise insisted. "He looks at you like you invented baseball." Carmen laughed it off. "We're just good friends," she insisted. But inside, a swirl of confusing emotions tugged at her. Part of her wanted to believe it might be something more. Another part was scared to imagine what it would be like if the tabloids got hold of any of this. Then came Colton's next invitation a week later. "Want to hang out after our scrimmage this Saturday? Just you and me, if that's cool." On the designated evening, Carmen arrived at the training facility after the stands had emptied. Players milled about, heading to the locker rooms or chatting with staff. Colton emerged wearing casual jeans, a plain black t-shirt, and a hat turned backward. He flashed a grin that made her pulse quicken. "Hungry?" he asked. "We can go grab a milkshake or something." They ended up at a hole-in-the-wall burger joint. The neon sign out front flickered, and inside the decor seemed frozen in the 1950s. They slid into a vinyl booth, ordered 2 chocolate milkshakes, and talked about everything from music tastes to childhood memories. He spoke with passion about his father, who had passed away a few years prior, and how baseball was their shared dream. She opened up about the existential fear she felt after beating leukemia, like her life was on borrowed time, so every moment had to count. After the milkshakes and burgers, they stepped back out into the warm desert night. The distant city lights of Phoenix stretched across the horizon. In a nearby empty lot, someone had strung fairy lights around a battered chain-link fence, an odd but whimsical sight. Colton glanced around, then guided her gently by the elbow toward the fence. It felt private, illuminated by soft light and the hum of the city. They walked in comfortable silence for a minute, his hand resting lightly at the small of her back. Carmen sensed a trembling excitement building with every step. She turned to him, intending to say something witty, but the moment their eyes locked, words faltered. The vulnerability in his gaze, like he was both terrified and exhilarated, mirrored her own feelings. Then he leaned in, hesitant at first, almost to give her a chance to stop him. She didn't. Their first kiss was tender, laced with the sweetness of chocolate milkshake and the thrill of a million what-ifs. A gentle press of lips that seemed to ask an unspoken question. Could this be real? And the answer, at least for that moment, felt like an undeniable yes. A flash interrupted them, bright and unmistakable. Carmen jerked away, startled, her heart thudding. Across the street, half hidden in the shadows, someone held up a phone or camera. The figure snapped another picture, then rushed off. She felt panic coil in her stomach. Oh God, what was that? Colton cursed under his breath. Paparazzi, probably. I should have been more careful. Her mind flooded with anxiety. Would they post it? Of course they would. And soon. The tabloids would have a field day with the headline, LA Angels phenom kisses mystery girl. And that mystery girl was her. She covered her mouth, trying to steady her breath. But how? What? He placed both hands gently on her shoulders. Hey, look at me. His eyes were calm, though tinged with regret. We'll figure it out, all right? I'm so sorry. I wanted this to be just our moment. Carmen swallowed hard, her cheeks burning from both embarrassment and fear. She was old enough to understand the ramifications, but also so new to this kind of spotlight. She'd read about celebrities and the mania that followed them, but never envisioned she'd be caught up in it. All she wanted was to savour that magical first kiss under fairy lights. Now, it was compromised by the glare of a camera lens. Still, one thing felt irrevocably clear. Their connection had shifted. This was no longer just a pen-pal friendship or a casual bond formed in a hospital room years ago. It was something deeper, more fragile, and definitely more complicated. They clung to each other a moment longer before heading to their cars. Even with the swirling chaos in her mind, Carmen's lips still tingled from the kiss. She felt a thrill that overshadowed the fear, because for the first time she fully understood that whatever was happening between her and Colton was undeniably real. It didn't take long for the photos to appear online. By the next morning, Carmen's phone pinged relentlessly. Her social media was ablaze with tags and messages. Who is she? Colton's mystery girl. She's in college? Worse, the paparazzi had found her full name, rummaged through her public posts and spun a dramatic backstory. A couple of fan blogs tried to cast her as a gold digger, or a small town girl chasing fame, while others ran with the angle of her being a leukemia survivor. Carmen barely slept that night. The next morning she had a mild panic attack walking across campus, feeling every glance as though it carried judgment. Was she imagining the stares? Possibly, but then a local news crew actually showed up outside one of her lecture halls, which proved it wasn't all in her head. Her phone lit up with Colton's name. She answered in a hushed voice, hand trembling. "Carmen, I'm so sorry," he said, his tone laden with guilt. "I really am. The last thing I wanted was for you to be harassed like this." Tears pricked her eyes. She knew he meant well, but the avalanche of sudden fame felt crushing. "I just don't know what to do," she whispered. "My professors are giving me weird looks. Students whisper my name in the hallway. It's like I can't just be me anymore." He sighed heavily on the other end. "This is part of my world I wish I could keep you out of. I'll make a statement if you want, or I don't know if that'll help," she said, voice catching. "It might just draw more attention." A short silence fell. "Carmen, if you need space, if you need to walk away, I understand," he said quietly. "I'd never hold it against you." She closed her eyes, a tear slipping down her cheek. "No, it's not that I don't care for you. I just hate this part." They ended the call with a promise to keep in touch and figure things out. Over the next few weeks, the media frenzy slowly subsided. Colton did a subdued interview after a game, gently asking reporters to respect Carmen's privacy and emphasizing that they were getting to know each other. He offered no sensational details, which helped the story fade from the tabloid's front pages. Meanwhile, life marched on. Carmen threw herself into coursework and found comfort in her circle of friends who shielded her from gossip as best they could. Whenever she felt overwhelmed, she remembered how resilient she'd been during her illness. She reminded herself she could handle this too. Colton and Carmen decided to meet up discreetly whenever their schedules allowed. He'd swing by campus in an unmarked car, wearing a hoodie and baseball cap pulled low to avoid drawing attention. She'd slip into the passenger seat, heart pounding. They'd find out-of-the-way spots, an isolated hiking trail at sunrise, a tucked-away diner on the outskirts of town. In these stolen hours, they laughed about silly things, watched streaming shows on his iPad, or had deep discussions about their futures. Still, the secrecy wore on both of them. There was an unspoken desire to live openly, to share their happiness with the world. But each time Carmen remembered the intense scrutiny, she hesitated. She wasn't ready to become the subject of viral speculation again, at least not until she was sure where this relationship was heading. One afternoon, months later, Colton's name popped up on her phone. She answered cheerily, leaning on a park bench between classes. "Hey," he said, "I have a random day off next week before the regular season starts. I want to see you properly. No baseball caps, no hiding. Would you be okay grabbing dinner in public?" She exhaled. "Are you sure you're ready for that kind of attention again? I mean, last time..." He cut her off gently. "I'm not ashamed of you, Carmen. I'm tired of feeling like we have to hide something that could be really good." Her heart soared. "Yeah," she murmured. "Let's do it." So they did. They picked a casual Italian bistro near the downtown area, known for homemade pasta and a laid-back vibe. Carmen dressed in a simple sundress, not wanting to appear like she was dressing up just for the cameras. Colton arrived in jeans and a button-down shirt, looking calm and determined. When they stepped inside, a few patrons did double takes, whispering as they recognized him. A reporter might have been there, or maybe not, but either way, Colton took Carmen's hand openly and led her to a small corner table. They ordered bruschetta and spaghetti carbonara, clinking glasses of soda. And for a while, it truly felt like any ordinary couple on a date. Then a phone camera flashed. A teenage boy at the neighbouring table shyly asked for an autograph. Colton obliged with a smile, and the boy's mother snapped a photo of the moment. It wasn't invasive, just the typical starstruck reaction. Carmen felt her shoulders relax. Maybe this was manageable after all. Just normal fans, not paparazzi climbing fences or stalking them at night. After dinner, Colton drove her back to her dorm. They parked in a quiet lot beneath a street lamp. Turning to face her, he brushed a stray lock of her brown hair aside, letting his fingers linger against her cheek. "You're so brave," he murmured, "for everything you've been through. I admire you more than I can say." She smiled, leaning into his hand. It's easy to be brave when you have someone worth facing the fear for. Their kiss this time was unhurried, warm, and tinged with the relief of acceptance. Carmen's concerns about tabloids and social media took a back seat to the tenderness in that moment. They weren't just friends or pen pals, they were something more. As the weeks turned to months, they settled into a slow, steady rhythm. Colton travelled for games, hitting home runs that dominated sports headlines. Carmen focused on her studies, slowly learning to tune out the occasional social media gossip. They texted throughout the day, FaceTimed after especially tough matches or stressful exams. Whenever he was in Arizona, or she could fly to his city for a weekend, they shared quiet, precious time together. Still, a question hovered between them. What would happen after Carmen graduated from ASU? She was on track to finish in 4 years, and he was halfway through his stellar MLB contract. She told him about her dream internships, about wanting to broadcast stories of hope and survival. He told her about wanting to establish a foundation for kids with chronic illnesses, maybe even rename a wing at Phoenix Children's Hospital if that was allowed one day. Their visions seemed to intertwine, but there was also the reality of distance media scrutiny and the unstoppable pace of professional sports. They never pinned each other down for a define the relationship talk, because in many ways, it was obvious. They were deeply invested in each other's lives. The next big milestone that loomed on the horizon wasn't marriage or anything official. It was Carmen's upcoming checkup, her annual test to confirm she was still cancer-free. In late spring of her sophomore year, she sat in a sterile exam room once again, waiting for results. The fluorescent lighting and antiseptic smell triggered old memories, fueling her anxiety. Colton couldn't be there. He had a double header in Houston, but he sent a flurry of texts. "I'm with you in spirit. Please call the second you know anything." When the doctor entered with a small smile, Carmen released the breath she didn't realize she was holding. "Your scans are clear," he said. "Everything looks fantastic. You're healthy as can be." Tears of relief sprang from her eyes. She stumbled out of the hospital, hardly able to contain the joy. Dialing Colton felt like the most natural thing to do. He answered after one ring. "Tell me, good news, right?" She laughed, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Yeah, I'm good. I'm healthy. I'm fine." Cheers erupted in the background. His teammates must have overheard the call. "Oh, Carmen," he said, voice thick with emotion. "I wish I could be there right now." That night, a giant bouquet of orchids, her favourite flower, arrived at her dorm, along with a card that said, "You're unstoppable. Love, Colton." Sinking onto her bed, Carmen cradled the flowers and smiled through watery eyes. She realised that their relationship had survived near constant upheaval, her health scares, his fame, the media storms, and each time they'd grown closer, more certain that cliché or not, they were in this together. Junior year brought a whirlwind of busier coursework for Carmen. She honed her reporting skills at the college radio station, practicing interviews and broadcasting daily news segments. She also pitched a series of stories about real-life survivors, people who overcame illness, adversity, or personal tragedy. Her station director loved it, giving her the green light to produce a weekly spot. Meanwhile, Colton continued blazing a trail in the MLB. By 24, he'd become one of the Angels' star players, hailed as a future Hall of Famer if he could maintain the streak. His face adorned magazines and sports channels, and he was invited to every talk show imaginable. Yet he turned down many of these appearances, preferring to spend off days quietly in Phoenix or wherever Carmen happened to be. They celebrated her 20th birthday together, in a small group, a far cry from the wild parties that typically define celebrity nightlife. He surprised her with a vintage typewriter, telling her he thought her stories deserved a timeless medium. She laughed, promising to type him love letters at least once. Still, life had a habit of throwing curveballs at even the best of us. Going into the final stretch of her senior year, Carmen scored a rare opportunity, a semester-long study abroad in London, where she could work as a correspondent for a student-run international news outlet. It was a dream gig, the kind that could launch her reporting career, but it meant an ocean's distance between them for several months. They sat together one afternoon at a rooftop cafe in Phoenix, the desert wind tangling Carmen's hair. She laid out the acceptance letter on the table, biting her lip. "I really want to go, but I know it'll be tough on us." Colton read through the papers carefully. "Carmen, you can't pass this up," he said, though his voice was tight. "I can't let you hold back because of me." Tears pricked her eyes. "It's just, we've finally gotten used to being semi-normal together, and now I'm leaving for 6 months." He reached across the table, interlacing his fingers with hers. "We'll make it work. I promise. We've survived worse than a plane ride between us, right?" So she went. The first few weeks were rough. Time zone differences meant their calls were at odd hours, and they often texted each other pictures of daily life to compensate. A snapshot of him in the dugout, an image of her in a bustling London street. They left video messages, falling asleep to the other's voice. The distance stung, but it also reaffirmed that what they had was deeper than geography. When Carmen returned stateside just in time for her final semester, Colton was there at the airport holding a sign that said "Welcome home, Globetrotter." She ran straight into his arms. Tired from a long flight, she felt simultaneously euphoric as if no time had passed. He took her to a low-key celebration with a handful of his closest friends. Under the glow of string lights, they danced in a quiet backyard, content just to be in the same orbit again. It was during one of these late-night heart-to-hearts that he confided something new. "I've been talking to the team about community outreach programs," he said, brushing a strand of her hair aside. "Specifically, I want to partner with hospitals for kids dealing with serious illnesses. I was thinking about naming a scholarship fund or something after my dad, and maybe you could do a piece on it?" Her eyes sparkled with pride. "Of course, I'd love to." Time flew. Carmen graduated from ASU with a degree in journalism, and on that scorching May afternoon, she wore a black cap and gown. Her parents sat proudly in the stands, but it was Colton's presence near them that made her heart ache with happiness. Nobody was surprised this time. He'd become a fixture in her life for years now, though they'd kept much of their romance private. When her name was called, he rose from his seat, clapping so hard the people around him shot him amused smiles. He didn't care. That moment was for her. Once again, Carmen experienced a wave of déjà vu, recalling her high school graduation and how he'd shown up then too. This felt like a new chapter, a second chance at a milestone they could both celebrate openly. Afterwards, they strolled across the campus lawn, where small groups of graduates posed for photos. Dressed in a simple suit, Colton couldn't contain his excitement. "Remember that first time I came to your high school commencement? It feels like we've lived a dozen lives since then." Carmen nodded, hugging him close. "We kind of have." They found a quiet spot under a jacaranda tree in bloom, purple flowers strewn across the grass like a royal carpet. With a gentleness that belied his athlete's strength, Colton took both of her hands. "There's something I've been wanting to ask you." A flicker of anticipation danced in her stomach, but she tried to play it cool. "Oh?" He cleared his throat, glancing around to ensure no paparazzi hovered nearby. Then he met her gaze with unwavering intent. "I know we're young and we have our whole lives ahead, but Carmen, I've never been surer about anything. You bring out the best in me, and I want to keep building something with you. Something real, something lasting." She realized he was reaching into his jacket pocket. Before she could process it fully, he pulled out a small, unassuming velvet box. Her heart slammed against her ribs. "Colton." He opened it, revealing a ring that shimmered modestly in the late afternoon sun. "Will you marry me?" he asked, voice trembling, just enough to betray his nerves. "I don't have a fancy speech, I just know that I don't want to wait any longer to make it clear that I choose you, always." Tears blurred her vision as she stared at him. Memories flooded her. The first time he walked into her hospital room with a teddy bear, the DMs they exchanged that gave her hope during chemo, the stolen dances, the stadium waves, the heartbreak, and the joy. It all led to this. "Yes," she breathed, barely able to get the word out. "Yes, of course I will." He slid the ring onto her finger, and she laughed through her tears as they embraced. The moment was so simple yet monumental. Two people who started as strangers in a hospital, forging a bond that defied the odds. The jacaranda petals fell around them like confetti, drifting on a gentle breeze. Months later, the engagement was announced formally, but by then they didn't care how many headlines blared. Baseball star proposes to former cancer patient, or MLB phenom ties the knot with hometown heroine. They had each other, and everything else paled in comparison. In the end, they decided on a small wedding ceremony, family and a few close friends in attendance. As Carmen walked down the aisle, her brown hair cascading over her shoulders, her crystal blue eyes sparkling with tears of joy, Colton stood at the altar in a crisp suit, his eyes reflecting awe. No paparazzi invaded, no stadium roar, just the quiet hum of loved ones, the soft desert wind, and the vow that they would continue writing each other into every chapter of their lives. And yes, they still referred to each other as pen pals sometimes, laughing at how it all began with one fleeting question in a hospital room. "Hey, would you ever want to be pen pals?" Sometimes the simplest beginnings lead to the most extraordinary journeys. The ring box made a hollow sound when Ethan Cole set it down on his nightstand. 8 years of love, reduced to a velvet cube and a stone that caught light he no longer wanted to see. He hadn't thrown it away, couldn't pawn it, wouldn't return it. The ring existed in limbo, just like him. "I just don't recognise us anymore," Mia had said 6 months ago, her voice gentle as it dismantled his world. "We were children when we met, Ethan. I need to know who I am without you." Ethan stared at his reflection in his childhood bedroom mirror. At 24, he'd become a stranger to himself, unshaven, hollow-eyed and depressed. Then unemployed after Kaplan's architecture let him go. 3 missed deadlines, 2 client complaints and 1 partner who'd finally said, "Take some time, Cole, come back when your head's clear." His phone buzzed. Another message from Mia. "Just checking in, hope you're doing better. Ran into your mum at Wegmans, she's worried." He typed, deleted, typed again. "I'm fine," then deleted that too. What was there to say? That he spent most nights scrolling through photos of their life together. That he drafted emails to his boss begging for his job back but couldn't bring himself to send them. That his friends had stopped inviting him out after the 3rd time he'd gotten drunk and talked about Mia until closing time. Instead of responding, he opened Reddit, mindlessly scrolling through posts. An hour later, he found himself in R Solo Travel, reading an AMA from someone who'd spent a year working their way across New Zealand using something called Workaway. "Basically, you exchange work for room and board," the poster explained. "I spent 3 months on a vineyard, 2 at a hostel, and the rest at various farms. Best decision I ever made." Ethan's finger hovered over the link. What exactly did he have to lose? The Workaway site was filled with opportunities. Organic farms in Italy, hostels in Thailand, language exchanges in Argentina. He applied to a dozen listings without much thought, writing the same basic introduction, mentioning his background in architecture, his willingness to learn, his need for something new. Most hosts never replied. 2 sent polite rejections. 1 family in Portugal seemed interested until they learned he couldn't commit to 6 months. Then came the email from Alaska. "Hi Ethan, I'm writing on behalf of North Lights B&B in Talkeetna, Alaska. We're looking for someone to help with property maintenance and eventually assist with our dog sledding team. September through February position. No experience needed. My grandfather and I can teach you everything. It's remote, it's cold, and it's not for everyone. But if you're looking to disappear for a while, there are worse places than here. Willow Morgan." The directness of her message struck him. No false enthusiasm, no sugarcoating. If you're looking to disappear for a while. It was exactly what he needed. He replied immediately, and within 3 days had purchased a one-way ticket to Anchorage. The night before his flight, he finally texted Mia back. "I'm going to Alaska tomorrow, taking a job at a B&B. Don't know when I'll be back." She called within minutes, but he let it go to voicemail. Later, he listened to her message. "Alaska? Ethan, that's... wow. I hope you find what you're looking for there. I really do. I'm sorry for how things... Just be careful, okay? Call me when you get there. At least let me know you arrived safely." His thumbs hovered over the phone. So many words caught in his throat, none of them right. In the end, he simply wrote, "I will." As his flight took off the next morning, Ethan watched his hometown disappear beneath the clouds. He wasn't running away, he told himself. He was running toward something. He just had no idea what that something might be. The tiny 8-seater plane rattled as it approached Talkeetna, giving Ethan his first real glimpse of Alaska. Below, endless forests spread like a dark green carpet interrupted by silver threads of rivers and the occasional clearing. In the distance loomed Denali, its peak crowned in perpetual snow even in September. "First time in Alaska." The pilot's voice crackled through the headset. "That obvious? You haven't stopped staring out the window, folks who live here?" He gestured at the other passengers, who were either sleeping or reading. "They've seen it before." "It's nothing like New York," Ethan said, mostly to himself. "Damn right it's not. That's why people come, and why they stay." The landing strip appeared below, a ribbon of asphalt at the edge of what barely qualified as a town. As they descended, Ethan's stomach tightened with a familiar anxiety. What the hell was he doing? He'd never owned a dog, much less driven a dog sled. He'd never lived somewhere he couldn't get pizza delivered at midnight. He'd never... "Mr. Cole?" A young woman stood beside a weathered truck in the small lot outside the airfield office. She was startlingly petite, maybe 5'2", wearing a flannel shirt that hung loose on her slender frame. Her dark hair was pulled back in a messy bun, revealing a face that looked younger than he'd expected. "Willow?" he asked, extending his hand. "That's me." Her handshake was firm, her eyes an unsettling shade of grey. Not blue-grey or green-grey, but the colour of storm clouds. "Welcome to Talkeetna." She took one of his bags and loaded it into the truck. "Thanks for meeting me," he said, struggling to make conversation as they drove away from the airstrip. "The town seems... quaint." A slight smile. "Quaint is one word for it. 300 residents year-round, though it doubles in summer with tourists. Winters, though. Winters, it's just us." Ethan wanted to ask about her. How old she was, why she ran a B&B in the middle of nowhere, who us referred to besides her grandfather. But something in her demeanour suggested she preferred keeping conversation functional. Instead, he watched out the window as they passed the town's main street. A collection of log cabins converted to gift shops, a brewing company, an ice cream parlour, and a bar whose sign simply read Fairview. "That's downtown," Willow explained. "Southside is mostly residential, and we're headed north about 2 miles out." The truck turned onto a narrower road that wound through dense forest before finally emerging at a clearing. The Northlights bed and breakfast was a large 2-storey log structure with a wraparound porch flanked by several smaller outbuildings and what appeared to be dog kennels set further back on the property. Beyond it all, a pristine lake reflected the afternoon sunlight. "Nice place," Ethan said, genuinely impressed. "Been in my grandparents' family for 3 generations. Before the tourists, it was just a homestead." Willow parked and got out. "Grandpa's probably with the dogs. I'll show you to your cabin, then give you the tour." "My cabin?" She pointed to one of the smaller structures. "That's where you'll stay. We don't make staff sleep in the main house. Everyone needs their privacy." The cabin was simple but comfortable. A studio set up with a queen bed, small kitchenette, bathroom with a stand-up shower, and a desk by the window that overlooked the lake. Rustic but not primitive. There was Wi-Fi, electric heat, and even a small TV. "It's perfect," Ethan said, setting down his bags. "When do I start?" Willow leaned against the doorframe. "Tomorrow's soon enough. Rest day. Get your bearings. Dinner's at 6 in the main house. We don't have guests until the weekend, so it's just you, me, and my grandparents." As she turned to leave, Ethan called after her. "Willow?" She paused, those storm cloud eyes meeting his. Thanks for taking a chance on me. I know I don't exactly have the right experience for this. Something unreadable passed across her face. Everyone has their reasons for coming to Alaska, Ethan. Most of them boil down to needing to be somewhere that isn't where they were before. She offered a small smile. 6 o'clock. Don't be late. Gran hates when food gets cold. Left alone, Ethan unpacked methodically, arranging his belongings as though establishing this new space might help establish this new self. From the bottom of his duffel, he pulled out his field recording equipment, a Zoom F3 field recorder, a matched pair of Clippy EM272 XLR microphones, Sony MDR 7506 headphones, and an Apple MacBook Pro with Reaper installed. It was the one passion he had maintained even during his worst days after Mia. The emptiness hit suddenly as he sat on the edge of the bed. 6 hours ago, he'd been in New York. Now he was in Alaska, where he knew no one, working a job he wasn't qualified for, running from a broken heart that had followed him anyway. His phone buzzed. Mia again. Did you arrive? Are you okay? He stared at the message for a long moment before replying simply, I'm here. I'm okay. Then he silenced his phone, set an alarm for 5:45, and lay back on the bed. Outside his window, the lake water rippled under a breeze, making a sound both foreign and familiar. He closed his eyes and listened, really listened, for the first time in months. Lean with the sled, not against it, Frank Morgan called over the morning wind. You fight the curve, you'll flip us both. Ethan adjusted his weight, feeling the wooden sled respond beneath him as they navigated a turn on the practice trail. After 2 weeks at North Lights, he'd graduated from kennel cleaning and feeding to actual dog handling. This first run with Frank, Willow's grandfather and the unquestioned patriarch of the operation, was his first real test. The 6-dog team powered ahead, their breath visible in the crisp October air. Talkeetna had already seen its first snowfall, though not enough for proper sledding. Today they used a wheeled training rig, but Frank insisted the principles were the same. Good! Now give them the command to slow. Whoa! Ethan called out, surprised when the lead dog actually responded, bringing the team to a gradual halt. Frank clapped him on the shoulder. You're a natural city boy! Ethan couldn't help but laugh. Nothing about the past 2 weeks had felt natural. His first days had been a blur of sore muscles, blistered hands, and endless instructions about the B&B's operation. He'd painted railings, replaced rotted boards on the dock, cleaned guest rooms, and spent hours in the kennel learning the names and personalities of 16 Alaskan huskies. Through it all, Willow had been a patient but reserved guide, teaching him the essentials with a quiet efficiency. She handled the B&B's operations, bookkeeping, reservations, guest services, while Frank managed the dogs and her grandmother Rosemary ran the kitchen. Look alive, Cole, Frank called, breaking into Ethan's thoughts. We're heading back, you take the commands this time. By the time they returned to the kennel, Ethan's face was chilled, but flushed with exhilaration. As they unharnessed the dogs, he caught sight of Willow watching from the porch of the main house, her expression unreadable from a distance. Not bad, Frank said, coiling the harness lines. Few more runs and you'll be ready to take guests out, just in time for the real snow. I hope so, Ethan replied, kneeling to rub the lead dog behind the ears. Juno, a steel-grey female with one blue eye and one brown, had become his favourite. Though I'm not sure I'd trust me with paying customers yet. Tourists just want the experience. As long as you don't dump them in a snowbank, they'll give you 5 stars. Frank's weathered face creased with a smile. Go on in and warm up. Rosemary's making her caribou stew, and Willow mentioned something about needing help with the website later. Inside, the main house was warm and fragrant with cooking smells. Rosemary, a soft-spoken woman with silver hair and Frank's same mischievous eyes, ladled stew into a mug and pressed it into Ethan's hands. Drink, she instructed. You city folk always forget to hydrate in the cold. Yes, ma'am. Ethan said, sipping the rich broth gratefully. Good run? Willow asked, not looking up from her laptop at the dining table. Your grandfather thinks I'm a natural. Grandpa thinks anyone who doesn't fall off the sled on their first day is a natural. But there was amusement in her voice. When you're done with that, I could use your help with some web design issues. Grandpa mentioned you had a background in architecture. Yeah, I worked for a firm in Rochester, design and project management mostly. Good. Our website looks like it was built in 2003. She finally glanced up. You're still wearing your hat inside. Ethan reached up, surprised to find the knit beanie still on his head. Oh, sorry. Don't be. Your ears are bright red. Keep it on until they stop stinging. It was the most personal comment she'd made since his arrival, and he found himself oddly touched by her concern. Over the next hour, they sat side by side at the table, shoulders occasionally brushing as they redesigned the B&B's outdated website. Willow was surprisingly tech-savvy for someone who lived so remotely, and her eye for design impressed him. Where did you learn all this? He asked as she adjusted the CSS on a page. She hesitated. Community college. I was studying digital media before I moved here. Before her boyfriend died, Ethan mentally filled in. Though he'd been at Northlights for 2 weeks, the only personal information he'd gleaned about Willow had come from Frank during their work together. All he knew was that she'd lost her military boyfriend overseas, then left North Carolina to live with her grandparents. She never mentioned it, and Ethan never asked. Well, you have good instincts, he said, keeping his tone professional. This layout works much better. Thanks. She glanced at him, then back at the screen. Frank says you're good with the dogs. I like them. They're uncomplicated. A small smile. Uncomplicated is a nice way of saying they'll love anyone who feeds them. Maybe that's what I like about it. Earned affection. The words slipped out before he could censor them. Willow's hands paused over the keyboard. For a moment, Ethan thought he'd overstepped, revealed too much of his own brokenness. But then she nodded, almost imperceptibly. I understand that, she said quietly. They worked in silence for another hour, but something had shifted between them, some small recognition of shared experience, of parallel paths that had somehow converged in this unlikely place. That night, after dinner, Ethan returned to his cabin and retrieved his recording equipment. The temperature had dropped further, and his breath clouded as he walked down to the lake's edge. Setting up his matched microphones on a stand, he put on his headphones and simply listened. The world through the amplified microphones was a revelation. Water lapping gently at the shore, the distant call of an unseen bird, wind rustling through pine needles. He adjusted levels, finding focus in the technical details, then hit record. For 30 minutes he stood motionless, capturing the sounds of a world so different from the one he'd left behind. No car horns, no voices, no constant hum of urban life, just wilderness breathing around him. What are you doing? He hadn't heard Willow approach. Pulling off the headphones, he turned to find her standing a few feet away, hands tucked into the pockets of her parka. Field recording, he explained. I collect natural sounds. For what? Sometimes I sell them to sound designers for films or games. Mostly I just collect them for myself. She tilted her head. Can I hear? He hesitated, then handed her the headphones. Willow put them on, and her eyes widened slightly as the amplified sounds of the night surrounded her. For several long moments she stood completely still, listening. When she finally removed the headphones, her expression had softened. It's like hearing the world with new ears, she said. That's exactly what it is. Ethan smiled. Want to try recording something? To his surprise, she nodded. For the next hour they moved around the property, capturing different sound perspectives. The creak of the dock, the hushed whisper of trees, the distant chorus of dogs responding to a faraway wolf howl. Willow proved to be an intuitive assistant, suggesting locations and even holding a reflector to capture certain audio angles. As they worked, Ethan found himself watching her more than his equipment. In the dim light, with her focus entirely on the sounds around them, she seemed different, more open, more present. When she suddenly looked up and caught him staring, he expected her to retreat back into her usual reserve. Instead, she smiled, a real smile that reached her eyes and transformed her face. "What?" "Nothing," he said. "You're just good at this. I used to help my boyfriend record guitar demos." Her voice was quiet but steady. He was always particular about microphone placement. It was the first time she'd mentioned him voluntarily. Ethan nodded, not wanting to press. "Some things translate across different types of recording." "Yeah," she looked at the lake, then back at him. "It's getting late. We should head back." As they packed up the equipment, their fingers brushed while coiling a cable. Neither of them acknowledged it, but neither pulled away too quickly either. At the fork in the path between the main house and his cabin, Willow paused. "Thanks for showing me that." "Anytime," Ethan said. "Really?" She nodded, then added, "We have guests arriving tomorrow. 2 couples from Seattle. They've booked the half-day dog sledding experience for Saturday." "Am I running it?" "With Frank, yes. He thinks you're ready." She hesitated. "I do too." Before he could respond, she turned and walked toward the main house, her silhouette gradually disappearing into the darkness. Ethan stood watching long after she was gone, aware of a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with his heavy coat. Back in his cabin, he transferred the evening's recordings to his laptop and began editing almost automatically, his mind elsewhere. Partway through, his phone buzzed with a text from Mia. Their occasional check-ins had continued, growing more infrequent but strangely less painful with time and distance. "How's the great wilderness treating you?" He considered his response more carefully than usual. "Better than I expected. I'm learning to drive a dog sled." Her reply came quickly. "That sounds both terrifying and amazing. Are you still planning to come back in February?" The question gave him pause. February had been his original return date, the end of his 6-month commitment to Northlights, but for the first time the thought of returning to New York didn't bring the comfort of familiarity. Instead, it felt like an approaching deadline, a countdown to leaving something that had, somehow, begun to feel more substantial than mere escape. "That's the plan," he wrote finally, "but plans change." He sent the message, then returned to his editing, losing himself in the captured sounds of Talkeetna and in memories of storm-grey eyes that had, for a brief moment, looked at him with something like connection. November in Talkeetna brought serious snow and the year's first steady stream of aurora chasers, tourists who came specifically to witness the northern lights from the pristine vantage point that Northlights B&B offered. The guest rooms stayed consistently booked, and Ethan found himself fully integrated into the daily operations. Mornings meant kennel duty and dog sled preparations. Afternoons were spent either guiding guests on beginner trails or handling maintenance tasks around the property. Evenings brought dinner service assistance and then, increasingly often, time with Willow. Their shared interest in recording had become a regular activity. 3 times a week, weather permitting, they would venture out with Ethan's equipment, capturing the evolving soundscape of the Alaskan wilderness. Willow had proven herself not just a willing assistant, but an insightful collaborator, hearing nuances in the natural environment that even Ethan sometimes missed. "The ice on the lake is making that singing sound again," she said one evening, as they stood on the partially frozen shoreline, the temperature well below freezing. "Can you hear it?" Ethan adjusted his headphones. Through the amplified microphones, he picked up the eerie, otherworldly tones of lake ice expanding and contracting, a sound like crystalline whale songs echoing across the surface. "Got it," he confirmed, watching the levels on his recorder. "This is incredible." It only happens when the temperature drops suddenly after sunset. Willow's face, half hidden by her scarf, showed concentrated interest. My grandfather used to tell me it was the lake spirits talking to each other. What do you think they're saying? She considered this, her breath clouding in the frigid air. Bundle up, idiot humans, it's 15 below. Ethan laughed, the sound carrying across the empty landscape. Fair assessment. As they recorded, the sky above them began to shimmer with the first hints of aurora, faint green ribbons undulating against the stars. Willow pointed upward. Looks like a good night for it, she said. The guests will be thrilled. Do you ever get used to it? Ethan asked, watching the lights intensify. Seeing something so extraordinary? No, she answered simply. Some things never become ordinary, no matter how many times you see them. They stood in comfortable silence, recording equipment momentarily forgotten as the aurora strengthened, dancing across the sky in pulses of green and purple. Without conscious thought, Ethan found himself shifting closer to Willow until their shoulders touched. She didn't move away. The first time I saw it, she said quietly, was the night I arrived here. I was such a mess. Couldn't stop crying for days. Gran and Grandpa didn't know what to do with me. She kept her eyes on the sky. That night, Grandpa practically dragged me outside, said, "Look up, girl, remember how small we are." And there it was, the whole sky alive. I stood there until my tears froze on my face. Ethan swallowed. Did it help? Not immediately, but it reminded me that the world was bigger than my grief. She turned to look at him. What are you running from, Ethan? The directness of her question startled him, though perhaps it shouldn't have. After 2 months of working side by side, they'd developed a rapport built on shared silence and careful words, but neither had pushed into the tender places of the other's past. My fiancé left me, he said, the words simpler to speak aloud than he'd anticipated. 8 years together since high school. I thought we were forever. She didn't. Willow nodded, not with pity but with recognition. How long ago? Almost a year now. We were supposed to get married in April. And instead, you're in Alaska, freezing your ass off with me. Despite everything, he smiled. Yeah, instead I'm here. Do you regret it? Coming here? No, he said without hesitation. I needed to find out who I am without her, who I could be. Willow's eyes, reflecting the aurora above, studied his face. And? Who are you, Ethan Cole? Still figuring that out, but I like who I'm becoming. He hesitated. What about you? Do you think you'll stay in Alaska forever? She looked back at the sky. I don't know. When I came here, I couldn't imagine being anywhere else. It was the only place that didn't remind me of him. She paused. Now, I'm not running away anymore. I'm just here. And most days that's enough. The aurora intensified, casting enough light to illuminate the frozen landscape around them. On impulse, Ethan reached for his recorder again. Can I try something? He asked. Willow nodded, and he positioned the microphones carefully, then spoke into them. November 15th, Talkeetna, Alaska. Aurora, recording with Willow Morgan. He glanced at her. Say something. She hesitated, then leaned toward the microphone. Hello, night sky. We're listening. They stood recording the silence for several minutes. Not true silence, of course, but the subtle symphony of night. Distant owl calls, creaking ice, their own measured breaths, the soft rustle of their clothing when they moved. Later, back at Ethan's cabin, they huddled over his laptop, listening to the playback while warming their hands on mugs of the tea Rosemary had pressed upon them before they escaped from the main house. There's not much to hear, Willow observed, head tilted toward the speaker. That's what I like about it, Ethan replied. It's the sound of witnessing something bigger than ourselves. She looked at him with that same unreadable expression he'd seen the first day, except now He was beginning to understand the complexity behind it. Not coldness, but caution. Not distance, but careful consideration. "You're different than I expected," she said finally. "How so?" "I thought you'd be more city, soft, useless," he supplied with a self-deprecating smile. "Temporary," she finished. "Most people who come here are just passing through. Even when they stay 6 months, they're still just visiting. But you're present in a way most visitors aren't." The compliment warmed him more than the tea. Maybe because I didn't come here looking for something specific. I just needed somewhere to be. And now I'm finding things I wasn't looking for. He met her eyes. Good things. The moment stretched between them, taut with unspoken possibilities. Then Willow set down her mug and stood. "It's late," she said. "We have the Henderson group arriving tomorrow, and they've booked the extended trail run." Ethan walked her to the door, suddenly reluctant to end the evening. "Thanks for coming out tonight. The recording was better because of you." At the threshold, Willow turned, her face half in. For a heartbeat, Ethan thought she might say something more, might acknowledge whatever was growing between them. Instead, she reached out and briefly touched his arm. "Good night, Ethan." "Good night, Willow." After she left, Ethan returned to his laptop, listening again to their Aurora recording. Her voice, saying "we're listening," looped in his mind as he edited the file, balancing levels and removing wind noise. When he finally fell asleep, it was with headphones still on, the sound of that night, and her presence in it, following him into dreams. December transformed Talkeetna into a winter wonderland. Snow blanketed everything. Christmas lights twinkled from the eaves of the main house, and the dog sledding business hit its peak season. Ethan now led tours independently, having earned Frank's complete trust with the team. The morning of the winter solstice, the darkest day of the year, Ethan woke before dawn to take Juno and the lead team out for an early run. With no guests scheduled until afternoon, he planned a longer trail, one that curved around the far side of the lake and through pristine forest rarely seen by tourists. To his surprise, he found Willow already at the kennel, preparing harnesses. "Morning," she said, her breath visible in the Kenya pre-dawn cold. "Mind some company?" "Not at all," he replied, unable to keep the pleasure from his voice. "Special occasion?" "Solstice tradition. Grandpa and I always take a sunrise run, but his hip's bothering him, so I thought," she shrugged, "unless you'd rather go alone." "I'd rather go with you." They worked in companionable silence, harnessing the dogs who pranced with excitement, aware of the adventure ahead. As they finished, Frank appeared, limping slightly but grinning. "Taking my place already, Cole?" he called. "Next thing I know, you'll be after my B&B too." "Just borrowing your dog, sir," Ethan replied with a smile. "And your granddaughter, apparently." "She's her own woman," Frank's eyes twinkled. "She chooses good company these days." Willow rolled her eyes. "Ignore him. He thinks he's funny before coffee." Once the sled was ready, Ethan took the driving position with Willow standing just in front of him, both of them nestled between the curved handles. "Ready?" he asked. She nodded, and he gave the command. "Hike!" The dogs lunged forward, and the sled glided across the packed snow with a satisfying hiss. They passed the main house, where Rosemary waved from the porch, then followed the trail that curved around the frozen lake. The sky was just beginning to lighten, not with true sunlight, but with the deep blue that preceded dawn in winter. Ethan was acutely aware of Willow standing within the circle of his arms, her back occasionally brushing against his chest as they navigated turns. They had grown closer over the past weeks, sharing meals, working together, spending evenings recording, or simply talking by the fire. but always with a careful boundary of physical space between them. Now, as the sled picked up speed on a downhill stretch, she leaned back against him more firmly, and he adjusted his stance to support her. "Okay?" he asked close to her ear. "Perfect," she replied, and he could hear the smile in her voice. They sledded in silence for nearly an hour, following the winding trail as dawn slowly illuminated the landscape. When they reached the far side of the lake, Ethan called for the dogs to halt near a small clearing with a view of the mountains. "This is beautiful," Willow said as they secured the sled. "I haven't been out this far in months. I found it last week. Thought it might make a good recording spot." Ethan reached into his pack and pulled out a thermos. "Tea?" They sat on a fallen log, sipping hot tea while the dogs rested, curled in the snow. The solstice sunrise painted the sky in shades of pink and gold, reflecting off the distant glaciers. "When I first came to Alaska," Willow said, breaking the comfortable silence, "I hated how dark it got in winter. The endless night felt like it matched how I felt inside." Ethan nodded, understanding. "And now? Now I see the beauty in it. The darkness makes you appreciate the light more." She turned to look at him. "Like grief. You don't get over it. You learn to carry it differently." "Is that what you've done? Learn to carry it?" "I'm trying." She pulled a small object from her pocket, a brass compass worn with age. "This was his, James. My grandpa gave it to him when he enlisted." Ethan watched as she cradled it in her gloved hands. "It's beautiful. After he died, I couldn't look at it without falling apart. Now," she held it out to Ethan, "now I can share it with someone who understands what it means to lose your direction and have to find a new one." The weight of her trust settled in his chest as he carefully took the compass. "Thank you. I've been thinking about what happens when your 6 months are up," she said, her eyes on the horizon. "You'll be leaving in February." The thought had been weighing on Ethan too, growing heavier as the calendar pages turned. What had once seemed like an escape hatch back to real life now felt like an approaching loss. "That was the original plan," he agreed carefully. "Is it still your plan?" He looked at her, really looked at her. The sunlight caught in her dark hair, her storm grey eyes questioning but not demanding. In the 3 months since he'd arrived, broken and adrift, something had healed in him. Something had grown too. "I don't know," he admitted. "My life is still in New York. My family, my career, what's left of it." "And Mia?" she asked quietly. He shook his head. "No, not Mia. What we had, it's in the past now. I'll always care about her. But I'm not in love with her anymore." "When did you know?" Willow's voice was soft, almost lost in the morning air. Ethan considered the question carefully. "I think part of me knew before I came here. That's why I needed to leave, to make sure it wasn't just hurt or pride talking." He looked at the compass in his hand, its needle pointing steadily north. "But being here, finding purpose again, meeting you, it confirmed what I already knew. Some endings are just endings." Willow was quiet for a long moment, then slid her hand into his. Even through their gloves, the contact felt significant, a deliberate crossing of the careful boundary they'd maintained. "I didn't think I'd ever want to feel anything for anyone again," she said. "After James, I just shut down, came here to disappear. And now," her eyes met his, clear and certain, "now I'm ready to reappear." The kiss, when it finally happened, felt both inevitable and surprising, like the first snowfall of winter or the sudden appearance of aurora in a clear sky. Ethan leaned forward, Willow met him halfway, and their lips touched with gentle certainty. When they pulled apart, their breath mingled in the cold air between them. Willow's cheeks were flushed, her eyes brighter than he'd ever seen them. "We should head back," she said, though she made no move to rise. "Gran will worry." "5 more minutes," Ethan replied, pulling her closer. "The dogs aren't complaining." She laughed, the sound crystal clear in the winter stillness, and rested her head against his shoulder. 5 minutes. They sat together as the sun continued its brief winter arc, casting long shadows across the snow. In the distance, Denali stood immovable and eternal, witness to countless human stories played out beneath its watch. For the first time since arriving in Alaska, Ethan didn't feel like a visitor passing through. He felt, improbably but undeniably, like he was exactly where he belonged. Christmas at Northlights came with traditions that felt ancient and grounding. Frank and Rosemary closed the B&B to guests for 3 days, creating a private family celebration that now, by unspoken agreement, included Ethan. They cut a small spruce from their property, decorated it with hand-carved ornaments and strings of cranberries, and exchanged modest gifts beside a roaring fire. Ethan's gift to Willow, a custom collection of their recorded sounds edited into what he called the Tolkitna Symphony and loaded onto a dedicated player, brought tears to her eyes. Her gift to him, a handmade journal bound in soft leather, the first pages already filled with her sketches of the dogs, the landscape, and sometimes, when he hadn't noticed her watching of him, left him speechless. "I've never had anyone see me the way you do," he told her later that night as they walked back to his cabin, the sky above them clear and star-filled. "I could say the same," she replied, squeezing his hand. "You hear the things most people miss." Their relationship had blossomed in the week since the solstice kiss, growing with the natural rhythm of people who recognise something essential in each other. They spent most evenings together now, alternating between his cabin and the quiet corner of the main house that Willow had claimed as her personal space. A small room off the kitchen, with a comfortable love seat and a window facing the mountains. Nothing was hidden. Frank and Rosemary watched their granddaughter's happiness with approving eyes, though Frank occasionally grumbled good-naturedly about young love making everyone else feel ancient. Intimacy developed gradually between them, each step deliberate and meaningful. Ethan, still cautious after Mia and Willow still carrying the shadow of her loss, moved toward each other with tender patience. When they finally made love for the first time on New Year's Eve while Aurora painted the sky outside his cabin window, it felt like a culmination rather than a beginning, a natural progression of the connection they'd been building since that first sunrise dog sled run. "Look," Willow whispered afterward, drawing his attention to the window where green and purple lights danced across the darkness. "The sky is celebrating with us." Ethan kissed her shoulder, marvelling at how perfectly she fit against him. "I never want to leave this place." The words slipped out unplanned, but as soon as he spoke them, he knew they were true. The thought of returning to New York in February, once his anchor to reality, now felt like a sentence. Here, with Willow and the life they were building, he had found something he hadn't known he was searching for. She propped herself up on one elbow, her dark hair spilling across her bare shoulders. "Then don't. It's not that simple." "Why not?" Her grey eyes were serious. "The B&B needs someone year-round. Grandpa's not getting any younger, and his hip's worse than he admits. We've talked about hiring someone permanent, and you already know the operation. You could stay, Ethan, if you wanted to." The possibility hung between them, tantalising, terrifying. "What about my career? Everything I built back home?" "You were an architect. People need buildings everywhere, even in Alaska." She touched his face gently. "I'm not asking you to decide tonight. Just think about it. About what really matters to you now." He pulled her close again, breathing in the pine and sweetgrass scent of her hair. "I will." But thinking was all he seemed capable of doing in the weeks that followed. January brought the deepest cold and the most brilliant auroras, keeping the B&B fully booked and everyone busy. Ethan led dog sled tours daily, continued helping Frank with maintenance projects, and spent his free moments with Willow, all while the February deadline loomed closer. "You seem distracted," Willow observed one evening as they edited recordings together in his cabin. "Just thinking about the future." He hesitated. "I got an email from my old boss today. They want me back. Said they'd held my position open, hoping I'd return." Willow's hand stilled over the laptop. "Are you going to accept?" "I don't know. It's a good offer. Security, familiar work, a path forward." He ran a hand through his hair. "But the thought of leaving here, leaving you..." "You could try long distance," she suggested, though her voice lacked conviction. "People make it work." "Do they? Really?" He took her hand. "I don't want to start something beautiful just to watch it wither from 2,000 miles away." "Then what do you want, Ethan?" The question was simple but profound. 4 months ago, he wouldn't have had an answer. Or rather, his answer would have been to rewind time, to go back to when his life with Mia still made sense. Now, looking at Willow in the soft light of his cabin, he knew exactly what he wanted. The challenge was reconciling it with the life he'd built before Alaska. "I want both," he admitted. "I want my career, the work I trained for, and I want this, you, Talkeetna, the life we could have here." "Then go back," she said, surprising him. "Go back to New York, settle your affairs, figure out if there's a way to do both, and if there isn't..." She took a deep breath. "If there isn't, at least you'll know you tried. You won't resent me or Alaska for what you gave up." The wisdom in her words struck him. "You'd wait, even knowing I might choose differently in the end." "I've learnt that real love means giving people the freedom to find their own way," she said. "James taught me that, and I love you, Ethan. I want you to stay because you choose it, not because you're afraid of losing me." The declaration, their first exchange of those words, hung in the air between them. Ethan pulled her into his arms, overwhelmed by the gift she was offering him. "I love you too," he whispered against her hair, "and I will come back to you. I promise." 2 weeks later, Ethan stood at the small Talkeetna airstrip, his duffel bag at his feet. Frank and Rosemary had already said their goodbyes at the B&B, giving him and Willow privacy for their parting. "1 month," he said, holding both her hands in his. "I'll be back in 1 month, whether I've figured everything out or not." Willow nodded, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "Take this," she pressed James's compass into his hand, "so you can always find your way back. I can't take this. You're not taking it, you're borrowing it. Bring it back to me." She stood on tiptoe to kiss him, then stepped back as the small plane's engines started. 1 month. As the plane lifted off, Ethan watched Talkeetna grow smaller beneath him. Willow remained visible by the airstrip until the landscape blurred into forest and snow, becoming indistinguishable from the wilderness surrounding it. He cradled the compass in his palm, its needle pointing steadily north, toward the place and the person who had unexpectedly become his true direction. New York hit Ethan like a physical force, the noise, the pace, the press of people moving with determined urgency. After 6 months in Alaska, the city of his birth felt like a foreign country, simultaneously familiar and strange. His parents met him at the airport, their faces a mixture of joy and confusion. They'd supported his abrupt departure to Alaska, understanding his need for distance after Mia, but his decision to return to Talkeetna so quickly baffled them. "It's just so remote," his mother said over dinner at their home in Rochester. "And the winters. Ethan, you said it gets to -40. "Sometimes," he agreed, smiling, "but the aurora makes up for it." His father studied him across the table. "You're different. More settled." "I am," Ethan acknowledged. "Alaska changed me. Willow changed me." "Is she the reason you're going back?" his mother asked. "She's part of it, but it's more than that." He struggled to articulate the transformation he'd undergone. I found purpose there, a different rhythm of life, a connection to something larger. The work, it's honest in a way architecture never was for me. But you loved architecture, his father protested. You worked so hard for that degree, that position at Kaplan's. I know, and I'm not saying I want to give it up entirely, but I'm trying to find a way to have both. The conversation circled without resolution, but Ethan was grateful for their willingness to listen, to try to understand. By the time he left for his apartment in the city the next day, they had shifted from concerned opposition to cautious support. The apartment, once shared with Mia, then briefly occupied by Ethan alone, felt smaller than he remembered. Most of his belongings remained in storage, the space furnished with only essentials. Still, it was home enough for the few weeks he planned to stay. His meeting with Simon Kaplan, his former boss, went better than expected. The firm had indeed kept his position open, impressed by his talent and understanding of his personal setback. "We'd be happy to have you back, Ethan," Simon said, his office overlooking Central Park. "Full salary, benefits, everything as it was." "That's incredibly generous," Ethan replied. "But I'm not staying in New York, at least not full-time." Simon's eyebrows rose. "Oh?" "I'm moving to Alaska. Permanently." Saying it aloud made it real. A commitment, not just an idea. "I was hoping we might discuss a remote arrangement. I could handle design work, client consultations via video call, occasional trips back for in-person meetings." He laid out his proposal, watching Simon's expression shift from skepticism to consideration. By the end of the meeting, they had sketched the outlines of a possible arrangement: reduced hours, project-based work rather than full employment, quarterly visits to the New York office. Not ideal from Simon's perspective, but workable. "You're talented enough to make this worth accommodating," Simon said finally. "But I have to ask, what's in Alaska that's worth rearranging your entire career?" Ethan thought of Willow, of the dogs, of the northern lights and the quiet cabin by the lake. "Everything that matters," he answered simply. Over the next weeks, Ethan settled his affairs with practiced efficiency. He arranged to rent out his apartment, met with clients to explain his new arrangement, and spent time with friends who had mostly given up on seeing him after the breakup with Mia. "So you're really doing this?" asked Jason, his oldest friend, as they shared drinks at their favourite bar. "Trading New York for, what did you call it? Talk Etna?" "Yep," Ethan smiled. "Population 301, soon to be 302. Because of a girl you've known for 6 months. Because of the life I found there. Willow is a huge part of that, but it's not just about her." Ethan traced a pattern in the condensation on his glass. "It's about who I am there versus who I was here." Jason studied him. "You do seem lighter, less like the walking corpse you were after Mia left." "Thanks for that image." "You know what I mean. I haven't seen you this sure of yourself in years." Jason raised his glass. "To Alaska, then. May it be everything you hope." The last item on Ethan's New York agenda was the hardest, seeing Mia. They'd maintained sporadic contact during his time away, but he felt he owed her an in-person goodbye, a proper closure to their shared history. They met at a quiet cafe near the apartment they had once shared. When she walked in, Ethan was struck by the absence of the pain he'd expected. Mia was still beautiful, still familiar in the way only someone you've loved for 8 years can be. But the sight of her no longer ached. "You look good," she said, sitting across from him. "Tan, more muscular." "Dog sledding will do that," he replied with a small smile. "You look good too." And she did. There was a lightness to her, a confidence that had been missing in their final months together. She'd cut her hair, changed her style somewhat, but the real difference was in her eyes. Like him, she seemed more at peace. "So you're really moving to Alaska?" she asked after they'd exchanged pleasantries. "For good?" "That's the plan." He told her about the arrangement with Kaplan's, about the B&B, about his cabin by the lake. And about the girl, Mia added gently. Willow, right? Ethan hesitated, then nodded. Yes, she's important to me. I'm glad. To his surprise, she seemed genuinely pleased. I was worried about you after us. I didn't want you to close yourself off. I almost did, he admitted. Alaska had other ideas. They talked for nearly 2 hours, moving from the awkwardness of ex-lovers to something approaching the friendship that had always been the foundation of their relationship. Mia told him about her new job in publishing, about the classes she was taking, about rediscovering parts of herself she'd set aside during their years together. I was right, she said as they prepared to leave, about us needing to find ourselves separately. I just never imagined it would take you to Alaska to do it. Life has strange detours, Ethan agreed. I think we both ended up where we needed to be. Outside the cafe they hugged goodbye, a real embrace, not the stiff, pained gesture they'd shared at their breakup. As he watched her walk away, Ethan felt the final thread of his old life gently release, not severed, but resolved, set in its proper place among his memories. That night, he called Willow. Their daily conversations had become a lifeline during their separation, but tonight felt different, weightier, more significant. I saw Mia today, he told her, sitting on the floor of his nearly empty apartment. It was good, healing. I'm glad, Willow said, her voice clear despite the distance. Did it make you question anything? It confirmed everything. He touched the compass that sat beside him. I'm coming home, Willow. To you. To Alaska. To the life we're going to build. The silence that followed was filled with emotion he could feel across the miles. When? She asked finally. 3 days. I've booked the flights. I just need to pack up the last of what I'm bringing. 3 days, she repeated, and he could hear the smile in her voice. The dogs miss you. Gran's been making your favourite bread. Grandpa keeps checking the thermometer, saying it's warming up just in time for your return. And you? He asked softly. I've been recording things for you. The lake ice breaking up, the first geese returning, spring sounds. Her voice caught slightly. I've missed you more than I can say. I love you, he told her. I'll be home soon. 3 days later, as promised, Ethan stepped off the small plane in Talkeetna. The air was warmer than when he'd left, the first hints of spring evident in the patches of exposed ground where snow had melted. The familiar truck waited by the airstrip, but this time it wasn't just Willow who'd come to meet him. Frank and Rosemary stood beside her, and beyond them, to Ethan's surprise, the entire dog team harnessed to the large sled. Juno at the lead barked excitedly when she saw him. What's all this? He asked as Willow embraced him. Your welcoming committee, she said, her grey eyes bright with happiness. And your chariot home. Frank clapped him on the shoulder. Figured your first ride back should be in style, though you'll have to drive, my hip's acting up again. Ethan laughed, overcome with the rightness of the moment. He greeted Rosemary with a hug, then knelt to give Juno and the other dogs the attention they demanded. Finally, he turned back to Willow. I have something for you, he said, reaching into his pocket for the compass. As promised. She took it with a smile, then surprised him by pressing it back into his hand. Keep it, she said. You've proven you know how to use it. As they loaded his bags onto the sled, Ethan felt the last of his uncertainty fade. The path ahead might not be perfectly straight or always clear, but he had found his true north, in the wild place with these good people, and especially with the remarkable woman who now stood beside him, ready to navigate whatever came next, together. 1 year later. The northern lights rippled across the Talkeetna sky, painting the darkness with veils of green and purple. On the deck of the newly expanded cabin by the lake, now their home, Ethan and Willow sat wrapped in a handmade quilt, watching the celestial display. Hard to believe it's been a year, Willow said, leaning into him. Sometimes it feels like you've always been here. In the ways that matter, I think I have, Ethan replied, his arm around her shoulders. The past year had brought changes to Northlights and to them. With Ethan's design background and connection to Kaplan's, they'd modernised the B&B's offerings while preserving its rustic charm. Frank's hip had finally required surgery, making Ethan's permanent presence even more valuable. The dog sledding tours now operated year-round, using wheeled rigs in summer, and had become one of the most sought-after experiences in the area. Ethan's remote work arrangement had evolved too. He now served as a consultant for Kaplan's Elay Alaskan projects, travelling to Anchorage occasionally, but maintaining his base in Talkeetna. His field recordings had gained a following online, with several being licensed for documentaries about the Alaskan wilderness. But the most significant change lay between them, in the deepening of their connection that had transformed initial attraction into lasting partnership. "I have something for you," Ethan said, reaching into his pocket. "Or rather, something to ask you." Willow turned to him, her grey eyes reflecting the aurora above. "I'm listening." He withdrew a small wooden box, hand-carved with a pattern of mountains and stars. "I made this, from that spruce that fell during the November storm." She took it, running her fingers over the intricate carving. "It's beautiful." "Open it." Inside, nestled on a bed of soft moss, lay a ring, not a traditional diamond, but a band of polished meteorite inlaid with local jade and tiny aurora-coloured opals. "Willow Morgan was," Ethan said softly. "I came to Alaska broken, looking for silence. I found music instead, in the wilderness, in the rhythm of this life, and most of all, in you." He took her hand. "Will you marry me? Not because we need any ceremony to confirm what we already know, but because I want to stand under these same lights and promise you forever in front of everyone we love." Tears filled her eyes, catching the colours of the aurora. "Yes," she whispered. "Of course, yes." As he slipped the ring onto her finger, a particularly brilliant wave of green light pulsed overhead, as if the sky itself was celebrating their promise. Later they lay in bed listening to the faint chorus of wolves in the distance, a sound Ethan had captured many times but never tired of hearing. Willow's head rested on his chest, her breathing slowing towards sleep. "Do you ever miss New York?" she asked drowsily. "The life you had before?" Ethan considered the question, his hand absently stroking her hair. "I miss certain things, good pizza, art museums, being able to get Thai food at midnight. But that life feels like a prologue now, like everything before Alaska was preparing me for this, for here, for you." She lifted her head to look at him, her expression soft in the dim light. "What do you think would have happened if we'd met in New York? If we'd crossed paths there instead of here?" "I'd like to think we would have found each other anyway," he said. "That some connections are inevitable, regardless of geography." "You're getting poetic in your old age, Ethan Cole," she teased, settling back against him. "Alaska does that to a person. Or maybe it's just loving you." Outside, the aurora continued its silent dance across the sky, nature's reminder that the most profound beauty often comes after the darkest nights. Inside, Ethan held the woman who had helped him rediscover not just love, but purpose, not just healing, but growth. His last thought before drifting to sleep was not of what he'd left behind, but of all that lay ahead. Seasons changing, dogs aging, a B&B thriving, a love deepening, a life being lived fully and intentionally in this wild place that had become, improbably but perfectly, home. The end. Sienna Murphy had mastered the art of convincing herself she was content. At 34, she had the corner office at Pinnacle Publishing, a sleek Manhattan apartment with floor-to-ceiling windows, and a collection of first editions that made her colleagues green with envy. What she didn't have, what she refused to admit she still wanted, was Dale Wilder. Another manuscript rejected, Sienna sighed, tossing her phone onto the plush cushions of her couch. Friday nights used to involve dinners at Hidden Gems or gallery openings with friends. Now they meant takeout and tracksuit bottoms, a glass of Cabernet, and the company of fictional characters who couldn't hurt her. Her phone buzzed at exactly 11:47 p.m. The number wasn't saved in her contacts, but something about those digits triggered a flutter of recognition. I miss you. 3 words, simple enough to be a mistake, complex enough to unsettle her perfectly curated calm. Perhaps it was the wine, or perhaps it was the hollow echo of her apartment, but she replied, "Who is this?" The response came immediately. "Shit. Sorry. Wrong number. She should have left it there." But life rarely offers neat closure, and Sienna had learned that closure was sometimes just another word for giving up. No worries. Hope you find who you're looking for. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, reappeared. Sienna? Sienna Murphy? Her fingers froze above the screen. How did a wrong number know her name? The flutter in her chest intensified. Yes. Who's asking? It's Dale. Dale Wilder. The name materialized on her screen like a ghost, and suddenly Sienna was 24 again, standing in the rain outside their Brooklyn apartment, watching Dale load his life into a taxi. It's just a year, he'd promised. This assignment could make my career. But a year turned into forever, and promises dissolved into unanswered calls until eventually they both stopped trying. Dale. Wow. It's been a decade. 10 years, 3 months, and about 16 days. But who's counting? She found herself smiling despite the knot forming in her throat. His precision, that slight self-deprecation, it was so Dale. "You sure you texted the wrong number?" she challenged. Honestly, yes, but maybe it wasn't a mistake. Maybe it was, I don't know, cosmic intervention? Sienna rolled her eyes, but the smile lingered. Ill-believing in fate. Someone has to balance out your skepticism. How have you been, Sienna? And just like that, they were talking. About inconsequential things at first. The weather, unusually warm for April. Their jobs. She'd been promoted twice, he'd won a Pulitzer. Mutual friends, fewer than expected after the breakup. But as midnight stretched into the small hours, their conversation deepened. "Remember that tiny Italian place in the village? With the chef who always gave us free limoncello?" Dale texted. "Of course, Vincenzo's. Their carbonara was like a religious experience. It's still there. I checked." Her heartbeat quickened. "You're in New York for the last month. Home base for now." The implications of "for now" weren't lost on Sienna. Dale had always been in transition, a nomad with a camera and insatiable wanderlust. His temporary stops eventually became her permanent heartbreak. "We should get coffee," he suggested after a pause that felt significant. "Just to catch up properly, no pressure." The rational part of Sienna, the part that had rebuilt her life brick by careful brick, knew that coffee with Dale Wilder was like playing with matches while sitting on dynamite. But there was another part, a part she'd tried to silence for a decade that whispered, "What if?" "Just coffee," she agreed, setting boundaries as much for herself as for him. "Tomorrow? 2 p.m. at the grounds on West 4th? I'll be there." As Sienna set her phone down, she glanced at her bookshelf where, hidden behind a row of contemporary fiction, sat a shoebox of photographs, evidence of a life she'd once imagined with the man who'd just re-entered her life with 3 simple words. "I miss you." Harper Monroe's voice echoed in her head. Careful, Si. Some doors aren't meant to be reopened. But Sienna had spent 10 years being careful, and where had it gotten her? Successful, yes. Fulfilled, debatable. Alone on a Friday night, definitely. She ran her fingers through her chestnut hair, longer now than when Dale had known her. She wasn't the same idealistic 20-something he'd left behind. She was sharper, more guarded, less willing to gamble her heart. She'd built a life without him, a good life. One coffee couldn't change that. Could it? Across the city in a rented Soho loft filled with photography equipment and half-unpacked boxes, Dale Wilder stared at his phone, hardly believing his luck. He'd meant to text Rebecca, a half-hearted attempt to resurrect a relationship that had ended largely because she wasn't Sienna. His fingers had dialed from memory, muscle recollection of a number he'd once known better than his own. "You're playing with fire," his friend Alex had warned when Dale mentioned being back in New York. "You broke her heart. You think she's just waiting around for you to waltz back in?" Dale knew better. Sienna Murphy wasn't a woman who waited. She was a woman who moved on, who built fortresses around her vulnerabilities. Getting past those walls would take more than charm and apologies. It would take the truth. And the truth was that for 10 years, he'd been running from the biggest mistake of his life. Tomorrow at the grounds, he would start making amends. Not because he expected forgiveness, but because Sienna deserved to know. Every landscape he'd photographed, every war zone he'd documented, every moment of beauty or tragedy he'd captured, he'd been looking for something that felt like home, something that felt like her. The grounds was exactly the type of place that would attract the new Sienna, minimalist but warm, with mismatched vintage furniture and an entire wall dedicated to local artwork. Dale arrived 15 minutes early, snagging a corner table that offered some privacy, while still allowing him a clear view of the entrance. At precisely 2:03 p.m, Sienna walked in. Time had been kind to her, or perhaps she had simply mastered it as she had everything else. Her hair caught the afternoon light, revealing auburn highlights he didn't remember. She wore a simple emerald blouse that made her eyes appear almost amber, paired with tailored black pants and heeled boots that emphasized her confidence. She moved with purpose, scanning the cafe until her gaze locked with his. Dale stood, suddenly aware of his heartbeat in his fingertips. He'd spent the morning convincing himself this was just coffee with an old friend. The moment she walked in, that fiction dissolved. "Hi," she said, her voice controlled but soft. "Hi back." He gestured to the chair across from him. "I ordered you a latte. Oat milk, no sugar. Unless your coffee preferences have changed too." A flicker of surprise crossed her face. They haven't. She settled into the chair, placing her phone face down on the table, a conscious decision to be present. "You look good. The rugged photojournalist suits you. And you look successful, which isn't surprising." He smiled, taking in the subtle changes 10 years had wrought. Fine lines around her eyes that appeared when she smiled, a certain guardedness in her posture. "So," she began after an awkward pause, "a Pulitzer, huh?" Dale nodded, embarrassed by the pride that surfaced. "For the series on climate refugees in the South Pacific. It was intense, beautiful and heartbreaking." "I saw the photographs," Sienna admitted. "In the Atlantic. They were stunning, intimate without being exploitative." "You followed my work?" The revelation surprised him. "I'm a literary editor. It's my job to keep up with important cultural contributions." She took a sip of her latte, leaving an imprint of nude lipstick on the rim. "It doesn't mean anything." But it did, and they both knew it. "What about you?" Dale asked, changing the subject. "Pinnacle Publishing's rising star from what I hear." "Who've you been talking to?" she challenged, eyes narrowing slightly. "Harper. We ran into each other a few months ago. She gave me the cold shoulder at first, then grudgingly updated me on your life while warning me to stay away." Sienna laughed, a genuine sound that made something in Dale's chest tighten. "That sounds like Harper. She's fiercely protective. As she should be, Dale acknowledged. I didn't exactly leave on honourable terms. The statement hung between them, the first acknowledgement of their shared history. No, Sienna agreed quietly. You didn't. Dale had prepared speeches, rehearsed explanations, but sitting across from her, they all seemed inadequate. I was selfish, he said simply. I convinced myself I was doing it for us, but I was doing it for me. I needed to see the world, make my mark. I didn't realise what I was leaving behind until it was too late. When did you realise? Her question was pointed, her gaze steady. In a refugee camp in Bangladesh, I was photographing this family, parents, 3 kids, grandmother, who'd lost everything in a flood. But they were laughing, sharing one mango between them, and I thought, this is what I've been trying to capture, this feeling of home, of belonging, no matter where you are. And then it hit me that I had that once, with you. Sienna's expression softened slightly, but she remained silent. I tried calling, Dale continued, about 2 years after I left, but your number had changed, and Harper told me you were seeing someone. Marcus, Sienna nodded. He was nice, safe, predictable. What happened? He proposed after a year. I realised I couldn't say yes to someone when I was still. She trailed off, looking away. Still what? Dale pressed gently. Haunted, she admitted, by us, by what could have been. Their conversation flowed easier after that confession, as if acknowledging the elephant in the room had given them permission to be honest. They exchanged stories, her promotion to senior editor, his close call in a Syrian airstrike, her brother Greg's wedding where she'd caught the bouquet and promptly handed it to another guest. Remember that bookstore in Williamsburg? Dale asked as they finished their 3rd round of coffee. The one with the ladder that got stuck when we were in the poetry section, Sienna finished, smiling at the memory. And you kissed me for the first time while we were waiting for the owner to rescue us. Still there, Dale said. The bookstore, I mean. I walked past it yesterday and almost went in. Why didn't you? He met her gaze steadily. Some places are too sacred to revisit alone. The implication lingered between them. We could go, Sienna suggested, surprising herself. After this, for old time's sake, Dale's expression brightened. Just to browse books, right? No getting stuck on ladders or making out between the stacks. Definitely not, she agreed, but the slight flush in her cheeks betrayed her. This is just closure, or friendship, or something. But as they walked the 15 blocks to Books and Brambles, their hands brushed once, twice, and on the 3rd time Sienna didn't pull away when Dale's fingers tentatively intertwined with hers. It was supposed to be just coffee, she reminded herself. But then again, it was supposed to be just a text, and before that just a fling, and before that just a stranger with kind eyes and a camera asking if he could photograph her reading in Washington Square Park. With Dale Wilder it had never been just anything. The bookstore was exactly as they remembered and completely different. The same warren of shelves and hidden reading nooks, but with fresh paint and new inventory. The owner, a woman in her 70s with silver dreadlocks, recognised them immediately. "Well, look what the literary gods dragged in," she exclaimed, embracing Sienna, the editor and the photographer, together again. "Just catching up, Marisa," Sienna clarified, acutely aware of Dale's hand still loosely holding hers. Marisa hummed sceptically. "The poetry section missed you. 3rd floor, left corner. Those Neruda books haven't been the same without you two steaming up the pages." Dale laughed as Sienna blushed. "We'll be on our best behaviour," he promised. They browsed separately at first, falling into their old pattern. Dale in photography and travel, Sienna in fiction and poetry, but gradually they gravitated toward each other, sharing discoveries, reading passages aloud, debating authors' merits just as they once had. "Listen to this," Sienna said, reading from a slim volume of contemporary poetry. "What if we are just the sum of moments we didn't turn back, roads untaken, words unpoken, What if love is just the courage to reverse one such moment? Their eyes met over the book, and the years between them seemed to compress. "I should have come back," Dale said quietly. "After that first assignment, I should have chosen you." Sienna closed the book carefully. "And I should have been brave enough to follow you, or at least to answer when you finally called." "Why didn't you?" "Because I was afraid," she admitted. "Not of travelling or of change, but of being someone's afterthought. Your camera always came first, Dale. I couldn't compete with your passion." "It wasn't a competition," he countered, "or it shouldn't have been. I was young and stupid and thought I had to choose between my art and my heart." "And now?" The question slipped out before Sienna could stop it. Dale stepped closer, close enough that she could smell the familiar scent of him. Sandalwood, and something uniquely his. "Now I know better. Now I know that the greatest art comes from being fully alive, fully present, and I was never more alive than when I was with you." The moment hung between them, charged with a decade of unresolved feelings. Sienna was acutely aware of every point of almost contact, his breath on her cheek, the heat radiating from his body, the magnetic pull she'd spent years trying to forget. She stepped back. "I can't do this again, Dale," she said softly. "I built a life after you left. A good life. I can't risk that for whatever this is." He nodded, respect and disappointment mingling in his expression. "I understand, but can I ask one thing?" "What?" "Let me show you New York through my lens. One day, as friends. There's an exhibit at the Whitney I think you'd love, and a new restaurant in Chinatown that serves these dumplings that would make you reconsider atheism." Sienna laughed despite herself. "That's quite a claim." "I stand by it. Saturday, no pressure, no expectations, just two old friends experiencing the city." She should say no. Every instinct for self-preservation screamed it, but there was another voice, quieter but persistent, that whispered, "What are you so afraid of?" "Saturday," she agreed. "But I'm serious, Dale. Friends, nothing more." He placed a hand over his heart. "Scout's honour." "You were never a scout." "Details, details." As they parted ways outside the bookstore, Sienna found herself watching Dale walk away, his camera bag slung over his shoulder, his stride confident but unhurried. Once, watching him leave had broken her heart. Now it sparked something else, anticipation, curiosity, and the unsettling sense that her carefully constructed life was about to be gloriously disrupted. Back at her apartment, Sienna called Harper. "You saw Dale?" Harper asked incredulously after Sienna explained. "Voluntarily? Without a lawyer present or a sharp object in your purse?" "It was just coffee," Sienna insisted, "and a bookstore visit, for closure." And I'm just running a cafe, not building a cutthroat coffee empire." Harper's voice softened. "Be careful, Si. That man has more power over your heart than you like to admit." "It's different now," Sienna argued. "We're different." "People don't change that much," Harper warned. "And your heart certainly hasn't." After hanging up, Sienna found herself standing before her closet, wondering what one wore to a just friends outing, with the man who still appeared in her dreams. She pushed aside a box on the top shelf and a cascade of photographs spilled out, memories she'd packed away but never truly discarded. She and Dale in Central Park, his arms around her waist, her head thrown back in laughter. The two of them on a Brooklyn rooftop watching fireworks illuminate the skyline. Dale sleeping, his face peaceful, one arm reaching across an empty space as if searching for her even in dreams. Sienna gathered the photographs, intending to return them to their box, but instead found herself spreading them across her bed, reconstructing a timeline of their relationship. The beginning, all excitement and discovery. The middle, deep connection, talks of forever. The end, arguments about priorities, tearful ultimatums, and finally absence. What would their story look like now, she wondered, if given a second chance? Or was Harper right? Were some doors better left closed? Across the city, Dale was asking himself the same question as he edited photographs from his latest assignment. Work that once consumed him now felt hollow compared to the vibrant, complicated reality of being in Sienna's presence again. His phone buzzed with a text from Alex. How'd it go with the one that got away? Dale stared at the screen, considering his response. She didn't get away, he finally typed. I let her go. Big difference. And now? Alex pressed. Dale thought of Sienna's guarded eyes, the way she'd pulled back in the bookstore, the careful boundaries she'd established. Now I'm trying not to make the same mistake twice. He put down his phone and picked up his iPad, scrolling through images until he found what he was looking for, a photograph taken 10 years ago of Sienna silhouetted against the Brooklyn Bridge, her profile illuminated by the golden hour light. He'd carried this image with him across continents, a talisman of what he'd sacrifice for his art. Not this time, he whispered to the empty room. This time, I choose differently. Saturday dawned bright and unseasonably warm, a perfect New York spring day that seemed determined to foster romance despite Sienna's best intentions. She dressed carefully, casual but put together in slim jeans, a soft blue blouse, and a lightweight jacket. Professional but approachable, friendly without being flirtatious. At least that was the plan. Dale waited for her outside the Whitney, looking infuriatingly handsome in dark jeans and a grey Henley that emphasised his shoulders. His face lit up when he spotted her, a genuine smile that created familiar crinkles around his eyes. You came, he said, as if he'd half expected her to cancel. I said I would, she replied, suddenly shy. The exhibit was a retrospective on American photojournalism, featuring works from the civil rights movement through the pandemic. Dale guided her through with expert commentary, his knowledge enhancing the already powerful images. This photographer, he explained, gesturing to a haunting image of a protest, was my mentor for a while. He taught me that the camera isn't a shield, it's a bridge. We don't document to separate ourselves from what's happening, but to connect others to it. Sienna studied him as he spoke, struck by the passion that still animated him when discussing his craft. Is that why you go to the dangerous places? To build bridges? Partly, he admitted, but also because I'm searching for something, the perfect image that says everything without words. I thought I needed to travel the world to find it. And have you found it? Dale's gaze met hers, steady and sincere. Not through the lens, no. The implication hung between them as they continued through the exhibit. Their conversation flowed easily from art to politics to literature, punctuated by comfortable silences and occasional brushes of hands or shoulders that sent electricity shooting through Sienna's carefully maintained composure. After the museum, they wandered through the West Village, stopping at a farmer's market where Dale insisted on buying fresh strawberries. Trust me, they're transcendent. And a tiny spice shop where Sienna introduced him to a blend she'd discovered in his absence. Sprinkle this on scrambled eggs and prepare to have your life changed. It was during lunch at the Promised Dumpling restaurant, which did in fact serve transcendent food, that their careful dance of friendly conversation veered into more dangerous territory. Do you ever wonder, Dale asked, refilling her teacup with practiced ease, what would have happened if I'd stayed? Or if you'd come with me? Sienna considered deflecting, maintaining the comfortable buffer they'd established. But the truth pressed against her chest like a physical weight. All the time, she admitted, especially when I'd see your photographs in magazines. I'd think, I could be there with him, watching him work, sharing that moment. I thought about you in every city, Dale confessed. In Paris, I kept visiting this little bookshop, thinking how you'd love the poetry section. In Tokyo, I found this stationery store with handmade paper that would have made you weak at the knees. Why didn't you ever write? After that one call, I mean. Dale set down his chopsticks, his expression serious. Pride, fear. The longer I waited, the harder it became. And then I saw an article about your promotion at Pinnacle. It with a quote about how you'd found your purpose, and I thought, maybe you were better off without me. That wasn't for you to decide, Sienna said quietly. I know that now. Dale reached across the table, his fingers brushing hers. I know a lot of things now that I was too young and stupid to understand then. Sienna didn't pull away. Like what? Like the fact that purpose isn't just about work. It's about who you share your life with, who you come home to. Like the fact that seeing the world means nothing if you don't have the right person beside you experiencing it too. His words resonated in a place Sienna had tried to keep walled off. When did you get so wise? She asked, attempting humour to disguise how deeply he'd affected her. Somewhere between a refugee camp in Lebanon and a hospital in Myanmar. His smile was tinged with sadness. Nothing clarifies your priorities like photographing people who've lost everything but still find reasons to go on. After lunch, they walked to Washington Square Park, where they'd first met 16 years ago. Dale, a photography student looking for subjects. Sienna, an English literature major reading Austen on a bench. You asked if you could photograph me, Sienna recalled as they found a spot near the fountain. I said no, but you agreed to coffee instead, Dale finished. Best rejection I've ever received. They sat in comfortable silence, watching children chase pigeons and street musicians compete for attention. The familiar weight of Dale's camera around his neck was a reminder of who he'd always been, an observer, a capturer of moments, forever seeking the perfect frame. May I? He asked suddenly, lifting his camera. For old time's sake. Sienna hesitated, then nodded. The camera shutter clicked, once, twice, 3 times as she gazed at the fountain, then turned to face him with a question in her eyes. Beautiful, he murmured, more to himself than to her as he reviewed the images. You've always been my favourite subject. Can I see? He handed her the camera, their fingers brushing in the exchange. Sienna looked at the photographs, herself in profile, then turning, then looking directly at the camera with an expression so open, so unguarded, it startled her. Is this how you see me? She asked softly. It's who you are when you forget to be careful, Dale replied, when you're just being Sienna. Something shifted between them in that moment, a wall crumbling, a distance closing. Sienna found herself leaning toward him, drawn by a force she'd never fully escaped. Sienna, he began, his voice rough with emotion. I know I said friends, but... Her phone rang, shattering the moment. It was Mark Dawson, her boss. I'm sorry, she apologised, standing to take the call. I have to... Go ahead, Dale nodded understandingly. The conversation was brief but consequential. An author had pulled out of a major project, creating a crisis that required Sienna's immediate attention. I have to go, she told Dale apologetically. Work emergency. Of course, he stood, disappointment evident despite his smile. Duty calls. Thank you for today, she said, suddenly reluctant to leave. It was more than I expected. Does that mean we can do it again? His question was casual, but his eyes searched hers for deeper answers. Sienna knew she was at a crossroads. She could retreat to safety, to the life she'd built without him, or she could take a risk, open a door she'd kept firmly shut for a decade. I'd like that, she decided, her smile genuine. Call me? Count on it, Dale promised. And this time when they parted, Sienna didn't look back. Not because she was afraid, but because she knew with certainty that this wasn't an ending. 2 weeks later, their just friends pretense was threadbare at best. They'd spent nearly every free evening together. Dinner at hidden gems Dale had discovered, readings at bookstores Sienna loved, long walks through neighbourhoods they'd once explored as a couple. Each meeting ended the same way, lingering gazes, almost touches, and the growing recognition that they were merely postponing the inevitable. It was after dinner at Harper's Cafe, a slightly awkward affair where Harper had alternated between pointed questions and protective glares, that the carefully maintained boundary between them finally collapsed. "Your friend is terrifying," Dale commented as they walked towards Sienna's apartment. "I'm pretty sure she was mentally calculating how to dispose of my body if I hurt you again." "Harper's bark is worse than her bite," Sienna laughed. "Usually." "I deserved the 3rd degree," he admitted. "I'm just grateful she didn't poison my food." "The night's still young. Those stomach cramps might kick in any minute." They reached her building, pausing at the entrance in what had become their ritual of restraint, saying goodnight without crossing the invisible line they'd drawn. "Well," Dale began, hands in his pockets to stop himself from reaching for her. "Thank you for dinner." "Thank Harper. It was her cafe." "But your company." Sienna looked up at him, at the face she'd once known better than her own, at the eyes that still saw her in a way no one else ever had. "Do you want to come up?" she asked impulsively. "For coffee or something?" Dale studied her face, searching for certainty. "Are you sure?" She wasn't. Not entirely. But she was tired of caution, tired of wondering. "Yes," she decided. "I'm sure." Her apartment reflected her, elegant but comfortable, with bookshelves lining every available wall and framed literary quotes instead of conventional art. Dale moved through the space carefully, as if trying not to disturb the life she'd built in his absence. "You still have it," he observed, spotting a framed photograph on her desk, the two of them at Coney Island, windswept and laughing. "I couldn't bring myself to throw it away," she admitted. "It was a good day." "The best," he agreed, turning to face her. "Sienna, I need to tell you something." Her heart stuttered. "What is it?" "I've been offered an assignment. A big one. A year-long documentary project in South America, following indigenous communities fighting deforestation." The words hit her like a physical blow. "When do you leave?" "That's just it. I haven't accepted yet." He stepped closer, his expression earnest. "I told them I needed time to consider it." "It sounds like exactly the kind of project you live for," Sienna said carefully, trying to ignore the sinking feeling in her stomach. "Why wouldn't you accept?" "Because there's something else I live for now." Dale took her hands in his. "Something I should have never left in the first place." "Dale." "Let me finish," he insisted gently. "I'm not the same man who left you 10 years ago. I don't need to chase recognition or adventure at the expense of what really matters. What matters is this: you and me, and the life we could build together." "So you're saying you'd turn down the assignment?" Sienna asked, unable to keep the skepticism from her voice. "The old Dale would never do that." "I'm not saying I wouldn't take it," Dale clarified. "I'm saying I wouldn't take it without asking you to come with me. Or without discussing how we could make it work long distance if that's what you wanted. I'm saying I choose us, Sienna, however that looks." The words were everything she'd once wanted to hear, and yet, "How do I know you won't change your mind? That wanderlust won't call you somewhere I can't follow." "Because I've seen the world without you, and it's empty," he said simply. "Because every amazing sight, every incredible sunset, every moment worth capturing, they all felt incomplete. I kept thinking Sienna should be here. Sienna would love this. I wish I could share this with Sienna." He cupped her face gently, his touch achingly familiar. "I'm not asking for an answer about South America tonight. I'm just asking for a chance to prove that this time is different. That I'm different." Sienna stood at the precipice of a decision that could reshape her entire life. The sensible choice would be to protect herself, to maintain the independence she'd fought so hard to build. But as she looked into Dale's eyes, she recognized a truth she'd been avoiding since that first text message. Some loves don't die. They just wait for the right moment to bloom again. "I need time," she whispered, "to think about what this means, what I want." "Take all the time you need," Dale assured her. dropping his hands. "I'll wait. I'm good at that now." He moved toward the door, respecting her need for space, but Sienna caught his wrist. "I didn't say you had to leave." Their kiss, when it finally came, was like returning to a beloved book, familiar yet full of new discoveries. His hands remembered the curve of her waist, her fingers recalled the texture of his hair, and their bodies fell into a rhythm that 10 years apart hadn't erased. Later, tangled in sheets and shared breaths, Sienna traced the new scars on Dale's body, evidence of the life he'd lived without her, stories written on his skin. "What happens now?" she asked, head resting on his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. "Now," Dale said, pressing a kiss to her forehead, "we stop letting fear make our decisions for us." Morning brought clarity and complications. Sienna woke to find Dale already awake, watching her with a tenderness that made her heart constrict. "Creepy," she mumbled, stretching languidly. "Beautiful," he countered, kissing her shoulder. "I forgot how your nose scrunches when you're dreaming." The intimacy of the observation, the fact that he had once known her sleeping habits, that he remembered such a detail, was both comforting and terrifying. They'd fallen back into each other's arms as if the decade between had been merely a pause, not a separation. But reality couldn't be held at bay forever. Over breakfast, Dale making omelettes in her kitchen as if he belonged there, they talked around the subject of South America, focusing instead on safer topics, the manuscript Sienna was editing, the exhibit Dale was planning for his refugee series. It was only as they finished their coffee that Sienna finally asked, "When do they need your answer?" about the assignment. 3 weeks, Dale replied, his expression carefully neutral. "But I meant what I said last night. I won't make any decision without considering us first." "What if there is no us?" Sienna challenged, needing to test his resolve. "What if last night was just closure?" Dale set down his mug, his gaze steady. Was it just closure? She wished she could say yes, could retreat to the safety of her independent life. But the truth hummed in her veins. "No," she admitted softly, "it wasn't just closure." "Then we figure it out," Dale said with quiet determination. "Together. No ultimatums, no running away, not from me, not from you." The next few weeks passed in a blur of rediscovery and negotiation. By day they maintained their separate lives, Sienna immersed in a publishing crisis, Dale preparing for a gallery showing. By night, they rebuilt what had been broken, sharing stories of the years between, relearning each other's bodies, confessing fears and hopes in the safety of darkness. "What if you come for part of it?" Dale suggested one evening, as they sat on Sienna's balcony, watching the city lights shimmer. "You could use some of your vacation time, stay for a month or two. I could come back between segments." "Long distance," Sienna mused, swirling wine in her glass. "The very thing we couldn't make work before." "We're not the same people we were before," Dale reminded her. "I have more control over my assignments now. You have more flexibility with remote work. Technology's better. We could actually see each other every day, even when we're apart." Sienna considered it. The prospect wasn't ideal, but it was a compromise. Something neither of them had been willing to attempt a decade ago. "I need to think about it," she said finally. "Not just about logistics, but about what I want. For myself. For us." Dale nodded, accepting her hesitation without pushing. That, perhaps more than anything, convinced Sienna that he truly had changed. The old Dale would have pressed his case, would have tried to persuade her with passion and promises. This Dale gave her space to find her own answers. The decision crystallized for Sienna not during a profound moment of revelation, but in the quiet ordinariness of a Tuesday evening. She'd had a disastrous day at work, an author threatening to pull their manuscript, a printing error in a major release, Charlie from marketing having a complete meltdown over a missed deadline. She'd arrived home exhausted, mentally composing her resignation letter, and found Dale in her kitchen chopping vegetables. "Bad day?" he'd asked, taking one look at her face. Without waiting for an answer, he had poured her a glass of wine, guided her to the couch, and simply listened as she vented her frustrations. No solutions, no platitudes, just presence and understanding. Later, as they ate the simple but delicious meal he'd prepared, Sienna realised something profound. In all her years of independence, in all her carefully constructed self-sufficiency, she'd forgotten the simple comfort of having someone to come home to, someone who saw her, not just her competence or her success, but her humanity, her vulnerability. "I want this," she said suddenly, interrupting Dale's story about a photography student he had been mentoring. "The pasta?" he asked, confused. "I can make it again tomorrow if you want." "No," Sienna laughed, then grew serious. "This, us, a life together." Dale set down his fork, his expression a mixture of hope and caution. "Are you saying?" "I'm saying I don't want to be afraid anymore." She reached for his hand across the table. "I'm saying that whatever form it takes, South America, New York, long distance, side by side, I choose us. I choose you." The smile that bloomed across Dale's face was like sunrise. "You're sure?" "I've never been more sure of anything," Sienna confirmed. "Which is terrifying, by the way. I hope you appreciate the personal growth happening here." Dale laughed, then sobered. "I do, and I promise you, Sienna Murphy, I will never take that trust for granted." They began planning, not just for South America, but for a shared future. Dale negotiated with his agency, arranging for regular breaks in the year-long project. Sienna spoke with Mark about remote work possibilities. They discovered solutions neither would have considered at 24. Compromises that felt not like concessions, but like choices made with clear eyes and open hearts. 2 days before Dale was scheduled to leave, disaster struck. The kind of disaster that tests not just new relationships, but fundamental values. "They need a different photographer," Dale announced, his face ashen as he entered Sienna's apartment after an emergency meeting with his agency. "The one who was covering the Syrian refugee crisis had an accident. They need me to take over." Sienna felt her heart sink. "Syria, not South America." Dale nodded, his expression torn. "It's a critical assignment. These people's stories need to be told, but it's also significantly more dangerous, and our carefully arranged schedule would be impossible," Sienna finished for him. "War zones don't accommodate visit planning." "I told them I needed to discuss it with you before giving an answer," Dale said, taking her hands. "This isn't just my decision anymore." Sienna realised they were at another crossroads, the very one they'd faced a decade earlier, but with higher stakes and deeper understanding. "What do you want to do?" she asked, needing to hear his honest answer. Dale closed his eyes briefly, then met her gaze with unflinching honesty. "Part of me wants to take the assignment. These are stories that need witnessing, and I'm good at what I do, but a bigger part, the part that finally has perspective, wants to tell them I'll recommend someone else, that I've made my choice, and it's you." The words hung between them, heavy with implications. Sienna recognised the magnitude of what he was offering, not just a change of plans, but a fundamental shift in priorities. She also recognised that asking him to give up this work would be asking him to be someone he wasn't. "Take the assignment," she said finally. Dale's eyes widened. "Sienna, let me finish," she interrupted gently. "Take the assignment, but not because I'm giving you permission or because it's the only option. Take it because it's important work that you're uniquely qualified to do. Take it knowing that I'll be here when you get back. Not waiting, but living my life alongside yours, even when we're apart." "You're sure?" Dale searched her face. "This isn't exactly what we planned." "When is life ever what we plan?" Sienna smiled, though her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "We'll adapt, make new arrangements, find ways to stay connected, and when you're between assignments, we'll be together, really together." "I love you," Dale said simply. "I never stopped." "I know," Sienna replied, recognizing the truth that had always lived beneath her defences. "Neither did I." 6 months later, Dale returned from his first rotation in Syria, thinner, older somehow, with new shadows in his eyes, but the same tenderness in his touch. They spent 3 weeks reconnected, sharing space and breath and dreams, before he had to leave again. It wasn't perfect. There were difficult days, lonely nights, technological failures at the worst possible moments. There were arguments over time zones and missed calls, fears that went unspoken until they erupted in tearful midnight confessions. But there was also a depth to their love that had been missing before, a maturity born of separation and choice, a certainty that had been tested and proven resilient. 1 year after the wrong number text that had reconnected them, Dale returned to New York for what Sienna thought was another brief visit between assignments. Instead, he arrived with news. "I've accepted a position at the New York School of Visual Arts," he announced as they walked through Central Park, autumn leaves crunching beneath their feet. "Teaching advanced photojournalism with time built in for independent projects." Sienna stopped walking, stunned. "You're staying in New York?" "Not just in New York," Dale clarified. "With you, if you'll have me." "What about your field work?" Sienna asked, needing to be sure. "The stories you feel compelled to tell?" "I'll still tell them," Dale assured her. "I've arranged for 8 weeks each year for international assignments, but the rest of the time I'll be here, building a life with you." "You won't resent it?" Sienna pressed. "The compromise?" Dale took her face in his hands, his expression serene in its certainty. "It's not a compromise, Sienna, it's a choice. My choice, the right one, finally." From his pocket he withdrew a small velvet box, not new, but familiar. The same ring he'd given her 12 years before, the one she'd returned when he'd chosen his career over their relationship. "I kept it," he explained, seeing her recognition, as a reminder of what I'd lost, what I hoped to find again someday. He didn't kneel, they were beyond such formalities. Instead, he held the ring between them, an offering rather than a question. "Marry me," he said simply. "Not because it's expected or traditional, but because I want to choose you every day for the rest of my life. Because we've proven we can survive distance and time and our own worst tendencies. Because there's no one else I want to build a home with, grow old with, argue with, and love with every breath I have left." Sienna looked at the ring, a modest diamond flanked by sapphires, chosen by a younger Dale who'd known her taste even then. She thought of the journey that had brought them to this moment, the pain, the growth, the unexpected second chance. "Yes," she answered, her voice steady with certainty. "Not because we need a piece of paper to validate what we have, but because I want the world to know that I choose you too. That we chose each other, eyes wide open, knowing exactly what we're getting into this time." As Dale slipped the ring onto her finger, a perfect fit, despite the years between, Sienna realised that their story wasn't about fate or cosmic intervention or even a fortuitous wrong number. It was about two people who loved each other, enough to grow, to change, to meet in the middle of their separate paths and forge a new one together. Later that night, as they lay tangled in sheets and plans for the future, Dale murmured against her hair, "You know, I lied about that first text." Sienna propped herself up on one elbow, curious. "What do you mean?" "Wasn't a wrong number," he confessed. "I knew exactly who I was texting. I'd gotten your number from Harper months before, but never had the courage to use it." "You sneaky," Sienna swatted his chest, laughing. "So much for cosmic intervention." "Oh, I still believe in fate," Dale grinned, pulling her closer. "It just needed a little help from me." "From us," Sienna corrected, kissing him softly. It's always been about us. And in the quiet sanctuary of their reconnection, with the city lights painting patterns on the ceiling, and the future stretching before them, imperfect but chosen, complex but certain, they finally understood what had eluded them a decade before. That love isn't about perfect timing or dramatic gestures or even shared passion. It's about the courage to choose each other again and again, through distance and doubt and the messy reality of two separate lives becoming one shared journey. Sometimes the right love starts with a wrong number, and sometimes it just takes a decade to get the message. Calla Morgan watched the Welcome to Black Hollow sign emerge from the fog like a warning. The peeling paint and weathered wood seemed to say what her mother wouldn't. This move was a mistake. "It has character," her mother said from behind the steering wheel, the forced cheerfulness in her voice painful to hear. Character wasn't the word Calla would use. Haunted maybe, forgotten, the kind of place where secrets didn't just hide, they festered. The divorce had been final for exactly 27 days when her mother announced they were leaving Seattle. A fresh start, she'd called it, as if a small town in the middle of nowhere could erase the memory of finding her father with his research assistant. Black Hollow emerged from the mist like a town trapped in amber. Victorian houses with Widow's Walk stood sentinel over narrow streets. Shops with hand-painted signs lined the main street. No chain stores, no familiar logos. Just local establishments with names like Blackwood Apothecary and Clips Antiques. The Morgans' new home sat at the edge of town, backing up to a forest so dense it seemed to swallow the sunlight. Their realtor had called it a historic gem at an unbeatable price. Translation: nobody wanted to live in it. The house groaned when they entered, as if disturbed from a long sleep. Calla's bedroom was on the second floor, with a bay window that faced the woods. That night, as her mother slept off the exhaustion of unpacking, Calla sat at the window, watching the fog curl around ancient trees. Something moved at the forest's edge. A shadow, distinct from the darkness, shifted between the trees. Not an animal, too tall, too deliberate. A person, perhaps, watching. Calla blinked, and it was gone. Black Hollow. High school was a study in social anthropology. By lunch on her first day, Calla had identified the major tribes, the athletes, the academic overachievers, the artsy rebels, and then there were the locals, kids whose families had been in Black Hollow for generations. They were different somehow, quieter, watchful. "You're in my seat." Calla looked up to find a girl with midnight blue hair staring down at her. Her expression wasn't hostile, just matter-of-fact. "Sorry," Calla said, gathering her things. "You're the new girl, the one living in the old Morgan place." "It's the Johnston house, actually," Calla corrected. "We're the Morgans." The girl's eyebrows rose. "Interesting coincidence." She slid into the seat Calla had vacated. "I'm Willow, and you should be careful in that house, especially at night." "Why's that?" "The Morgan estate, Johnston House, borders the Blackwood property. That's Shadowborn territory." "Shadowborn?" A boy at the next table snorted. "Don't mind Willow. Her grandmother fills her head with all the old stories." "They're not just stories," Willow said, her voice dropping. "The Shadowborn are real. Souls trapped between life and death. They can only exist in darkness." "Right," Calla said, backing away slowly. "Thanks for the warning." But that night, as Calla stared out her bedroom window again, the forest seemed to breathe with possibilities. The shadows shifted again, but this time she was sure there was someone there. Wrapping herself in a hoodie, Calla slipped out the back door. The air was cold for September, carrying the scent of pine and something older, like earth and stone. the forest swallowed sound, her footsteps muffled by decades of fallen leaves. What had seemed like a short distance from her window stretched into a disorienting walk. Just as Calla was about to turn back, the trees opened up to reveal a clearing, and in it, the skeleton of what must have once been a grand estate. The Blackwood property. Moonlight streamed through broken windows and collapsed sections of roof, painting the ruined mansion in silver. Despite its decrepit state, there was a strange beauty to it. A sense of frozen time. You shouldn't be here at night. Calla whirled around, heart thundering. He stood at the edge of the clearing, a boy about her age with features so finely drawn they seemed almost unreal. His eyes caught the moonlight, reflecting it back like polished silver. He wore dark clothes that seemed to blend with the shadows around him. "This is private property," he said, his voice low and melodic, with an accent she couldn't place. Something old-fashioned, like he'd stepped out of another time. "I'm sorry," Calla said, finding her voice. "I'm new in town. I live just through those trees." The Morgan place. It wasn't a question. "Johnston House," she corrected automatically. "But yes, that's the one." A smile touched his lips, there and gone in an instant. Names change. The land remembers. "I'm Calla." He hesitated, as if weighing whether to offer his name in return. "Ash," he finally said. "Do you live around here?" she asked, though something told her the answer was complicated. His smile was sad now, in a manner of speaking. He glanced at the sky. "You should go home, Calla Morgan. Night isn't safe here." "Because of the Shadowborn?" The words slipped out before she could stop them. He went very still. "What do you know of such things?" "Nothing," she admitted. "Just something a girl at school mentioned." Ash's silver eyes studied her face. "Some legends exist for a reason. Go home, Calla. Lock your doors and windows, and don't come back here." But even as he said it, something passed between them, a recognition, a connection that hummed like electricity in the air. And Calla knew, with absolute certainty, that she would see him again. The next day at school, Calla found Willow in the library during free period. "The boy who lives near the old Blackwood estate," Calla said without preamble. "Ash, what do you know about him?" Willow's eyes widened. "You've seen him?" "Last night." Willow glanced around, then lowered her voice. "There is no boy living near the Blackwood estate. No one has lived there for over 100 years. "But I met him," Calla insisted. "He was real." "Was it dark? Could you see through him at all?" "What? No. He wasn't a ghost, if that's what you're asking." Willow didn't look convinced. "What did he look like?" "Tall, dark hair, silver eyes." The colour drained from Willow's face. Asher Blackwood disappeared in 1873. He was said to have eyes like quicksilver. She pulled out her phone and showed Calla a photo of an old portrait. "This hangs in the town museum." Calla's breath caught. The portrait was faded, the colours muted by time, but the face was unmistakable. Ash. His clothes were different, from another century, but those eyes, the same. "That's impossible," she whispered. "Not if he's a Shadowborn," Willow said. "Neither living nor dead, bound to the darkness. The legend says they can only exist at night. In sunlight, they dissolve." Calla remembered how Ash had glanced at the sky, his urgency in sending her home. "I'm going back tonight," she announced. "That's a terrible idea," Willow said, but Calla could see the curiosity in her eyes. "But if you do, be careful. The Shadowborn are drawn to the living. They feed on life energy." "I'll be fine," Calla said, but a shiver ran through her. Feed on life energy? Surely that was just part of the legend. But when night fell and Calla returned to the ruins, she couldn't shake Willow's warning. The moon was hidden behind clouds tonight, the forest darker, more forbidding. "I didn't think you'd come back." Ash materialized from the shadows, startling her. Tonight he seemed more substantial, less a part of the darkness. "You told me not to," Calla said, "yet here you are." "I have questions." His smile was sad. "I imagine you do." "Are you a ghost?" Calla asked, the question blunt in the quiet night. Ash's laugh was soft, carrying no humour. "Not exactly." He moved closer, and Calla noticed how the moonlight seemed to pass through him at certain angles, as if parts of him weren't quite solid. "I'm what your friend Willow would call a shadowborn." "So you were listening yesterday?" "I'm drawn to the living," he said simply, "especially newcomers. There's something about your energy, brighter, undimmed by this place." A chill ran down Calla's spine. "Do you feed on life energy?" His expression darkened. "Is that what they're saying now?" "No, Calla, I don't feed on anything. I simply exist, or half exist, caught between worlds." "How?" "A curse," he said. "One I've been living with for a very long time." "Since 1873, Calla said. "I saw your portrait today, in the museum." He nodded, unsurprised. "The last image of Asher Blackwood, painted 2 weeks before I vanished, before I became this." "What happened to you?" Ash turned toward the ruined mansion. "Let me show you something." He led her through what had once been grand entry doors, now hanging precariously from rusted hinges. Inside, moonlight filtered through gaps in the roof, illuminating a grand staircase that must have once been magnificent. Now it was in decay, whole sections missing. "This was my home," Ash said, his voice distant. "The Blackwood estate. My father built it when Black Hollow was still new, just a handful of families carving civilization from wilderness." He guided her through rooms filled with broken furniture, peeling wallpaper, and the debris of decades. In what must have been a parlour, a cracked mirror hung askew on the wall. As they passed it, Calla noticed something strange. Her reflection appeared, but Ash cast no image. "You have no reflection," she breathed. "One of the many inconveniences of my condition," he said with a wry smile. They continued to a small room at the back of the house. Unlike the others, this one seemed preserved, as if time had left it untouched. Books lined the walls, thick with dust but intact. A desk sat in the centre, papers still arranged as if their owner had just stepped away. "My study," Ash said. "The heart of the curse." He gestured to a large book open on the desk. The pages were yellow with age, the ink faded but still legible. Drawings of celestial bodies, shadowy figures, and complex symbols covered the pages. "I was a scholar of the occult," Ash explained. "Not out of malice or dark intent, but curiosity. I wanted to understand the boundaries between worlds." His voice turned bitter. "I should have known better than to meddle with forces beyond my comprehension." "What happened?" Calla asked again. "I fell in love," he said simply, "with Heather Graves, daughter of a rival family. Our families had been enemies for generations, fighting over land, influence, the future of Black Hollow. But Heather and I didn't care about old feuds. We were going to leave, start fresh somewhere else." His expression darkened. "But Heather's father, Jonathan Graves, discovered our plan. He couldn't bear the thought of his daughter leaving with a Blackwood, so he turned my own research against me." Ash touched the book, his fingers passing partially through the pages. "Using my notes, Graves performed a ritual during the solar eclipse of 1873. He bound me to the shadows, trapping me between life and death, neither fully here nor gone." "That's horrible," Calla whispered. "The true cruelty was his intention. He didn't want me dead. He wanted me to suffer, to exist forever in this half-life, watching the world change while I remain unchanged." unable to leave Black Hollow, unable to feel the sun. Ash's silver eyes met hers, unable to truly live. There must be a way to break the curse, Calla said. Perhaps, but I've had over a century to search for answers and found nothing. He reached toward her face, his fingers stopping just short of touching her cheek. You should go, Calla. The longer you stay with me, the more you risk. Risk what? The curse. It doesn't just affect me. Those who spend time with Shadowborn begin to fade themselves. The boundary between your world and mine grows thinner. You could become like me. I don't believe that, Calla said. But even as she spoke, she noticed how the moonlight seemed to pass partially through her hand, just for a moment. Ash saw it too. His expression turned to alarm. Go, now, and don't come back. But Calla knew, even as she found her way home through the dark forest, that she would return. Something about Ash called to her, a connection that defied explanation, and if there was a way to break his curse, she was determined to find it. The next day at school, Calla couldn't focus. Her mind kept returning to Ash, to the Blackwood estate, to the curse that had trapped him for over a century. During lunch, she found Willow again. I need to know everything about the Shadowborn, Calla said, and about breaking curses. Willow studied her with concern. You went back to the estate. I met Ash again. He told me everything about the curse, about Jonathan Graves, all of it. You need to be careful, Willow warned. My grandmother says the Graves family has been keeping the Blackwood curse alive for generations. If they find out you're trying to help Ash... The Graves family is still in Black Hollow? Willow nodded. Jonathan Graves' descendants. They own half the town, including the museum where that portrait hangs. They're protective of the town's history. Including the part where their ancestor cursed an innocent man to eternal torment. Especially that part. Willow glanced over Calla's shoulder and lowered her voice. Don't look now, but that Marcus Graves at the table by the window, Jonathan's great-great-grandson. Despite the warning, Calla turned. A boy with sharp features and cold eyes stared back at her. Something in his gaze made her skin crawl. A calculation, an awareness, as if he knew exactly who she was and what she was planning. He knows, Calla whispered. Impossible, Willow said. He can't know you've met Ash. But when Marcus Graves approached their table, his smile didn't reach his eyes. You must be Calla Morgan. I've heard you've taken an interest in local history. Just trying to learn about my new home, Calla said carefully. Admirable. Black Hollow has a fascinating past. He extended a business card. My father runs the Historical Society. If you'd like a tour of the museum, call that number. We'd be happy to share our perspective on things. After he walked away, Calla studied the card. Jonathan Graves Historical Society, it read, with an emblem that looked strangely familiar, similar to one of the symbols she'd seen in Ash's book. That wasn't a friendly invitation, Willow said. That was a warning. That night, Calla waited until her mother was asleep before slipping out to the forest again. The path to the Blackwood estate seemed shorter now, as if the woods themselves were facilitating her return. Ash was waiting, his form more substantial than before, his silver eyes troubled. You shouldn't have come back. I think the Graves family knows I've met you, Calla said. Marcus Graves approached me at school today. Alarm flashed across Ash's face. Then you're in danger. The Graves have maintained the curse for generations. They won't let anyone threaten it. Why? Why keep the curse going after all this time? Power, Ash said simply. The curse doesn't just trap me. It feeds the Graves family. Their influence over Black Hollow is supernatural in nature. They draw strength from my imprisonment. He moved closer, and Calla felt a strange pull, as if gravity worked differently around him. And now they'll see you as a threat. Why me? What can I do against a century-old curse? Ash's expression softened. You don't feel it. The connection between us, she did feel it, had from the moment they met, a resonance like two tuning forks vibrating at the same frequency. Every curse has a weakness, Ash continued. Jonathan Graves knew that when he cast it. That's why the Graves family has been vigilant all these years, preventing anyone from getting close to me. But you... He reached for her, his hand passing partly through hers, creating a strange tingling sensation. You're different. Special. I'm nobody special, Calla protested. Your name, Morgan. It's not a coincidence. Ash guided her back to his study, to the ancient book. He turned several pages, revealing a family tree. The Morgan family was one of the founding families of Black Hollow, rivals to both the Blackwoods and the Graves. They left the area in the 1920s after a mysterious sire claimed their estate, the very house you now live in. Calla stared at the family tree, tracing the branches with her finger. The last name listed was Eleanor Morgan, born 1902. My grandmother's name was Eleanor, she whispered. She died when I was little. Mum never talked much about her family history. The Morgans were practitioners, like the Blackwoods and the Graves, but they believed in balance, in using their knowledge to heal rather than harm. Ash's voice grew urgent. If you're a Morgan by blood, you might be the key to breaking the curse. How? There's a ritual, Ash said, turning more pages in the book. Can only be performed during a total solar eclipse, when day becomes night, when barriers between worlds are thinnest. When's the next eclipse? 3 weeks from now, October 14th. Calla felt a chill. That's my birthday. Ash's silver eyes widened. Then it's true. You are the one. The one what? The ritual requires a Morgan born under an eclipse, someone with 1 foot in each world, just as I have. Together we could break the curse. His expression darkened. The cost is high. What cost? To break the curse there must be a sacrifice, something precious. Ash wouldn't meet her eyes. A life for a life, my freedom, would come at a terrible price. Calla spent the next week in a state of heightened awareness, feeling Marcus Graves's eyes on her in the school hallways, noticing strange figures watching her house at night. Her mother, absorbed in her new job at the local hospital, did not notice Calla's growing paranoia, or the way light sometimes passed through her daughter's hands, as if she were becoming as insubstantial as Ash. With each visit to the Blackwood estate, the connection between Calla and Ash grew stronger, and the boundary between their worlds grew thinner. Sometimes, when they talked deep into the night, Calla could see the shadow realm through Ash's eyes, a twilight version of reality where lost souls wandered among twisted reflections of the living world. You're fading, Ash said one night, his voice tight with concern. The more time you spend with me, the more you become like me. Calla held up her hand to the moonlight, watching it turn partially transparent. I'm not afraid. You should be, he insisted. This isn't a gift, Calla, it's a prison. But secretly Calla had begun to wonder if becoming a Shadowborn might not be so terrible, if it meant being with Ash. The thought terrified and thrilled her in equal measure. Willow had become Calla's confidant, her connection to the normal world as Calla drifted further from it. Together they researched the Morgan family history, the mechanics of the curse, and the approaching eclipse. My grandmother says the eclipse will be total over Black Hollow, Willow said, showing Calla a map on her phone. The path of totality passes right over the town. It'll be dark as night for about 3 minutes. 3 minutes to break a 150-year-old curse, Calla mused. Not much time. Are you sure about this? Willow asked. Ash said the ritual requires a sacrifice. What What if it means you? The thought had crossed Calla's mind. And that's the price, she said quietly. I can't leave him trapped like that, Willow. Not if I can help. You barely know him. That's not true, Calla protested. I know him better than I've known anyone. When we're together, it's like I've found a piece of myself I didn't know was missing. Willow's expression was troubled. Just be careful. The Graves won't let this happen without a fight. As if conjured by her words, Marcus Graves appeared at their table, sliding into a seat uninvited. Discussing the eclipse, he asked, his smile not reaching his eyes. It's going to be quite the event. The whole town is planning a viewing party in the square. We're aware, Calla said coolly. My father is particularly interested in the astronomical significance, Marcus continued. Did you know that Black Hollow experiences a perfect total eclipse only once every 150 years? The last one was in 1873. His eyes bored into Calla's. Significant things happen during that eclipse. History has a way of repeating itself. After he left, Willow shivered. That wasn't subtle. No, Calla agreed. It was a threat. That night, Calla found Jonathan Graves waiting for her at the edge of the forest. He was older than she'd expected, in his 60s, with steel-grey hair and the same cold eyes as his son. He leaned on an ornate cane with a silver handle shaped like a raven. Miss Morgan, he said, his voice cultured, precise. I believe it's time we had a conversation about your extracurricular activities. I don't know what you mean, Calla said, heart pounding. Please, let's not insult each other's intelligence. You've been visiting the Blackwood boy. You're planning something for the eclipse. He stepped closer and Calla noticed how the shadow seemed to bend toward him, as if drawn by a magnetic force. I'm here to advise against it. Why? Because you want to keep Ash trapped? To keep feeding off his curse? Jonathan's eyebrows rose. He's been filling your head with his version of events, I see. Did he tell you why he was cursed? The real reason? He said it was because he wanted to leave Black Hollow with Heather Graves. Your ancestor couldn't bear to lose his daughter to a Blackwood. Jonathan laughed, the sound sharp in the quiet forest. A convenient narrative for a lovesick boy. The truth is far less romantic. Asher Blackwood was meddling with forces beyond his control. The ritual my ancestor performed wasn't vengeance. It was containment. Protection for the town, for everyone. I don't believe you, Calla said, but doubt crept into her mind. No. Ask him about the others then, the ones who faded before you. Jonathan's eyes flickered to Calla's hands, which had grown more transparent in the moonlight. You're not the first young woman Asher has lured into his trap. He needs life energy to sustain himself. Once he's drained you dry, he'll find another. That's not true, Calla insisted. He warned me away. He told me I was risking myself by being with him. Part of his game, Jonathan said dismissively. Creating the illusion of noble sacrifice makes the seduction more effective. He sighed, suddenly looking tired. I don't expect you to believe me, Miss Morgan. Young love is deaf to reason. But know this. If you attempt to break the Blackwood curse during the eclipse, you won't just be risking yourself. The consequences for Black Hollow would be catastrophic. After he left, Calla stood trembling at the forest's edge. Could Jonathan be telling the truth? Had Ash been manipulating her all along? She found him waiting in the ruined parlour of the Blackwood estate, silver eyes brightening when he saw her. Jonathan Graves confronted me, she said without preamble. He said you were cursed as containment, not vengeance, that you were dangerous. Pain flashed across Ash's face. Of course he would say that. The Graves have been rewriting history for generations to justify what they did. He also said there were others before me. Other girls you drained. Ash flinched as if struck. There have been others who found me over the years, he admitted. Some who tried to help, but I never... He stopped, his expression tormented. "I would never intentionally harm anyone, Calla, especially not you." "But I am fading," she said, holding up her increasingly transparent hands. "Just by being near you." "Yes," Ash whispered. "It's the nature of the curse. I draw life energy without meaning to. It's why I tried to warn you away." "Then why let me come back? Why tell me about the ritual, about my connection to it?" "Selfishness," he admitted, his voice breaking. "Loneliness. Hope." He moved closer, the air between them charged with energy. "In 50 years, I've never felt with anyone what I feel with you, as if our souls recognize each other. How do I know that's real, that it's not just part of the curse?" "You don't," Ash said simply. "You can only trust what you feel." And what Calla felt, despite her doubts, was a connection so profound it transcended explanation. When she looked at Ash, it wasn't just attraction or fascination, it were recognition, like finding a missing piece of herself. "Show me the ritual," she said finally. "All of it. I need to know exactly what it entails, what the sacrifice is." Ash led her to his study, to the ancient book. He turned to pages he hadn't shown her before, covered in complex diagrams and text in a language Calla didn't recognize. "The eclipse creates a moment when barriers between worlds thin," he explained. "When light becomes darkness and darkness light. In that moment, the curse can be broken." His finger traced symbols on the page. "But magic demands balance. A soul trapped between worlds can only be freed if another takes its place." Calla's breath caught. "Someone has to become a Shadowborn in your place." "Yes," Ash said, his voice tight. "That's the sacrifice. A willing soul must offer itself to the darkness." "And you expected that to be me," Calla said, understanding dawning. "That's why you've been reluctant to explain, because the ritual would trap me as you've been trapped." "I would never ask that of you," Ash said fiercely. "Never! I'd rather remain cursed for eternity than see you suffer my fate." "Then why tell me about the ritual at all?" "Because there might be another way." Ash turned to a different page, showing a variation of the ritual. "If the person performing the ritual has strong enough ties to both worlds, like you, a Morgan born under an eclipse, they might be able to break the curse without a direct exchange. Instead of a soul for a soul, an offering of something equally precious." "What kind of offering?" Ash's expression was grave. "That's the unknown. The text suggests that which is most cherished." "But what that means," he shook his head. "It's a risk, a terrible risk, but one worth taking," Calla said firmly. Outside, an owl hooted, 3 times in quick succession. Ash went still, listening. "What is it?" Calla asked. "A warning," Ash said. "The graves are coming. You need to go." "How do you know that?" "The forest tells me things. One advantage of being bound to this place for so long." He guided her toward a hidden exit at the back of the estate. "Go home, Calla. Be careful. The graves won't stop until the eclipse has passed." As Calla made her way through the dark forest, she felt eyes watching her. Not just human eyes, but something else. The trees themselves seemed to bend toward her, branches reaching like fingers. The boundary between her world and the Shadow Realm was growing thinner every day, and deep down, a part of her welcomed it. The town of Black Hollow transformed as the eclipse approached. Banners appeared on Main Street announcing the Eclipse Festival. Shops displayed merchandise with celestial themes. Tourists began arriving, filling the small inn and renting rooms in local homes. Beneath the festive atmosphere, Calla sensed a current of unease. The locals, the ones whose families had been in Black Hollow for generations, watched the preparations with wary eyes. They hung protective symbols in their windows and kept their children close after dark. They know, Calla realized. They have always known about the curse, about the Shadowborn. It's part of the town's collective memory. At school, Marcus Graves had become Calla's shadow, appearing whenever she was alone, always with the same cold smile and veiled threats. "My father wants to ensure you'll join us for the eclipse viewing in the town square," he said, cornering her after English class. "It would be safer that way." "I haven't decided where I'll watch it," Calla replied carefully. Marcus's smile didn't waver. "The Blackwood estate would be a poor choice. Structurally unsound. Dangerous." His eyes flicked to her hands, which Calla had taken to hiding in the sleeves of her sweater to conceal their increasing transparency. "You're not looking well, Calla. Perhaps you should see a doctor. My uncle is an excellent physician." "I'm fine," Calla said, pulling away, but she wasn't fine. The fading was accelerating. At night, looking in her bathroom mirror, Calla could see through parts of herself to the wall behind. When she stepped into sunlight, it hurt. Not like a sunburn, but deeper, as if the light passed through her and scorched something essential inside. She was becoming a Shadowborn, with or without the ritual. "It's happening too fast," Ash said when she told him, his face tight with guilt. "The connection between us is too strong. I'm pulling you into my world without meaning to." "Then we need to break the curse now," Calla insisted. "We can't wait for the eclipse." "The ritual won't work without the eclipse," Ash said. "The moment when day becomes night is crucial." "There has to be something we can do to slow this down," Calla said, desperation edging into her voice. Ash's expression turned thoughtful. "There might be. The Morgans were healers. Their grimoire, their book of spells and remedies, might contain something that could help." "Where would I find this grimoire?" "Your house, the Morgan estate. There must be a reason your mother was drawn to that specific property. The Morgans would have hidden their most precious possessions before they left Black Hollow." That night, after her mother had fallen asleep, Calla searched their house inch by inch. In her own bedroom, she found it, a loose floorboard under the window seat, and beneath it, a hidden compartment containing a leather-bound book nearly identical to the one in Ash's study, the Morgan Grimoire. Calla brought it to Ash the next night. Together they pored over its pages, Calla translating the strange symbols using knowledge that seemed to rise from somewhere deep within her, as if her bloodline itself remembered the language of magic. "Here," she said finally, pointing to a passage near the end of the book. "A protection spell against fading. It requires creating a tether to the living world." "A physical object that binds your essence," Ash confirmed, reading over her shoulder. "It would slow the process, give us time until the eclipse." The ritual was simple but intimate. Calla needed to bind her essence to something of sentimental value, something that represented her connection to life, to the physical world. She chose a locket that had belonged to her grandmother Eleanor, the last Morgan to live in Black Hollow. Ash guided her through the ritual, his voice soft as she recited words in a language she shouldn't have understood but somehow did. As the final word left her lips, the locket grew warm against her skin, pulsing with a gentle light. The effect was immediate. Calla's hand solidified, the transparency receding like tide washing back to sea. She could feel the locket humming against her skin, a constant reminder of her tether to the living world. "It worked," she breathed, examining her solid fingers in the moonlight. "Temporarily," Ash cautioned. "The tether will hold until the eclipse, but no longer. By then we must either break the curse or—" He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. "Or I'll become like you," Calla thought, trapped between worlds. The days before the eclipse passed in a blur of preparation and vigilance. Calla and Willow gathered the materials needed for the ritual: black candles, herbs that only grew in the light of a waning moon, a silver knife with a bone handle that they found buried beneath the oldest oak in the forest, exactly where the Morgan grimoire said it would be. The Graves family grew more desperate as the eclipse approached. Jonathan Graves himself appeared at Calla's door one evening, his manner falsely pleasant as he spoke with her mother. "We're hosting a special viewing event for the eclipse," he told her, his eyes occasionally drifting to Calla, who hung back in the hallway. "As new residents, you should join us. Experience Black Hollow at its finest." "That sounds lovely," her mother said, oblivious to the tension crackling between her daughter and the town's most prominent citizen. After he left, Calla's mother turned to her with excitement. "Isn't that nice? The Historical Society is arranging telescopes in the town square. We should go together." "Actually," Calla said, thinking quickly, "Willow invited me to watch with her family. They have a perfect view from their property." It wasn't a complete lie. Willow would be with her, but at the Blackwood estate, not her family's home. The morning of October the 14th, Calla's birthday, the day of the eclipse, dawned with an unnatural stillness. Birds fell silent. The air hung heavy and expectant. Even Calla's mother sensed something different about the day, hugging her daughter a moment longer than usual before leaving for work. "Happy birthday, sweetheart," she said. 17? I can hardly believe it." She pressed a small wrapped box into Calla's hands. "This was your grandmother's. I was saving it for today." Inside the box was a ring, silver, set with a moonstone that seemed to capture and reflect light in impossible ways. "It's beautiful," Calla said, slipping it onto her finger. It felt warm, as if greeting her. "It's been passed down through the women in our family for generations," her mother said. "Gran said it was magical," she laughed, embarrassed. "Silly superstition. But she was insistent that you should have it on your 17th birthday." Calla looked at her mother with new understanding. "Did you know about our family's history in Black Hollow?" Her mother's smile faltered. "Gran had stories about the Morgans being special, having certain abilities. I never put much stock in it." She hesitated. "But when the opportunity to move here came up, it felt right somehow. Like we were supposed to be here. Or like we were called back," Calla thought. The eclipse was scheduled for 3:42 p.m. By noon, clouds had gathered over Black Hollow, turning the day prematurely dark. Calla met Willow at the edge of the forest, both of them carrying backpacks filled with ritual supplies. "The whole town feels weird," Willow said as they made their way toward the Blackwood estate, "like it's holding its breath." "The barrier between worlds is thinning," Calla said. The knowledge came to her naturally now, rising from some ancestral memory in her blood. "During the eclipse, the shadow realm and our world will briefly overlap." They found Ash waiting in his study, more solid than Calla had ever seen him. As the eclipse approached, his power grew. "The Graves will try to stop us," he warned as they set up the ritual. Black candles formed a circle around an iron brazier filled with herbs and sacred woods. The silver knife lay across the Morgan grimoire, both positioned precisely where moonlight would fall when the eclipse reached totality. "How?" Willow asked, nervously glancing toward the broken windows. "They'll have sensed the preparations, felt the shift in energy." Ash's silver eyes were troubled. "They might try to physically intervene, or they might work counter-magic." "We'll be ready," Calla said with more confidence than she felt. She touched the locket at her throat, her tether to the living world, and felt the ring on her finger pulse in response. As the time of the eclipse drew nearer, the air grew heavy with electricity. Shadows in the corners of the room seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting like living things. Through the broken windows, Calla could see the sun being slowly devoured by darkness. "It's starting," Ash whispered. The ritual began with Calla reading from the Morgan grimoire, words of power that made the air shimmer. Willow lit the candles one by one, moving clockwise around the circle. Ash stood opposite Calla, his form flickering between solid and transparent as the light outside dimmed. The partial eclipse deepened. The forest fell utterly silent. That's when they heard it. Footsteps on the broken stairs, multiple sets moving with purpose. "They're here," Ash said, his voice tight. Jonathan Graves appeared in the doorway, Marcus behind him. They carried no weapons, but Jonathan's raven-headed cane glowed with an inner light that made Calla's skin crawl. "Stop this foolishness," Jonathan commanded. "You have no idea what forces you're meddling with." "We know exactly what we're doing," Calla replied, continuing the ritual. The words flowed from her as if she'd known them all her life. "We're breaking a curse that never should have been cast." "The curse is the only thing keeping this town safe," Jonathan insisted. "Asher Blackwood was experimenting with opening doorways between worlds. My ancestor stopped him before he could tear the veil completely." "That's a lie," Ash said, his voice echoing strangely as the Shadow Realm pressed closer. "I never sought to harm anyone. Your ancestor cursed me out of jealousy and spite." "Believe what you will," Jonathan said, "but I cannot allow this ritual to proceed." He raised his cane, and a pulse of energy knocked Willow backward, extinguishing half the candles. Marcus began a counter-chant, his voice merging with his father's in dissonant harmony. Outside, the eclipse moved toward totality. The room darkened further, shadows writhing along the walls like living entities. Calla felt the Morgan ring pulse on her finger, responding to the ancient magic filling the air. Without conscious thought, she removed it and placed it in the centre of the ritual circle on top of the grimoire. The ring flared with light, cutting through the shadows. The counter-chant faltered. "What are you doing?" Jonathan demanded, a note of fear in his voice for the first time. "Breaking the curse," Calla said, her voice transformed, resonating with power that came from somewhere beyond herself. "Not just Ash's curse, but the one your family has kept over this town for generations." The eclipse reached totality. Darkness fell over Black Hollow, absolute and complete. In that moment of perfect darkness, when day became night, Calla completed the ritual with a single phrase from the grimoire. "That which is most cherished, freely given, breaks all chains." She picked up the silver knife and, before anyone could stop her, made a swift cut across her palm. Blood, her Morgan blood, fell onto the ring, onto the grimoire. The droplets seemed to hover in the air, suspended in the moment between moments. "No!" Jonathan cried, lunging forward, but it was too late. Light erupted from the centre of the ritual circle, not sunlight or moonlight, but something older, purer. It engulfed Ash first, his form solidifying completely as he gasped in shock. Then it spread outward, washing over Calla, over the graves, over the entire Blackwood estate. In that blinding moment, Calla saw the true nature of the curse, not just Ash's imprisonment, but a web of dark magic that had ensnared the entire town for generations, feeding the Graves family's power while keeping everyone else in stasis, trapped in patterns they couldn't escape. As the light faded and her vision cleared, Calla saw Ash standing before her, fully corporeal, no longer shifting between worlds. His silver eyes had darkened to a human blue. The locket at her throat had gone cold. Jonathan and Marcus Graves stood frozen in expressions of disbelief and rage. "What have you done?" Jonathan whispered. "Broken the curse," Calla said simply. "All of it." The ring on the grimoire had been transformed. The moonstone now held a shadow at its centre, a tiny piece of darkness preserved in light. "The sacrifice," Ash said in wonder, looking at the ring. "Not a soul for a soul, but a piece of the Shadow Realm bound in stone," Calla finished. "The Morgan ring was meant for this, to hold what couldn't be destroyed, to create balance." Jonathan Graves seemed to age before their eyes, the unnatural vitality draining from him. "You don't understand what you've done," he said, his voice breaking. "Our family protected this town." "You imprisoned it," Ash countered. "Use my curse to maintain your control." The eclipse was ending, light returning to the world. Ash stepped toward the broken window, hesitating at the edge of a sunbeam slanting through the glass. "It's really over?" he asked, looking to Calla. She nodded, her heart full. "Try it." Slowly, Ash extended his hand into the sunlight. It remained solid, warm with life. A smile of pure joy transformed his face as he stepped fully into the light for the first time in 150 years. Outside, birds began to sing again, their voices rising in a chorus that seemed to celebrate the breaking of chains. A wind swept through the forest, carrying away the stagnant energy of a century and a half of darkness. Black Hollow would never be the same, neither would Calla. 1 month after the eclipse, Black Hollow celebrated its first true harvest festival in 150 years. Main Street was transformed with strings of lights and autumn decorations, the usual somber mood of the town replaced by genuine joy. Children played in piles of leaves without their parents constantly looking over their shoulders. Older residents spoke of a weight lifted, a clarity they'd never experienced before. Calla stood at the edge of the festivities, watching the transformation with a mixture of pride and wonder. The Morgan ring hung on a chain around her neck now, the shadow at its centre, a reminder of what had been sacrificed and what had been saved. "Quite the change, isn't it?" Ash said, peering at her side. He still moved with the silence of a Shadowborn, though he was fully human now. "Are you adjusting?" Calla asked, studying him in the warm glow of the streetlights. His features remained the same, the fine bone structure, the thoughtful eyes, the gentle smile that appeared only for her, but there was a vibrancy to him now, a presence in the world that had been missing before. "Slowly," he admitted. "After 150 years of night, daylight can be overwhelming." He glanced up at the stars, visible despite the festival lights. "I miss certain aspects of the Shadow Realm. The quiet, the way time flowed differently." His hand found hers. "But this is better. Being able to touch you without fearing I'll pull you into darkness." Their fingers intertwined, solid and warm. No risk of fading, no boundary between their worlds. Not far away, Jonathan Graves sat alone on a bench, watching the celebration with hollow eyes. The breaking of the curse had hit the Graves family hardest. Without the power they'd drawn from Ash's imprisonment, their influence over the town had diminished. The unnatural longevity that had kept Jonathan vital well into his 60s had faded, leaving him looking his true age, and then some. "He's lost," Calla observed. "His whole identity was built around maintaining that curse. As was his father's, and his father's before him," Ash said. "For generations the Graves defined themselves by their control over Black Hollow, and over me." His expression softened. "I should hate him for what his family did to me, but mostly I pity him. He was as trapped by the curse as I was, just in a different way." Marcus Graves approached his father, offering a cup of cider. The younger Graves had adapted better to the new reality, had even apologised to Calla, awkwardly, grudgingly, but sincerely. Without the shadow of the curse hanging over him, Marcus was just a boy trying to find his place in a world suddenly larger and less certain than he'd been raised to believe. "The curse affected everyone in Black Hollow," Calla said. "Not just you, not just the Graves. It kept the whole town in stasis." She looked around at the festival, at children laughing without inhibition, at elderly couples dancing to the folk band playing on the small stage. "They're all waking up." Willow appeared through the crowd, her midnight blue hair now streaked with silver, a side effect of being present during the ritual. "My grandmother wants to meet you both," she said, slightly breathless. "She says she knew this day would come, that the town would eventually be freed." She rolled her eyes affectionately. "She's been insufferable about being right all along." As they followed Willow through the festival, Calla caught sight of her mother, chatting with the bakery owner, laughing at something he'd said. Her mother had taken the revelations about their family history better than Calla had expected. "It explains so much about Gran," she'd said. "And about you, honestly. You always did have a sense about things." The breaking of the curse had awakened dormant abilities in all those with Morgan blood, including Callah's mother. Nothing dramatic, just heightened intuition, dreams that sometimes came true, a knack for healing small ailments, enough to make her look at the world with new eyes and recognise the currents of energy that ran beneath the ordinary. Willow's grandmother waited for them at a table near the edge of the square, her weathered hands wrapped around a mug of something that smelled strongly of herbs and spices, definitely not the standard apple cider being served at the festival. "The Morgan girl and the Blackwood boy," she said as they approached, her voice creaking like old wood. Or should I say the girl who is both Morgan and Shadow, and the boy who was Shadow and is now flesh again. Callah touched the ring at her throat. The shadow trapped within it connected her permanently to the shadow realm, even as she remained firmly in the world of the living. Not quite a shadowborn, but not entirely untouched by that other world. "You knew about the curse all along," Ash said to the old woman. "About me?" "I knew pieces," Willow's grandmother acknowledged. "Every family in Black Hollow kept fragments of the truth. The graves made sure no one had the whole story." Her sharp eyes assessed Callah. "Until you came along, the Morgan returned to the Hollow, born under an eclipse, the one the sign spoke of." "You believe in prophecy?" Callah asked skeptically. The old woman laughed, a sound like dry leaves. "I believe in patterns, in balance. The universe has a way of correcting itself, given time." She gestured to the festival around them. "Look at them, finally free to evolve, to change. Black Hollow was frozen in amber for over 50 years. Now it can breathe again." "What happens now?" Ash asked. "To the town, to—" He glanced at Callah, leaving the rest unspoken. "That's the beauty of it, boy," Willow's grandmother said. "For the first time in 50 years, no one knows. The future is unwritten." After saying goodnight to Willow and her grandmother, Callah and Ash walked through the quieter streets of Black Hollow, away from the festival. Fall leaves crunched beneath their feet, the moon casting dappled shadows through bare branches. "I've been thinking," Ash said after a comfortable silence, "about what to do with my life now that I have one again." "And?" Callah prompted. "The Blackwood fortune is still out there, you know, in banks, investments, property. I may be legally dead, but with the right documentation." He smiled ruefully. "I could be quite wealthy, rebuild the estate, travel, see everything I've missed in the last century and a half." Something twisted in Callah's chest at the thought of Ash leaving Black Hollow, leaving her, but wasn't that the point of breaking the curse? To give him freedom? "That sounds wonderful," she said, keeping her voice light. "Where would you go first?" Ash stopped walking, turning to face her fully. In the moonlight, his eyes held echoes of their former silver gleam. "I'm not going anywhere without you, Callah Morgan." He took both her hands in his. "If you'll have me, that is." "I'm still in high school," she reminded him, though her heart raced. "And you're technically over 70 years old." He laughed. "Details. I'm physically 17, remember? Frozen in time." His expression grew serious. "I can wait, Callah. I've had a lot of practice at waiting. Finish school. Go to college if you want. Decide what you want your life to be. And if I fit somewhere in those plans..." He trailed off, suddenly uncertain. Callah reached up to touch his face, marvelling again at the solidity of him, the warmth of his skin. "You know you do." The Morgan ring pulsed gently against her collarbone, the shadow within it swirling like a tiny galaxy, a piece of the world Ash had inhabited for so long, preserved and contained, a reminder of what they'd both sacrificed and gained. "The future is unwritten," she repeated Willow's grandmother's words. "But whatever comes next, we face it together." Above them, stars wheeled in their ancient patterns, indifferent to the tiny dramas of human lives, yet somehow bearing witness to them all the same. Black Hollow continued its slow awakening, like a dreamer returning to consciousness after a long and troubled sleep. and Calla and Ash walked its moonlit streets hand in hand, no longer divided by shadow and light, but existing together in the beautiful in-between of twilight, that magical hour when anything seems possible. Louis Doyle's fingers danced across the console of Astralis 5, the experimental spacecraft's cabin humming with the quiet intensity of cutting-edge technology. The holographic displays cast a blue glow across his features as he ran through the pre-jump checklist for the third time. At 32, he had already logged more test flights than pilots twice his age, but today's mission carried stakes that made his palms sweat beneath his flight gloves. Reading normal on all fractal alignment matrices, called Malcolm Park from the co-pilot's chair. At 35, Malcolm's salt and pepper temples betrayed the stress of their profession, but his eyes still held the eager spark that had drawn Louis to him as a friend and colleague years ago. Malcolm, if these calculations are even slightly off— "They're not," Malcolm interrupted, shooting Louis a knowing look. "I triple-checked them myself. We'll be back in time for Sophia's ultrasound tomorrow." The mention of his wife and their unborn daughter brought a smile to Louis's face. The image of Sophia that morning flashed in his mind, standing in their kitchen, her honey-brown hair catching the sunlight, one hand resting on her swollen belly, while the other held their 3-year-old son Oliver on her hip. "Promise you'll be careful," she'd whispered against his lips as they parted. "Emma and I will be waiting for you." "Initiating fractal expansion sequence," Louis announced into his comm, pushing the thought away. "Quantum space-time dynamics. This is Astralis 5. We are go for FTL jump in T-minus 60 seconds. The response from mission control was immediate. "Copy that, Astralis 5. All systems are nominal. Proceed with jump protocol." Louis exchanged a glance with Malcolm. "Ready to make history?" Malcolm grinned. Just another day at the office. But it wasn't. If successful, this would be the first human-piloted craft to achieve true faster-than-light travel, using the revolutionary fractal expansion drive. The technology promised to compress the space ahead of the vessel while expanding it behind, creating a sort of bubble that could slip between the conventional laws of physics. "Fractal field generator at maximum capacity," Louis reported, watching the readings climb. "Initiating jump in 3, 2, 1. He pressed the activation sequence, and the universe seemed to hold its breath. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then reality itself appeared to fold around them, stars stretching into impossible lines of light, the blackness of space rippling like disturbed water. "Field stabilization holding at 98%, Malcolm called out, his voice strained with concentration. Wait, Louis, I'm getting anomalous readings in the navigation array." Louis's fingers flew across the controls. What kind of anomalous? "The fractal pattern is destabilizing. It's like something's pulling at the edges of our field." A warning klaxon blared through the cabin as red indicators flooded the displays. Louis felt his stomach drop as he recognized what was happening. "Gravitational interference," he muttered, then louder. "Malcolm, we're being pulled off course. There's a massive gravity well directly in our modified path." Malcolm's face paled as he pulled up the stellar charts. "Bayer BH1, we're being drawn toward a black hole." The next moments were chaos as they fought to regain control of their trajectory. The ship's engines whined in protest as Louis pushed them beyond their design limits, attempting to break free from the inexorable pull. "Thrusters failing," Malcolm shouted over the growing cacophony of alarms. "Field integrity dropping below 60%. Louis made a desperate decision. "We need to shut down the fractal drive and attempt a conventional emergency jump out of here." As his fingers moved to execute the command, a strange calm settled over him. Time seemed to slow, each second stretching into minutes. Through the viewport he could see the terrible beauty of Bayer BH1, a perfect circle of absolute darkness rimmed with the ghostly light of dying stars being consumed. "Louis," Malcolm's voice seemed to come from very far away. "Something's happening to our chronometric readings. The time dilation effect is..." Before Malcolm could finish, a blinding flash of light engulfed the cabin. When Louis could see again, a new presence appeared on their sensors. An unknown vessel, its design unlike anything in Earth's registry. It moved with impossible grace, positioning itself between Australis 5 and the black hole. "Are they helping us?" Malcolm whispered. As if in answer, their communications array lit up with an incoming data packet. Not words or images, but pure mathematics, equations of such complexity and elegance that Louis felt a chill run down his spine. "It's a correction to our fractal field formula," he realised with sudden clarity. "They're showing us how to compensate for the gravitational distortion." Working with frantic precision, Louis integrated the new calculations into their navigation system. The alien vessel maintained its position, seemingly holding back the full force of the black hole's pull. "Field reforming," Malcolm reported, wonder in his voice. "Fractal integrity at 105%, how is that even possible?" Louis didn't answer, focusing entirely on executing their escape. With the alien mathematics guiding their path, Australis 5 slipped free of the gravitational well and made the jump back toward Earth. The return journey seemed deceptively normal. Their instruments showed they had been gone for less than 6 hours, enough time for some concern at mission control, but nothing catastrophic. It wasn't until they approached Earth orbital space that the truth became clear. "Louis," Malcolm's voice cracked as he stared at the dating display. "According to mission control, we've been gone for 52 years. Louis felt the world fall away beneath him. 52 years. Sophia would be 78 now, Oliver 55, and Emma, his unborn daughter, would be 52 years old, older than he was. As Australis 5 docked with the gleaming orbital station that hadn't existed when they left, Louis stared out at an Earth that looked both familiar and alien. The blue-green marble still spun serenely below, but new orbital structures and unfamiliar spacecraft patterns told of decades of advancement. "What do we do now?" Malcolm asked quietly. Louis unbuckled his harness with numb fingers. "We go home," he said, "whatever's left of it." The descent to Earth felt surreal. Louis stared out the shuttle window at the transformed skyline of New Seattle, where impossibly tall structures of transparent materials caught the sunlight like crystalline forests. Air traffic moved in precise three-dimensional patterns that would have been chaos in his time, but now seemed to follow some intricate dance only these future pilots understood. The medical and psychological evaluations had taken 3 days. 3 days of poking, prodding, scanning, and endless questions while he and Malcolm tried to grasp the enormity of what had happened. The time dilation effect near Bayer BH1 had slowed their subjective experience to a crawl while decades rushed by on Earth. They were living relics, perfectly preserved specimens from the 2120s. "Your cellular structure shows no abnormalities," the chief medical officer had explained, her eyes constantly darting to her neural interface rather than meeting Louis's gaze directly. "Physically, you're both exactly as you were when you left. Your chronological age is 84, but biologically you're still 32. Now, as the shuttle descended toward the landing pad of what had once been downtown Seattle, Louis clutched a small holographic projector in his hand. It contained the current information about his family, data that the officials had reluctantly provided after his insistence. Sophia was alive. She had remarried 15 years after his disappearance, to a man named Thomas Mathis. They'd had no children together, but Thomas had helped raise Oliver and Emma. Thomas had passed away 7 years ago. Sophia now lived in a life extension community in what used to be called Bellevue. Oliver was married with 3 children and 4 grandchildren. Emma had married twice with 4 children and 3 grandchildren. Louis had 11 grandchildren he had never met, some of whom were now older than he was. The shuttle touched down with barely a whisper, and Louis stepped out into a world he no longer knew. A sleek transport pod waited to take him to Sophia. Malcolm had family to find as well, a younger sister who was now an elderly woman living in Tokyo. "We'll meet soon," Malcolm had promised before they parted. "We're probably the only people in the world who understand what the other is going through." The transport pod moved silently through the city, its automated systems requiring no input from Louis. He watched the unfamiliar landscape blur by, catching glimpses of everyday life in 2177. People dressed in fabrics that seemed to shift and change with their movements. Many had visible tech integrated into their bodies, subtle glowing lines beneath the skin, eyes with pupils that adjusted mechanically, hands with extra digits that looked both natural and artificial. When the pod finally stopped, Louis found himself before a sprawling complex of elegant buildings integrated with the natural landscape. Trees grew through and around structures in a harmony of design that would have been impossible in his time. A young woman, perhaps in her 20s, waited at the entrance. Her professional smile and the subtle glow of interface tech at her temples marked her as staff. "Captain Doyle," she greeted him. "I'm Mira. I'll be facilitating your reunion with Mrs. Mathis Doyle. She's been informed of your arrival and is waiting in the garden pavilion." Louis followed Mira through winding paths lined with flowers he couldn't name and trees engineered to bloom year-round. His heart hammered against his ribs. How do you face a woman you said goodbye to yesterday, who has lived more than half a century since then? The pavilion appeared ahead, a graceful structure of living wood and transparent panels that caught the afternoon light. And there, seated in a hoverchair near a small fountain, was Sophia. Time had etched deep lines into her face and turned her honey-brown hair to silver. But her eyes, those eyes that had looked at him with love just days ago in his timeline, were unmistakably hers. They widened as he approached, her weathered hand lifting to cover her mouth. "Louis," she whispered, the single word carrying 5 decades of grief, acceptance and shock. Louis dropped to his knees beside her chair, words failing him entirely. His wife, yet not his wife anymore, reached out with trembling fingers to touch his face. "They told me, but I couldn't believe it," she said, her voice stronger than he had expected. "You haven't changed at all." "Sophia, Louis began. But what could he possibly say? "Sorry I disappeared for 52 years. I still love you as if I saw you yesterday." Instead, tears came, hot and unexpected. Sophia's hand cupped his cheek, her touch both familiar and strange. "Oh, my dear Louis, what a cruel trick time has played on us both." They talked for hours as the sun moved across the sky. Sophia told him of the years after his disappearance, the grief, the long wait, the eventual acceptance. She spoke of raising their children alone until meeting Thomas, a kind man who never tried to replace Louis, but instead honoured his memory. "Oliver was so angry when I decided to marry again," she recalled with a sad smile. "He was 8 by then, and he had convinced himself you were coming back any day. Emma was easier. She only knew you from stories and pictures." Louis listened, trying to piece together the lives that had continued without him. Will they see me?" Sophia nodded. "Emma is coming tomorrow. She's been the most open to this. Oliver," she hesitated. "Oliver needs more time. This is difficult for him in ways I think neither of us can fully understand." As evening approached, Sophia grew tired. Her caretaker, a man with subtle mechanical augmentations, appeared to take her back to her residence. "We've prepared accommodations for you here in the community," Mira informed Louis. "Mrs. Mathis Doyle requested you stay close." That night, alone in a room designed for comfort but feeling utterly alien, Louis stared out at the unfamiliar stars. Light pollution had been nearly eliminated, and the sky was clearer than he remembered. Even the constellations seemed slightly shifted, or perhaps it was just his perception that had changed. The next morning brought Emma. His daughter, the child he had never held, stood before him as a woman of 52, her eyes Sophia's but her jawline unmistakably his own. She approached cautiously, studying him with an intensity that made him want to look away. "My whole life," she said finally. "I've seen your pictures, heard stories about you, but they never said how young you'd be." Her voice caught. "You're younger than my youngest son." Louis stood awkwardly, unsure if he should embrace her or keep his distance. "I don't know what to say, Emma. In my mind, you're still..." He gestured vaguely toward her midsection. A smile broke through her reserve. "Still unborn? Well, I did turn out rather well, if I do say so myself." She stepped forward and after a moment's hesitation wrapped her arms around him. "Welcome home, Dad, even if it's not the home you left." Over the next weeks, Louis met most of his grandchildren. Some approached him with curiosity, others with wariness. To them, he was both family and stranger, a figure from history books suddenly animated and walking among them. Ethan, Emma's youngest at 24, showed the most interest. "It's like meeting a time traveller," he enthused during one visit, peppering Louis with questions about life in the 2120s that made Louis realise just how much had changed. Olive remained distant, agreeing only to a brief video call where tension radiated through the connection. "I need more time," he said stiffly. 52 years wasn't enough to get over losing you. I can't just flip a switch because you've returned." As the weeks passed, Louis felt increasingly displaced. Sophia was kind, but the romantic love they had shared had transformed into something else. A gentle affection tinged with melancholy for what might have been. His children had lives fully formed without him. His grandchildren viewed him more as a curiosity than a grandfather. He had no place in this future. No job. His piloting skills, once cutting edge, were now hopelessly outdated. No purpose beyond being a living reminder of a past most had forgotten. It was during this time of growing despair that Ethan arrived one day with a colleague. "Grandpa Louis, this is Dr. Jasmine Patterson," Ethan said, introducing a striking woman with dark curls and keen, intelligent eyes. "She's a geneticist at the New Pacific Research Institute. She's been working on the longevity programs that keep Grandma Sophia and others so healthy into their later years." Jasmine extended her hand, her grip firm and confident. "Captain Doyle, your grandson hasn't stopped talking about you since your return. From a scientific perspective, your case is fascinating." Louis shook her hand, noting the lack of visible tech enhancements that had become so common. "Just Louis, please. I'm not sure Captain applies anymore." "Well, just Louis," she replied, with a smile that transformed her serious demeanour. "I have about 1,000 questions for you, if you don't mind. Your unique temporal situation presents implications for my research that I never anticipated having the opportunity to explore." There was something refreshing about Jasmine's directness. Unlike others who tiptoed around him as if he might shatter, she looked at him with clear-eyed curiosity and, to his surprise, genuine interest in who he was rather than what had happened to him. "Ask away, De Patterson," he found himself saying. "It's not like I have a busy social calendar these days." She laughed, a warm, genuine sound that seemed to brighten the room. "Call me Jasmine, and don't worry, I won't subject you to all 1,000 questions today, maybe just the first 100 or so." As they talked, something inside Louis began to stir, a feeling he had thought lost in the void of Bayer BH1. For the first time since his return, someone was looking at him not as a relic of the past, but as a man with a future. "You're avoiding the gravitational constant question," Jasmine accused, pointing her fork at Louis across the table of the small cafe that had become their regular meeting spot over the past month. Louis couldn't help but smile. "I'm not avoiding it. I'm just not convinced your theory about chronometric entropy makes sense." "That's because you're thinking in linear terms," she countered. her eyes bright with the thrill of intellectual challenge. The mathematics we've developed since your departure suggest time isn't as straightforward as we once believed. Their debates had become the highlight of Louise's weeks. What had begun as research interviews had evolved into something more. Conversations that ranged from the technical aspects of time dilation to philosophy, art, and the small details of daily life that revealed the true character of a changing world. Jasmine, at 25, represented the best of this new era, brilliant and forward-thinking, yet with a respect for history that many of her peers lacked. Her work in longevity genetics had given her a unique perspective on time and aging that resonated with Louis' unusual situation. "Maybe I am stuck thinking linearly," Louis admitted, watching the way the afternoon light played across her features. "In my mind, it still feels like Tunte 125 was just a few months ago." Jasmine's expression softened. "How are things with your family? Has Oliver agreed to meet in person yet?" Louis shook his head. "Baby steps. He's agreed to bring his wife for a visit next month. His children, my grandchildren, are still keeping their distance. And Sophia? She's..." Louis paused, searching for the right words. "She's been wonderful, more understanding than I have any right to expect. But we both know we can't go back to what we were. Too much life has happened for her." Jasmine nodded thoughtfully. "Time creates different kinds of distance. Physical distance can be bridged, but temporal distance..." She trailed off, then reached across the table to touch his hand briefly. "I can't imagine how difficult this is for you." The simple gesture of comfort sent an unexpected warmth through Louis. He'd grown comfortable with Jasmine, but this was the first moment he recognised that his feelings might be evolving beyond friendship. The realisation troubled him deeply. How could he contemplate feelings for another woman when Sophia, his wife, the mother of his children, was still alive? The fact that over 50 years had passed for her, but only months for him, created an ethical and emotional quandary he hadn't prepared for. That evening, Louis found himself walking the peaceful grounds of the life extension community, his thoughts in turmoil. He was so distracted that he nearly collided with Sophia, who was enjoying the evening air in her hover chair. "Louis," she greeted him with a knowing smile, "you look like a man carrying the weight of the universe. Walk with me." He fell into step beside her slow-moving chair, the familiar scent of the jasmine flowers she had always loved filling the air between them. The irony of the scent wasn't lost on him. "Ethan tells me you've been spending considerable time with Dr. Patterson," Sophia observed after they had walked in silence for several minutes. Louis felt a flush of embarrassment, like a teenager caught passing notes in class. "She's been helping me understand this new world." "Is that all she's been helping you understand?" He stopped, turning to face the woman who had been his wife in another lifetime. "Sophia, I would never..." "Louis Doyle, don't you dare finish that sentence," Sophia interrupted, her aged eyes flashing with the same spirit that had captivated him when they first met. "Do you think I expect you to live the rest of your life alone? You're 32 years old. And you're..." "I'm 78, she finished for him. "I've lived a full life, Louis. I've loved 2 good men. I've raised our children. I've held our grandchildren. And yes, I mourned you, deeply and completely." Her voice softened. "But I also moved forward, because that's what living requires." Louis knelt beside her chair. "I still love you, Sophia. That hasn't changed for me." She reached out to stroke his cheek, her touch gentle. "I know you do, my dear, and I love you. The you I remember, and the you kneeling before me now. But we both know it's not the same love we shared before. It can't be." Tears welled in Louis's eyes. "I feel like I'm betraying you." "No," Sophia said firmly. "The only betrayal would be denying yourself the chance at happiness because of misplaced loyalty to a past that's gone for everyone but you." She took his hand, her grip still surprisingly strong. "I've seen how you look when you talk about Jasmine. Reminds me of how Thomas used to look at me, like he couldn't quite believe his good fortune. Louis didn't know what to say. The wisdom of her words warred with the guilt that had taken root in his heart. "The universe has already taken so much from you, Louis," Sophia continued. "Don't let it take your future too." Their conversation stayed with Louis for days afterward. He went through the motions of his increasingly structured life, meetings with specialists helping him integrate into modern society, visits with Emma and her family, virtual reality sessions to update his piloting knowledge in case a suitable position became available. But his thoughts kept returning to Jasmine and to Sophia's blessing that felt both liberating and terrifying. When Jasmine called to invite him to a symposium on quantum temporal mechanics, Louis nearly declined. But Sophia's words echoed in his mind. "Don't let it take your future too." "I'd be delighted," he heard himself say instead. The symposium was held in what had once been the Seattle Art Museum, now transformed into a combined cultural and scientific hub. As Louis and Jasmine entered the grand hall, he became acutely aware of the curious glances directed their way. By now, the story of Astralis 5 and its time-displaced pilots had become public knowledge, making Louis something of a reluctant celebrity. "Ignore them," Jasmine murmured, seeming to sense his discomfort. "They'll find some new fascination next week." The lectures were largely beyond Louis's understanding, despite his background in aerospace engineering. The field had advanced so dramatically that he often felt like a student from the medieval era trying to comprehend quantum physics. But watching Jasmine in her element, asking incisive questions, debating points with the presenters, her face animated with the joy of scientific discovery, stirred something profound in him. She was fully present in her time, embracing its challenges and possibilities with an enthusiasm that made him ashamed of his own reluctance to do the same. After the symposium, they walked along the waterfront, where eco-restoration projects had transformed what had been a deteriorating shoreline in Louis's time into a vibrant ecosystem. The Puget Sound glittered under the moonlight, cleaner and more alive than he remembered. "You know," Jasmine said as they paused to watch a pod of bioluminescent jellyfish pulse beneath the surface. "The first time Ethan told me about you, I thought he was exaggerating. The test pilot grandfather who disappeared into a black hole and came back 50 years later without aging a day. It sounded like a plot from those ancient science fiction novels my father collects." Louis chuckled. "Sometimes I still hope I'll wake up and find it was all just a dream, that I'm back in 2125, and Sophia is young, and Oliver is still a toddler." Jasmine turned to face him, her expression serious in the moonlight. "Would you really want that? To erase everything that's happened?" The question caught him off guard. I don't know. A few months ago I would have said yes, without hesitation. And now?" Louis looked out at the water, considering. "Now I think about what Sophia told me, about the life she built, the happiness she found even after losing me. I think about Emma, who never knew me but became this incredible woman anyway, and I think..." He hesitated, then turned to meet Jasmine's gaze. "I think about the people I wouldn't have met if things had happened differently." Something shifted in the air between them, a recognition of feelings that had been growing despite both their efforts to maintain professional boundaries. "Louis," Jasmine began, her voice uncharacteristically uncertain, "I need to be clear about something. I didn't continue our meetings just for my research." "I know," he said softly. "This is complicated. You have history, literal history, that I can't possibly compete with." Louis shook his head. "It's not a competition, Jasmine. The past is the past, even if for me it feels like present. But I can't live there anymore." Slowly, giving her every chance to pull away, he leaned forward and kissed Emma. It was gentle and questioning, a kiss that asked permission rather than presumed it. To his relief and joy she responded, her hand coming up to rest against his chest. When they parted, Jasmine's smile held a hint of wonder. "Well, now I can tell people I've kissed a man from another time." Louis laughed, the sound surprising him with its freedom. "Is that going in your research notes to Patterson?" "Definitely," she replied with mock seriousness, "under extremely promising developments." Their budding relationship was not without complications. When news reached Louis's family, reactions were mixed. Emma expressed cautious support, while Oliver, during their long-awaited in-person meeting, reacted with stunned disbelief. "She's younger than I am," he pointed out during their tense lunch. "She's younger than your grandchildren." "Chronologically, yes," Louis acknowledged. "But Oliver, I'm not the father you remember. I'm not even the man who would have been your father if I'd stayed. He struggled for the words. I'm someone new, trying to find my place in this time." Oliver's wife, Jana, placed a gentle hand on her husband's arm. "Oliver, remember what we discussed. Your father didn't choose this." Oliver's expression remained troubled, but he nodded slowly. "I just need time to adjust to all of this. First you returned from the dead, and now you're dating someone barely out of university." "She has 2 PhDs, Louis felt compelled to point out, then added more gently, "and she makes me happy, son. After everything, don't you think we all deserve a little happiness?" The question seemed to reach something in Oliver that Louis's other attempts had not. His son's rigid posture softened slightly. "I suppose we do," he conceded. "Just be patient with me, okay? I'm still trying to reconcile the father from my childhood memories with the man sitting across from me." "I can do patient," Louis promised. "I've got time." The irony of his statement made them both smile, breaking the tension. Jasmine faced her own challenges. Her parents, while welcoming to Louis, worried their daughter was setting herself up for heartbreak. "He's still processing a massive trauma," her mother pointed out during a family dinner. "And eventually he'll have to make peace with his original family. Where does that leave you?" "I don't know," Jasmine admitted honestly. "But I'm not asking for certainty. I'm just following what feels right." As winter turned to spring, Louis and Jasmine settled into a relationship that defied conventional categorization. They were partners in exploring, he learning a new world, she seeing her familiar one through fresh eyes. The gap in their chronological ages became less relevant than their shared curiosity and growing affection. One afternoon, as they picnicked in a floating garden that drifted above Lake Washington, one of the marvels of 2177's architectural innovations, Jasmine broached a subject they'd been circling for weeks. "The New Pacific Institute is funding an expedition to Europa," she said, trying to sound casual but unable to hide her excitement. "They're looking for specialists in extreme environment adaptation, which is basically what I've been studying for the past 3 years." Louis set down his glass of synthesized wine, another modern innovation he'd grown to appreciate. "Europa? Jupiter's moon?" She nodded. "The subsurface ocean has shown remarkable potential for supporting modified human habitation. We're talking about establishing the first permanent research base." The implications were clear. "How long would you be gone?" 3 years, Earth time," she replied, watching his reaction carefully. "But here's the thing, they need a pilot with experience in gravitational anomalies. The Jupiter system is tricky to navigate, even with AI assistance. Your experience with Bayer BH1 makes you uniquely qualified." Louis stared at her, stunned. "Are you saying—" "I'm saying," Jasmine continued, taking his hand, "that if you wanted to apply, I have it on good authority that the mission director would be very interested." The prospect was dizzying. To return to space, to have purpose again, using the very skills that had once torn him from his time, felt like a gift he hadn't dared hope for. "What about your research here? What about—" He hesitated. "What about my family?" Jasmine squeezed his hand. "My research can continue there. better, in fact, with access to completely new environments. As for your family, she looked at him with understanding, that's a decision only you can make. But Louis, they've built lives that will continue with or without your daily presence. The question is, what life are you going to build? As Louis considered her words, he gazed out at the Seattle skyline, at once familiar in its geography and utterly transformed in its details. In that moment, he realized something profound. He had been given not just a second chance at life, but at love, at purpose, at future. Whatever he decided about Europa, he would no longer be merely a visitor from the past. He would be a participant in the present, with all its complications and possibilities. Jasmine watched the shift in his expression, recognizing the moment when something fundamental changed. She leaned forward to kiss him, not caring who might see. "Welcome to tomorrow, Captain Doyle," she whispered against his lips. And for the first time since returning to an Earth that had moved on without him, Louis truly felt he had come home. 3 months later, Louis stood in Sophia's garden, watching as the afternoon sunlight filtered through the genetically modified cherry trees that bloomed year-round. At 79, Sophia had begun to show signs of slowing down. The life extension treatments could only do so much, but her mind remained sharp as ever. "So you've made your decision," she said, more statement than question. Louis nodded, taking a seat on the bench beside her hover chair. "I have. The Europa mission leaves in 6 weeks. Jasmine and I will both be going." Sophia smiled, reaching out to take his hand. Her skin felt paper-thin against his, the contrast between his artificially preserved youth and her natural aging more pronounced than ever. "You know, when Thomas asked me to marry him, I almost said no," she confessed, her eyes distant with memory. "I felt like I was betraying you, even though you'd been gone for 15 years by then. Oliver was so angry about it. He was still holding on to the hope you'd return." Louis squeezed her hand gently. "I'm glad you said yes. You deserved happiness, Sophia." "As do you," she replied firmly. "I've watched you these past months, Louis. When you first returned, you were a ghost, present in body, but your spirit was still trapped in 2025. Now," she gestured to his face, "now I see life in your eyes again." They sat in comfortable silence for a few moments, the kind that can only exist between people who have shared a lifetime of love, even if that lifetime took very different forms for each of them. "I wanted to ask you something," Louis said finally. "Something important." "Anything, dear." Louis took a deep breath. "Your blessing. Not just your acceptance or your understanding, but your true blessing. For whatever future Jasmine and I might build together." Sophia's eyes filled with tears, but her smile was radiant. "Oh, Louis, you've had that from the moment I saw how she looks at you, and how you look at her." She reached up to touch his cheek. "Our time together exists in a different world now, but it was real and precious. Nothing can diminish what we shared. But love isn't meant to be preserved like a museum piece. It's meant to grow, to change, to find new expressions." Louis leaned forward to embrace her, careful of her fragility. "I will always love you, Sophia. Always." "I know," she whispered against his shoulder. "And I will always love the young man who promised to come home to me after his test flight. But we're both different people now. You have centuries ahead of you, Louise. Live them fully." As they parted, Louis felt a weight lifting. The last lingering threads of guilt that had bound him to a past he could never reclaim. The weeks that followed were a whirlwind of preparation. The Europa mission required extensive training, even for someone with Louis' experience. The technology had advanced considerably, and while his intuitive understanding of spaceflight principles remained valuable, the practical applications had transformed. Jasmine threw herself into final research preparations, her excitement infectious as she described the studies she hoped to conduct in Europa's unique environment. They spent long evenings discussing the possibilities, her scientific vision complementing his practical experience in ways that made them ideal mission partners. Oliver finally began to thaw, especially after Louis made it clear that his departure for Europa wasn't an abandonment but an opportunity for both of them to move forward. "I missed your childhood," Louis told his son during a rare moment alone. "I can never get that back, but I can be present for whatever time we have now, and when I return from Europa, I want to know the man you've become, not just the memory of the boy I left behind." Something in those words seemed to reach Oliver in a way nothing else had. "I've spent most of my life angry at you for leaving," he admitted, "even knowing it wasn't your choice. I think I need to finally let that go." Their reconciliation wasn't instantaneous or complete, but it was a beginning. Oliver even brought his children, Louis's grandchildren, to the farewell dinner Emma organised 2 weeks before the mission launch. The gathering was held at Emma's home, a beautiful structure nestled in the mountains outside the city. Nearly the entire extended family attended, creating a chaotic blend of generations that left Louis both overwhelmed and deeply moved. "To think," Emma mused as they stood watching the family mingle, "all of this came from you and Mum. All these lives that wouldn't exist if not for you too." Louis felt a profound sense of wonder at her words. Whatever had been lost in his displacement through time, this legacy, these people, had been gained. Jasmine fit seamlessly into the gathering, her natural warmth and genuine interest in each family member earning her acceptance even from the initially sceptical. Louis watched with pride as she engaged Oliver's oldest grandson in a spirited debate about the ethics of genetic enhancement, a topic that would have been purely theoretical in Louis's original time. As the evening wound down, Louis found himself on the terrace with Malcolm, who had travelled from Tokyo for the occasion. In the months since their return, they'd kept in regular contact, but the demands of building new lives had limited their time together. "So," Malcolm said, leaning against the railing, "Europa, never thought we'd get back out there, did you?" Louis shook his head. "After everything that happened with Astralis 5, I assumed my flying days were over." "Funny how things work out," Malcolm mused. "You know, I've been offered a position too, consulting on the Ganymede project. Different moon, same neighbourhood." Louis turned to his old friend in surprise. "You didn't mention this before," Malcolm shrugged, a smile playing at his lips. "Just finalised yesterday. Seems the Jupiter system is the place to be for time-displaced pilots." They laughed together, the sound carrying out over the valley below. For a moment, Louis could almost imagine they were back in flight training, young and certain of their invincibility, the future stretching endlessly before them. "Do you ever regret it?" Louis asked suddenly. "The test flight?" Malcolm considered the question seriously. "Sometimes. I missed watching my niece grow up. I missed my sister's middle age. I came back to find many of my friends gone." He paused, looking out at the stars appearing in the darkening sky. "Then I think, how many people get to see the future? Really see it, not just imagine it. We've been given something extraordinary, Louis. Not just longevity, but perspective." Louis nodded, understanding exactly what his friend meant. "To new horizons, then?" Malcolm raised his glass. "To new horizons." The night before the launch, Louis took Jasmine to watch the sunset from Kerry Park, a spot that had somehow survived the decades of urban transformation. The view of the city was dramatically different, with buildings that seemed to defy gravity and transport systems that wove through the air like luminous rivers, but the fundamental geography remained unchanged. "My father proposed to my mother here," Jasmine said as they looked out over the bay. "It's funny how some traditions persist, isn't it?" Louis glanced at her, catching the hint of something in her voice. "Traditions?" She turned to face him fully, reaching into her pocket to withdraw a small object that gleamed in the fading light. Not a ring, as might have been traditional in Louis's time, but a delicate bracelet crafted from a material he didn't recognize. "In my family, this is the bonding gift," she explained, her voice steady but her eyes revealing her nervousness. "It's designed to be worn by both partners. It splits into 2 complementary pieces." She demonstrated, separating the bracelet into 2 identical bands. "The material is quantum linked. No matter how far apart we are, they'll always respond to each other's presence." Louis stared at the bands, understanding the significance of what she was offering. "Jasmine, are you asking you to be my partner?" "Yes," she said simply. "Not necessarily in the traditional married sense. That feels too bound to old conventions for what we are to each other. But as my chosen one, the person I want beside me as we explore worlds neither of us has seen before." Louis felt his heart swell with emotion. This woman, who had seen him not as a relic or a curiosity, but as a man worthy of a future, was offering him exactly that, a future unconstrained by the past. "I can think of no greater honour," he said, taking one of the bands and slipping it onto his wrist. It adjusted automatically to fit perfectly, glowing with a soft inner light. "No greater joy than discovering new worlds with you, both out there and within ourselves." As Jasmine placed the companion band on her own wrist, both bracelets pulsed in unison, their lights synchronizing in a dance of quantum connection. She stepped into his embrace, and as they kissed beneath the stars, Louis felt the final piece of his new life click into place. The launch day dawned clear and bright. The spaceport, located on what had once been an island in the Puget Sound, hummed with activity as the Europa mission prepared for departure. The ship, the Galileo's Dream, stood gleaming on its launch pad, a marvel of engineering that made Australis 5 look primitive by comparison. Louis's family had gathered to see them off, even Oliver, who had arrived early to have a final moment alone with his father. "I brought something for you," Oliver said, handing Louis a small weathered object. "Was Mum saved it all these years. After she married Thomas, she put it away, but she never got rid of it." Louis opened his palm to reveal his original wedding band, a simple gold ring that had been removed during the medical evaluations after Australis 5's return and never reclaimed. "I don't know if it means anything to you now," Oliver continued, "but I thought you should have it. Not to wear," he added quickly, glancing at the quantum bracelet on Louis's wrist, "but to remember." Louis closed his fingers around the ring, deeply moved by the gesture. "Thank you, son. It means everything to me." They embraced, and for the first time since his return, Louis felt like he was truly holding his son, not just the stranger who had grown from the boy he remembered. The final goodbyes were emotional but not devastating. There was a sense of rightness to this departure that had been absent from his unintentional one 52 years earlier. Promises were made to communicate regularly. The quantum entanglement networks allowed near real-time communication even across the vast distances of the solar system. As Louis and Jasmine boarded the Galileo's Dream, Sophia raised her hand in a final farewell. Their eyes met across the distance and volumes were spoken in that silent exchange, acknowledgement of a love that had endured across time even as it transformed into something new. In the cockpit, Louis took his position as lead pilot, the familiar sensation of pre-flight anticipation flooding his system. Beside him, Jasmine prepared her biological monitoring systems, her movements confident and precise. "Ready for another leap into the unknown, Captain Doyle?" she asked, a smile playing at her lips. Louis looked at her, this brilliant, compassionate woman who had helped him find purpose when all seemed lost, and then out at the stars that waited beyond Earth's atmosphere. The quantum bracelet on his wrist pulsed warmly, a reminder of the connection they shared. "With you?" he replied, initiating the launch sequence. "Always." As the Galileo's Dream rose into the clear blue sky, Louis felt no fear, only anticipation. Whatever waited for them in the cold depths of space or the mysterious oceans of Europa, they would face it together. Two explorers bound not by the accidents of time, but by the deliberate choice to build a shared future. The past could not be changed, but the future remained unwritten. And for the first time since emerging from the temporal distortion of Bayer BH1, Louis looked forward to turning the page. The observation dome of Europa Station Alpha offered a panoramic view that never failed to take Louis's breath away. Above, Jupiter dominated the sky, its massive presence both beautiful and intimidating, banded clouds swirling in perpetual motion. Below, Europa's icy surface stretched to the horizon, cracked and ridged like a giant puzzle waiting to be solved. 3 years had passed since their arrival, 3 years of discovery, challenge and growth. The research station, buried beneath 20 meters of ice and extending into the subsurface ocean, had become home to 47 scientists, engineers and support staff, all dedicated to understanding the moon's unique environment. Jasmine had thrived here. Her work on adapting human physiology to the high-radiation, low-gravity environment had led to breakthroughs that would benefit future missions throughout the solar system. The respect she commanded among her peers filled Louis with pride. "Thought I'd find you up here," came her voice from behind him. "Contemplating the infinite again?" Louis smiled as she joined him at the viewport. "Just thinking about how far we've come." "From Australis 5 to Europa," she mused, leaning against him. "Not the journey either of us expected." "Not just that distance," he clarified. "The other kind too." She understood immediately, as she always did. The quantum bracelets they wore pulsed in synchronization, their connection as strong as it had been the day they exchanged them. "I got a message from Emma this morning," Louis continued. "Oliver's youngest granddaughter, my great-granddaughter, just graduated from university. Astrophysics, if you can believe it. She says I inspired her choice, though I've never even met her in person." Jasmine squeezed his hand. "The ripples we create extend far beyond what we can see." Louis nodded, remembering Sophia's last message before her passing 6 months earlier. She had been 91, a remarkable age even with life extension treatments, and at peace with her extraordinary life. "She said she always knew I'd find my way back to the stars," Louis said softly. "Not just back to Earth, but back to where I truly belonged." The intercom chimed, interrupting their moment of reflection. "Captain Doyle, Dr. Patterson, your presence is requested in Subsurface Lab 3. Dr. Dorsey believes they have identified a new form of extremophile bacterium in today's samples." "Duty calls," Jasmine said with a smile. "Race you there?" As they made their way through the station's corridors, Louis marvelled at how seamlessly they had integrated into this community. Here, his unusual temporal displacement was just another interesting fact about him, not the defining characteristic that had overshadowed everything on Earth. The lab was buzzing with excitement when they arrived. Dr. Leon Dorsey, the expedition's chief biologist, looked up from her microscope with barely contained enthusiasm. "You're going to want to see this," she said, gesturing them over. "The new extremophile isn't just surviving in Europa's ocean, it's manipulating its environment in ways that suggest rudimentary intelligence." As Jasmine bent over the microscope, her face lighting up with scientific curiosity, Louis felt a surge of gratitude for the strange, twisted path that had brought him here. The black hole that had stolen his original future had, in its way, given him this one instead. Later that evening, as they prepared for bed in their shared quarters, Louis retrieved a small box from his desk drawer. Inside lay his original wedding ring from Sophia, the one Oliver had returned to him before the launch, alongside a worn photograph of his first family and a small vial of water. "What's that?" Jasmine asked, noticing the vial. "Malcolm brought it back from Earth on the last supply run," Louis explained. "It's from Puget Sound, near where Sophia's ashes were scattered. I thought, I thought tomorrow we might take the shuttle to the western ice plains. There's a crevasse there that leads directly to the subsurface ocean. I'd like to pour this into Europa's waters." Jasmine's eyes softened with understanding. "A way of connecting your past to your present." Louis nodded. "Is that strange?" "Not at all," she said, wrapping her arms around him. "It's one of the things I love most about you, your ability to honour what was while still embracing what is." They stood together by the small viewport in their quarters, Jupiter's reflected light casting a gentle glow across the room. At 55, chronologically 87, Louis had noticed the first subtle signs of aging since arriving on Europa. The preserved youth gifted by the time dilation was finally giving way to the natural progression of life. Strangely, he welcomed these changes. They connected him to the normal flow of time, to the rhythm of existence that all living things shared. Jasmine, now 28, had committed to aging alongside him, declining the more aggressive longevity treatments that might have maintained her youth far beyond his lifespan. "Do you ever wonder what happened to them?" Louis asked suddenly. "The aliens who saved us from Bayer BH1? Jasmine considered the question. "Sometimes. The mathematical formulas they shared have revolutionized our understanding of space-time, but we've never encountered anything like their vessel again." "I like to think they're still out there," Louis mused. "Maybe they make a habit of rescuing foolish explorers who venture too close to black holes." "Perhaps we'll meet them again someday," Jasmine suggested. "Space is vast, but time is longer." "Time," Louis repeated with a soft laugh. "My old adversary and strange benefactor." They fell silent, content in each other's presence as Jupiter continued its stately progress across their window. Tomorrow would bring new discoveries, new challenges, new wonders. The day after might bring something entirely unexpected, perhaps the decision to extend their mission, or to return to Earth to finally meet the great-granddaughter following in Louis's footsteps. Whatever came next, Louis knew with bone-deep certainty that he would face it without regret. The universe had given him not one life but two, each with its own joys and sorrows, its own unique forms of love. As if reading his thoughts, Jasmine turned in his arms to face him, her eyes reflecting the light of a world neither of them could have imagined in their separate pasts. "To borrow time," she said softly, echoing the toast they had shared on their first anniversary. Louis smiled, his heart full, and to making every moment count. Outside their window, Europa continued its eternal dance around Jupiter, carrying them forward into a future limited only by their courage to embrace it. And in that moment, Louis understood the final lesson of his extraordinary journey through time, that love, in all its forms, was the one force capable of transcending even its relentless passage. For love, unlike time, knew no horizons it could not cross. The end. Harvey Davenport squinted against the low autumn sun as he guided his dun gelding down Silver Creek's main thoroughfare. The small Montana settlement had the distinct smell of a town caught between civilization and wilderness, sawdust and manure, whiskey and wood smoke. His back ached from 3 days in the saddle, tracking a man who'd ultimately proven not worth the trouble. The bounty for Carl Weber had barely covered expenses. 15 years of hunting men had taught Harvey one immutable truth. The price on a man's head rarely matched the cost of bringing him in. Mayor Julian Collier's telegram had been cryptic but promising. Urgent matter requiring discretion and experience. Compensation generous. Harvey had learned to read between the lines of such messages, usually a wealthy man wanting revenge without legal entanglements. The mayor's office occupied the upper floor of the general store, announced by a weather-worn sign. Harvey secured his horse and climbed the exterior staircase. boots leaving imprints in a thin layer of dust. "Davenport," Collier greeted him, rising from behind a desk cluttered with papers. The mayor was a slight man with spectacles and thinning hair, the kind who'd never skinned a knuckle in a fight. "Grateful you came so quickly." Harvey removed his hat but remained standing. "Your telegram mentioned generous compensation." "Indeed. $500 for 3 months' work." Harvey raised an eyebrow. "That's steep for a small town. Who needs killing?" The mayor blanched. "Good heavens, no! I'm not hiring you to hunt anyone. I need protection." "For yourself?" "For our new school teacher, Miss Florence Hart." Harvey stared at the man, certain he'd misheard. "A school teacher. She arrived last week from Boston, brilliant young woman educated at Mount Holyoke Female Seminary." The mayor paused, looking uncomfortable. "Silver Creek has been under William Tate's thumb for too long. His gang controls everything from cattle to mining claims. Miss Hart represents something Tate can't abide: progress, education, civilization. And you think a schoolmarm can change that?" "I think education changes everything, Mr. Davenport. But first she needs to survive long enough to teach." Harvey paced to the window, looking down at the street where a group of children chased a rolling hoop. "I'm not a nursemaid." "No, you're a man with a reputation for staying alive in situations where others don't." Collier opened a desk drawer and removed an envelope. "Half now, half when her term ends in December." Harvey weighed the envelope in his palm. It was heavy with coin. "Where do I find her?" "The schoolhouse at the edge of town. You can't miss it." Indeed, he couldn't. The one-room schoolhouse stood alone on a gentle rise, painfully new against the weathered landscape. Fresh-cut lumber still leaked sap from its seams, and someone had planted flowers along the walkway, a futile gesture in the Montana autumn. Through the open door he heard a woman's voice, melodic and clear. "Now, who can tell me where we might find the Rocky Mountains on our map?" Harvey leaned against the doorframe, observing without announcing himself. The schoolteacher stood before a dozen children of various ages, gesturing to a large cloth map hung on the wall. She wore a practical blue dress, her honey-brown hair swept into a loose knot at her nape. "They're right here," piped a small boy. "Excellent, Thomas." She beamed as if the child had solved complex mathematics instead of identifying the most obvious geographical feature in their territory. Harvey cleared his throat, and 26 eyes swiveled toward him, 12 pairs belonging to children, 1 to the teacher, and the last his own reflection in the small mirror by the door. "May I help you, sir?" Her smile remained, but caution entered her eyes. "Harvey Davenport, Mayor Collier hired me." Understanding dawned on her face. She turned to her students. "Children, please practice your letters while I speak with Mr. Davenport." She approached with an extended hand. "Florence Hart, I've been expecting you, though I did express to the mayor that this arrangement seems unnecessary." Her grip was firm, her palms slightly chalked from the blackboard. Up close he noticed her eyes, amber flecked with green, direct and unflinching. "Mayor's money, mayor's worries," Harvey replied, removing his hat. "I'll be staying close, keeping watch." "Mr. Davenport, I appreciate the concern, but I've come to teach, not cower. These children need education more than I need protection." "With respect, Miss Hart, you don't know William Tate." "I know men like him exist everywhere, just wearing different clothes. In Boston they wore fine suits and called themselves businessmen, while exploiting immigrant children in factories." Her chin lifted slightly. "I didn't bend to them, and I won't bend to Mr. Tate." Harvey almost smiled at her naivety. Almost. Those Boston men probably didn't gut people for sport. Colour drained from her face, but her posture remained straight. "I see. Well, I won't be frightened away, Mr. Davenport. These children deserve better." "Most folks deserve better than they get, Miss Hart. doesn't change how things are. Perhaps not, she replied, her voice soft but steel-edged. But it absolutely changes how things will be. Harvey watched her return to her students, marvelling at the peculiar mixture of innocence and determination. 3 months suddenly seemed interminable. He'd met her type before, idealists who believed goodness would triumph simply because it should. They were always the first to fall when reality came knocking with blood-stained knuckles. She wouldn't last a week. That night, as he secured the schoolhouse, Harvey noticed a figure watching from the tree line. He drew his Colt but made no move toward the shadow. A warning shot would only confirm the watcher's suspicions about the schoolteacher's importance. Instead, he deliberately turned his back and continued his checks, keeping the figure in his peripheral vision. The message was clear. I see you, but I'm not concerned. When he turned again, the shadow was gone. Florence's voice interrupted his thoughts. Is someone there? Jamil, she stood in the doorway of the small cabin adjacent to the schoolhouse, a shawl pulled tight around her shoulders. Just the wind, he lied. Go back inside. She studied him for a moment, those amber eyes too perceptive. You're not a very convincing liar, Mr. Davenport. And you're not very good at following directions, Miss Hart. A smile ghosted across her face, a failing my own teachers often noted. Good night, Mr. Davenport. As her door closed, Harvey settled on the porch steps, rifle across his knees. The Montana night unfurled around him, stars pricking the velvet darkness. An owl called from somewhere distant, a lonely sound that echoed his own hollow spaces. 3 months of protecting a woman who believed kindness could overcome cruelty. It was like being hired to shield a candle from a hurricane. The irony wasn't lost on him. Once he'd been the one with faith in humanity's better nature. Once he'd believed in things like justice and hope. Once, before Bitter Creek, the schoolhouse door displayed a fresh-burned message by morning. Leave or bleed. Florence traced the charred letters with her fingertips, leaving sooty smudges on her skin. Well, they certainly lack subtlety. Harvey, who had been inspecting the surrounding ground for tracks, straightened with a scowl. This isn't a joke, Miss Hart. Do I appear to be laughing? She met his gaze steadily. Intimidation tactics are the weapons of small men, Mr. Davenport. I won't dignify them with fear. With that, she retrieved a bucket of whitewash from the supply shed and began coating the damaged door. Her methodical brushstrokes revealed nothing of her thoughts, but Harvey noticed the slight tremor in her hands. You should consider returning to Boston, he said, leaning against the schoolhouse wall. Florence continued painting, not sparing him a glance. I should consider many things, Mr. Davenport. The migration patterns of monarch butterflies, the mathematical principles behind cathedral architecture, the proper preservation of wild berries for winter consumption. She paused, finally looking at him. Abandoning these children isn't among those considerations. The arrival of her students ended their conversation. Harvey watched as Florence transformed, her apprehension tucked away behind genuine warmth as she greeted each child by name. He positioned himself by the window, scanning the tree line while the lesson progressed inside. Mr. Davenport? A small voice interrupted his surveillance. A girl of perhaps 7 stood beside him, clutching a slate. Miss Hart says you might help me with my numbers. Harvey frowned. I'm not a teacher. She says you're good at calculating distances and angles, for shooting. The child spoke matter-of-factly. I don't understand fractions. He glanced at Florence, who was helping another student. She gave no indication of having orchestrated this interaction. Let me see, he said gruffly, taking the slate to. 20 minutes later, Florence dismissed the children for their midday meal. She approached Harvey, who was still working with the girl. 3/4 of a pie and you eat 1/3 of that amount. What do you have left? He was asking. The child's face scrunched in concentration. Half a pie? How'd you figure that? 3/4 times 1/3 is 1/4, so 3/4 minus 1/4 is half. That's right, you're quick. The girl beamed and hurried off to join her friends outside. Sarah struggles with arithmetic, Florence said, sitting beside him on the bench. Her father's a trapper, rarely home. She helps her mother manage their supplies, so fractions are essential for her. Harvey grunted, uncomfortable with her approving gaze. Shooting requires math. Nothing special about it. Florence gathered papers from a nearby desk. You know, Mr. Davenport, for a man so determined to appear heartless. You have remarkable patience with children. Children are different, he said after a moment. They haven't had time to become monsters yet. And adults have? Most. He stood, eager to escape her scrutiny. I'm going to patrol the perimeter. Over the following weeks, an uneasy routine developed. Harvey kept watch while Florence taught. Occasionally, despite his resistance, he found himself drawn into lessons, explaining tracking methods for geography, demonstrating how to calculate a horse's travel distance for mathematics. The children, initially wary of his scarred face and taciturn manner, gradually began greeting him each morning. One boy even presented him with a whittled wooden horse, crudely carved but recognizable. Mr. Davenport, might I ask a favour? Florence approached him one afternoon as the children departed. Depends on the favour. I need to visit Miller's Crossing tomorrow. There's a shipment of books arriving by stage, and supplies I ordered for our harvest celebration. Harvey frowned. This crossing is 15 miles. Indeed, which is why I've arranged to borrow Mr. Peterson's wagon. We could depart after breakfast and return before dark. We? Unless you plan to abandon your duties for the day, she challenged, a hint of mischief in her eyes. The journey began in awkward silence. Florence attempted conversation several times, only to receive grunts or one-word answers from Harvey. After an hour, she sighed dramatically. This will be a tedious journey if you're determined to remain mute, Mr. Davenport. Not much worth saying. I disagree. For instance, you might tell me how a man with your education, and don't deny it. I've seen you correct grammar in the children's work when you thought I wasn't looking, became a bounty hunter. He glanced at her, surprised by her observation. Life happens. A profoundly uninformative answer. She adjusted her bonnet against the strengthening wind. Very well, I'll begin. I'm the youngest of 4 sisters. My father was a professor of literature who believed women deserved education equal to men's. My mother died when I was 12. I taught in Boston for 3 years before answering the advertisement for Silver Creek. When he remained silent, she continued undeterred. I came west because I was suffocating in Boston drawing rooms, expected to marry a banker's son who thought women should discuss nothing more substantial than fabric patterns and menu planning. Her voice softened. I wanted to build something meaningful. These children deserve futures beyond what their parents could imagine. Harvey felt a reluctant admiration for her conviction. Noble goals don't keep you alive when men like Tate decide you're inconvenient. Perhaps, but fear of dying isn't the same as living. She studied him. What are you afraid of, Mr. Davenport? The question struck too close to truths he kept buried. Before he could form a response, the sky darkened ominously. Storm's coming, he said, grateful for the diversion. We should find shelter. They barely reached the abandoned Thornton homestead before the deluge began. The small cabin's roof leaked in 3 places, but its stone hearth remained sound. Harvey built a fire while Florence arranged their supplies away from the drips. Will it pass quickly? She asked, watching sheets of rain obscure the landscape. No, it's settling in. He gestured to the western horizon, where dark clouds massed like an invading army. We're staying the night. Her eyes widened. That would be inappropriate. Drowning would be fatal. Take your pick." The storm intensified as evening approached. Wind howled through the cabin's gaps, and thunder shook the timbers. They shared a simple meal of bread and jerky, the fire casting long shadows across the weathered walls. "Who were you before?" Florence asked suddenly, breaking their companionable silence. Harvey stared into the flames. "What makes you think I was someone else?" "The way you speak when you forget to be coarse, the Latin phrase you used when Thomas fell last week, the books I've seen you reading when you think no one is watching." He remained silent so long she thought he wouldn't answer. "I was a lawyer in St. Louis," he finally said. "Had a practice with my father-in-law." "You were married?" "Catherine, and a daughter, Emma." His voice roughened. "They died at Bitter Creek. Stagecoach robbery." Florence's hand moved involuntarily toward him, but stopped short of touching. "I'm so sorry." 8 years ago last spring. He prodded the fire, sending sparks upward. "I tracked the men responsible. That's how I started bounty hunting." "Did you find them?" "Eventually." The word hung between them, heavy with unspoken violence. "And did it help?" she asked softly. "Did vengeance ease your grief?" Harvey met her gaze, his eyes reflecting firelight and old pain. "No. But it gave me somewhere to put the rage. And now? Now I exist. It's enough." He stood abruptly. "You should sleep. I'll keep watch." "There's room enough for both of us to rest," she offered, gesturing to the cabin's small space. "I don't sleep much anyway." Florence studied him for a long moment. "Do you even believe in anything anymore?" The question wasn't accusatory, but genuinely curious, which somehow made it harder to deflect. "I believe people show their true nature when tested," he answered finally. "I believe comfort breeds illusion, and suffering strips it away." "That's a lonely philosophy." "It's a realistic one." She shook her head. "Grief doesn't have to define you, Harvey. It can transform you, certainly, but the direction of that transformation remains your choice." It was the first time she'd used his given name, and the intimacy of it disturbed him more than her words. "Get some sleep, Miss Hart." Outside, the storm continued its assault, mirroring the turbulence he felt within. Florence's presence was becoming dangerous, not because she needed his protection, but because she made him question the walls he'd built around himself. The rain didn't let up until dawn, and they returned to Silver Creek by mid-afternoon. News of their overnight absence had preceded them, generating knowing looks from townspeople as they passed. "Reputation is a luxury I can't afford to lose," Florence murmured as they approached the schoolhouse. "The children's parents must trust me." "I'll speak to Reverend Kane," Harvey offered. "He can quell the gossip." She smiled gratefully. "Thank you." As she unlocked the schoolhouse door, Harvey noticed a folded paper nailed to the frame. He snatched it before she could see. "The teacher or the children, your choice." The threat was clear. Tate was escalating. Harvey crumpled the note, his decision immediate. It was time to confront Tate directly. Florence Hart might be willing to risk herself for her principles, but he wouldn't let her risk the children. Some lessons came at too high a price. The Silver Creek saloon reeked of unwashed bodies and spilled whiskey. Harvey entered at dusk, scanning the crowded room for his target. William Tate held court at a corner table, a mountain of a man with a beard like iron filings, and eyes that calculated profit from others' misfortune. Harvey approached without preamble, stopping just beyond arm's reach. "Tate." Conversation died as heads turned. Tate looked up lazily, a reptilian smile spreading beneath his moustache. "The schoolmarm's watchdog," he drawled. "Come to beg for scraps." "Come to deliver a message," Harvey's voice carried in the sudden silence. "The teacher and the children are off limits." Tate leaned back, amusement dancing in his cold eyes. "Is that, sir?" What exactly are you offering in exchange for my generosity? Nothing. I'm telling you how it's going to be. A dangerous stillness settled over Tate. Nobody tells me anything, bounty hunter. Then consider it friendly advice. The schoolhouse isn't worth the trouble I'll bring you. Tate's men shifted, hands hovering near weapons. Harvey remained motionless, his calm exterior belying the calculated awareness of every potential threat in the room. You know, Tate said conversationally, I heard an interesting rumour about that pretty teacher. Seems she spent a night alone with you at the old Thornton place. He smirked. Perhaps she's not as virtuous as she pretends. Harvey's expression revealed nothing, but his voice dropped to a dangerous register. Choose your next words with extreme care. Tate stood, towering over most men in the room. Or what? You'll shoot me, in front of witnesses? He gestured expansively. Every man here works for me. You'd be dead before you cleared leather. Probably, Harvey agreed, but you'd still die first. Something in Harvey's eyes, the absolute certainty of a man who'd already calculated the cost and found it acceptable, gave Tate pause. 3 days, Tate finally said. The teacher has 3 days to leave. After that, he shrugged. Well, schoolhouses burn easily. Children too. Harvey's hand moved faster than perception could track. Suddenly his knife pressed against Tate's jugular, drawing a bead of blood. Listen carefully, Harvey whispered, his mouth close to Tate's ear. I've killed men in 23 territories. I've hunted human beings like animals and ended them without losing sleep. If anything happens to Miss Hart or those children, anything at all, I will dedicate whatever remains of my life to finding new ways to make you suffer. He stepped back, sheathing his knife with fluid grace. Sleep well, Tate. The saloon remained centered as he departed, the batwing doors swinging in his wake. Outside, Harvey exhaled slowly, adrenaline ebbing. He'd bought time, but also accelerated the inevitable confrontation. Tate wouldn't tolerate such a public challenge. The only question was whether he'd come for Harvey first or strike at Florence to prove his dominance. Harvey found her still at the schoolhouse, arranging books on newly built shelves. You should go home, he said from the doorway. It's late. Florence looked up, a smudge of dust on her cheek. There's so much to organise before tomorrow's lesson. Tomorrow might not come if you exhaust yourself tonight. She smiled. A surprisingly philosophical observation, Mr. Davenport. He didn't return her smile. I spoke with Tate. The book in her hands faltered. I see. Was it productive? No. She placed the book carefully on its shelf. What happens now? You leave. Tonight, preferably. Return to Boston. That's not happening. Harvey crossed the room in 3 strides, frustration breaking through his composure. This isn't a negotiation, Florence. Tate threatened the children explicitly. All the more reason I can't abandon them. Colour rose in her cheeks. If I leave, Tate wins. He'll ensure no teacher ever comes again. These children will grow up under his shadow, believing might makes right. They'll grow up, Harvey emphasised. Alive. Existing isn't living, she echoed his words from the cabin. You taught me that. He turned away, struggling against emotions he'd thought long buried. I can't protect everyone all the time. I'm not asking you to. Her voice softened. But I can't run from this, Harvey. I won't. The use of his given name again deliberate this time. He faced her, finding her closer than expected. The lamplight gilded her features, revealing determination alongside fear she wasn't bothering to hide. You're the most stubborn woman I've ever met, he said, the accusation lacking heat. Consider my teacher. Her smile was tentative. You're rather obstinate yourself. Something shifted between them, a recognition, a possibility. Her eyes dropped to his mouth, then back to his eyes. a question in them that stirred embers he'd thought long cold. Harvey stepped back abruptly. "I'll keep watch outside tonight. Harvey, good night, Miss Hart." He escaped into the darkness, his heart pounding with emotions he couldn't afford. Attachment was weakness. Weakness got people killed. The night passed without incident, but Harvey's vigilance didn't waver. By morning, exhaustion dragged at him, yet he escorted Florence to school as usual. Children arrived, lessons proceeded. Florence taught with her characteristic enthusiasm, though Harvey noted the frequent glances she cast toward the windows. Shortly after noon, a commotion outside drew their attention. Mayor Collier hurried up the path, his face ashen. "Thomas Jenkins is missing," he announced, breathing heavily. "His mother says he never arrived at school this morning." Florence paled. "I marked him absent. I assumed he was ill. His mother sent him with his lunch pail at 8 o'clock. Collier's eyes shifted to Harvey. "She found this nailed to their door an hour ago." The note contained a single sentence. "Education has its price." "Tate," Harvey growled. Florence pressed a hand to her mouth. "This is because of me." "No," Harvey countered firmly. "This is because Tate is a monster who uses children as pawns. Gather the other students and take them to the church. Stay with Reverend Kane until I return." "Where are you going?" Collier asked. "To find Thomas." Florence caught his arm. "Harvey, Tate wants you to come after him. It's a trap." "I know." He gently removed her hand. "But Thomas is still alive. Tate wants leverage, not a body." "Let me come with you," she pleaded. "I'm the one he wants to intimidate." "Absolutely not." His tone brooked no argument. "Your job is to protect the other children. Mine is to bring Thomas back." Her amber eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "Promise me you'll be careful." "I'm always careful." The lie came easily. Harvey tracked Tate's men to an abandoned silver mine 3 miles outside town. The entrance was poorly guarded, an intentional invitation. He dispatched the sentries silently, using the hilt of his knife rather than the blade. This wasn't about killing, it was about the boy. The mine shaft descended into darkness, the air growing damp and cold as he ventured deeper. Voices echoed from a side chamber, including a child's frightened sob. Harvey assessed his options. 5 men, based on the voices, 1 terrified boy, a confined space with limited visibility. The odds were poor, but he'd faced worse. He removed his boots, setting them aside to enable silent movement on the rocky floor. Then he drew his revolver, checked the loads, and slipped into the shadows. The first man fell to a blow to the base of his skull. The second turned at the sound of his companion collapsing and received Harvey's fist to his throat. Both would live, but neither would participate further. 3 remaining. In the chamber ahead, lantern light spilled across a macabre tableau. Thomas sat bound to a chair, tears streaking his dirty face. Tate himself lounged nearby, watching, as one of his men played with a knife, deliberately frightening the boy. "Thought you'd come alone," Tate called out, not bothering to look toward the entrance where Harvey stood. "Predictable. Let the boy go, Tate. Your quarrel's with me. My quarrel's with anyone who challenges my authority in Silver Creek." Tate finally turned, his eyes glinting in the lantern light. The school teacher refuses to leave. Perhaps seeing what happened to her favourite pupil will change her mind. Thomas whimpered as the knife-wielding man drew the blade across the boy's cheek, not cutting, but threatening. "Last chance," Harvey warned, his gun trained on Tate. "You won't risk hitting the boy," Tate smirked, "and my men have clear shots at you." Harvey smiled thinly. "Who said anything about shooting?" He kicked the lantern, plunging the chamber into darkness. Gunfire erupted immediately, bullets striking stone as Harvey dropped to the ground. He crawled forward, guided by Thomas's terrified cries, and reached the boy's chair. "It's Mr. Davenport," he whispered, cutting the ropes. "Stay down." A bullet grazed his shoulder as he shielded the child with his body. Harvey returned fire, aiming at the muzzle flashes. A scream confirmed at least one hit. "Can't hide forever, Davenport," Tate's voice echoed. "Don't need forever." Harvey guided Thomas toward the entrance. Just long enough. Another shot rang out. Pain exploded in Harvey's side as the bullet found flesh. He staggered, but remained upright, pushing Thomas ahead of him. "Run," he commanded, turning back to cover their retreat. Harvey fired 3 rapid shots, forcing Tate and his remaining man into cover. Then he backed away, following Thomas up the shaft toward daylight. They nearly reached the entrance when Harvey stumbled, the blood loss taking its toll. He fell to one knee, vision swimming. "Mr. Davenport, yeah," Thomas cried, turning back. "Keep going," Harvey gasped. "Get help." The boy hesitated, then bolted for the entrance. Footsteps approached from behind, Tate coming to finish what he'd started. Harvey summoned his remaining strength and turned, gun raised. Tate emerged from the shadows, his own weapon levelled. "Should have minded your own business, bounty hunter." "The children are my business now," Harvey replied, his finger tightening on the trigger. 2 shots thundered in the narrow passage. Harvey felt the impact like a mule kick to his chest. He slumped against the wall, watching with detached fascination as Tate collapsed, a crimson stain spreading across his shirt. Darkness crept into the edges of Harvey's vision. His last conscious thought was of Florence, her amber eyes, her stubborn hope, her belief that even the most bitter soul could find redemption. He hoped she was right. Harvey dreamed of Bitter Creek, not the blood and gunfire that haunted his usual nightmares, but the moments before, Catherine's laugh as she tucked a flower behind Emma's ear, his daughter's gap-toothed smile when she spotted him waiting by the stagecoach. "They're beautiful," a voice said, not from the dream but somewhere beyond it. Harvey struggled toward consciousness, fighting through layers of pain. He opened his eyes to find Florence beside his bed, her fingers gently intertwined with his. "Catherine and Emma," he rasped, his throat desert dry. "You were in my dream." She reached for a water glass. "You spoke their names." Supporting his head, she helped him drink. "Dr. Whitman wasn't sure you'd wake up." Memory returned in jagged pieces. The mine, gunfire, Tate. "Thomas? Safe?" Her smile trembled. "You saved him, Harvey. He hasn't stopped telling everyone how you fought off 100 outlaws in the dark." Harvey tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. Pain lanced through his chest and side, stealing his breath. "Don't," Florence pressed him back gently. "The bullet missed your heart by less than an inch. You've been unconscious for 3 days. Tate? Dead." Her expression held no joy in the news, only tired relief. His remaining men fled Silver Creek afterward. The town is organising a proper sheriff's office now that his shadow is lifted. Harvey's eyes travelled past her to the unfamiliar room. "Where am I?" "My home." At his questioning look, she continued. "The doctor's office was unsuitable for extended recovery, and the hotel is too noisy. I have the spare room, so," she shrugged, a faint blush colouring her cheeks. "Your reputation is the least of my concerns." Her tone brooked no argument. "Reverend Kane visits daily to check on you, which provides sufficient propriety to satisfy the gossips." Harvey managed a weak smile. "You've thought of everything." "Not everything." Her expression grew serious. "I never considered you might die protecting us. That possibility," her voice faltered. It wasn't acceptable. Something in her gaze, vulnerability mixed with fierce determination, stirred emotions he'd kept buried for years. Harvey looked away, uncomfortable with their intensity. "It's my job," he said gruffly. "Is it?" Florence challenged softly. Mayor Collier hired you to watch over me, not to confront Tate alone or risk your life for Thomas." When he didn't respond, she continued, "You pretend to be untouched by what happens around you, Harvey Davenport, but your actions reveal a different truth." "Don't make me into something I'm not," he muttered. "I'm not a hero." "I never said you were." Her fingers tightened around his. "Heroes exist in storybooks, Harvey. I'm talking about a man who couldn't walk away when a child was in danger, even when it would have been easier, safer. I've walked away from plenty." "Perhaps," she acknowledged, "but not this time, not from us." The word hung between them. Us, small but significant. Harvey found himself unable to deny its truth. Somewhere between reluctant protection and genuine care, these people had become his responsibility, his choice. "You should rest," Florence said, rising. "The children made you cards. I'll bring them later." As she reached the door, Harvey called out, "Florence." She turned, silhouetted in the doorframe. "Thank you," he said simply. Her smile was radiant. "You're welcome." Recovery was neither quick nor painless. Harvey chafed at confinement, his restless nature ill-suited to invalidism. Florence proved both a gentle nurse and an implacable warden, insisting he follow Dr. Whitman's instructions to the letter. The children visited daily, bringing drawings, wildflowers, and endless questions about his adventures. Harvey found himself sharing carefully edited stories from his travels, omitting the violence but preserving the wonder of distant mountains and prairie vastness. "You're good with them," Florence observed one evening, after shooing away the last persistent visitor. "They adore you." Harvey, now able to sit in a chair by the window, watched a hawk circle above the distant hills. "Children are easy. They haven't learned to hide their feelings yet." "Unlike certain adults I know," she settled across from him, her hands busy with mending. "Dr. Whitman says you can return to light duties next week." Something twisted in Harvey's chest that had nothing to do with his healing wound. "I suppose Mayor Collier will be reducing my wages, given the threats eliminated." Florence's needle paused mid-stitch. "Actually, the town council voted to maintain your position through winter. As security for the school. That seems unnecessary now." "Perhaps," she resumed sewing, not meeting his eyes. "Or perhaps they recognise the value of your presence beyond mere protection." "And you?" The question escaped before he could reconsider. "What do you think?" Now she looked up, her expression unguarded. "I think you belong here, Harvey. I think you've been wandering long enough." He turned back to the window, unwilling to let her see how deeply her words affected him. "I'm not suited for settled life." "Aren't you?" Her voice held gentle challenge. "These past weeks, despite your injuries, you've seemed more at peace than when you arrived." "Pain has a clarifying effect," he deflected. "So does purpose." She set aside her sewing and moved to stand beside him at the window. "You've been running from happiness because losing it once nearly destroyed you." Her insight was too accurate, too raw. "Florence, I know about loss, Harvey." Her voice softened. "Not like yours, but enough to understand that grief changes us, doesn't have to diminish us. And if I can't be what you need..." The question revealed more than he intended. "I'm not asking you to be anything other than who you are." She touched his shoulder lightly. "I'm asking you to stop pretending you don't care." Their gazes held, the moment stretching between them like a tightrope. Harvey found himself leaning toward her, drawn by something he'd thought long dead within him. A knock at the door shattered the moment. Florence stepped back, colour rising in her cheeks. "That will be Reverend Kane for his evening visit." As she went to answer the door, Harvey remained at the window, his heart pounding with emotions both familiar and terrifying. What Florence offered wasn't just connection, but possibility. a future he'd convinced himself was forever closed to him. But wanting something and deserving it were different matters entirely. By the following week, Harvey had moved back to his room at the hotel, though he took his meals with Florence most evenings. The school thrived, with 3 new families enrolling children, now that Tate's shadow no longer loomed over the town. One crisp October afternoon, Harvey sat on the schoolhouse steps, whittling a small wooden bird while waiting for Florence to finish organising her classroom. The scent of approaching snow hung in the air, a promise of winter's imminent arrival. Mayor Collier approached, his breath fogging in the chill. "Davenport, good to see you on your feet." Harvey nodded acknowledgement. "Something I can help you with, Mayor?" "Actually, yes." Collier looked uncharacteristically hesitant. "The town council met yesterday. We'd like to offer you a position. I'm already employed until December. This would be permanent. Silver Creek needs a sheriff, someone who can maintain order without..." He adjusted his spectacles. "Without Tate's methods." Harvey stared at the man. "I'm a bounty hunter, not a peacekeeper." "You've been more than that these past months." Collier gestured toward the schoolhouse. "What you did for Thomas, for all the children. That's the kind of law this town needs. Firm, but just." "I'm not staying in Silver Creek." "Aren't you?" Collier's gaze was knowing. "Miss Hart seems to think otherwise." Heat rose in Harvey's neck. "Florence doesn't speak for me." "Perhaps not," the mayor conceded. "And she sees what the rest of us do. A man who's found something worth protecting." He placed a sheriff's badge on the step beside Harvey. "Think about it." As Collier departed, Florence emerged from the schoolhouse. "Was that the mayor I heard?" Harvey pocketed the badge before she could see it. "Just checking on my recovery." Her smile suggested she didn't quite believe him. "I was thinking we might visit that new photographer in Miller's Crossing this weekend. The children have been asking for a class portrait before winter sets in." "Makes sense," Harvey agreed, his mind still caught on Collier's offer. Sheriff of Silver Creek. The idea was simultaneously absurd and compelling. "You seem distracted," Florence observed, sitting beside him. "Just thinking about winter," he half lied. "Stage routes get unpredictable once the snow falls." Understanding dawned in her eyes. "You're considering leaving?" "My work here is finished." The words felt hollow even as he spoke them. "Is it?" Her voice remained steady, but he caught the slight tremble in her hands as she adjusted her shawl. "Tate may be gone, but Silver Creek still needs good men." "I'm not. If you say you're not a good man one more time, Harvey Davenport, I may be forced to take drastic measures." Despite her light tone, her eyes held intensity. "I've watched you with the children. I've seen how this town responds to you now with respect, not fear. Don't tell me who you think you are. I know who you've shown yourself to be." Her conviction staggered him. In her eyes he glimpsed not the man he'd been, but the man he could become, if he had the courage to claim that future. "I've been alone a long time, Florence," he said finally. "I'm not sure I remember how to be anything else." "You're not alone anymore." She covered his scarred hand with her own. "Unless you choose to be." The simplicity of her statement belied its profound challenge. Harvey looked down at their joined hands, hers smooth from chalk and books, his rough from years of hard living. Different paths that had somehow converged in this unlikely place. "I don't want to fail you," he admitted quietly. "Then don't." She smiled. "I'm not asking for guarantees, Harvey. Love isn't about certainties. It's about choosing each other every day, even when it's difficult. Especially then." The word hung between them. Love, neither questioned nor explained. Harvey felt something long dormant unfurl within him, fragile as a spring leaf but undeniably alive. Slowly, deliberately, he leaned forward and kissed her. Not the desperate, confused kiss they had almost shared weeks ago, but a conscious choice, a beginning rather than an escape. When they parted, Florence's eyes shimmered with emotion. "Does this mean you're staying?" Harvey reached into his pocket, removing the sheriff's badge. "Collier offered me a job." "And?" Her breath caught. "And I'm considering it." He traced the badge's edges thoughtfully. "If I took it, I'd be committed to Silver Creek, to building something here." "With me?" The vulnerability in her question pierced him. "Only with you," he confirmed, the last of his defences crumbling. "I can't promise I'll be good at it, at any of it, but I want to try." Florence's smile rivaled the setting sun for brilliance. "That's all anyone can ask, Harvey." She leaned against him, her head finding the hollow of his shoulder, as if it belonged there. "That's all I'm asking." They remained on the schoolhouse steps as twilight deepened around them, speaking quietly of practical matters. The sheriff's lodgings, winter preparations, the Christmas pageant Florence planned for her students. Ordinary conversations, everyday concerns, the building blocks of a shared life. For the first time in 8 years, Harvey allowed himself to imagine a future beyond the next bounty, the next town. A future with roots and purpose, with love. He knew there would be challenges ahead. His nightmares wouldn't vanish overnight. His past would follow him even in this new beginning. But as Florence's hand remained steady in his, Harvey felt something he'd abandoned at Bitter Creek finally return. Hope. 1 year later. December 1886. Snow-blanketed Silver Creek in hushed white, transforming the frontier town into a scene from a Christmas card. Garlands of pine-decorated storefronts, and lanterns cast golden pools across fresh-fallen snow as townsfolk hurried through the early evening darkness. In the newly expanded schoolhouse, excitement buzzed like electricity. Children in their Sunday best practiced songs and recitations while parents arranged benches and hung paper stars from the rafters. The Christmas pageant, Florence's ambitious vision, brought to life through weeks of preparation, would begin in less than an hour. Sheriff Harvey Davenport leaned against the back wall, watching the controlled chaos with amused tolerance. His silver badge caught the lamplight as he absently fingered the small box in his pocket for perhaps the 20th time that evening. "Nervous, Sheriff?" Reverend Kane asked, appearing beside him with 2 steaming cups. He offered one to Harvey. "Cider, Mrs. Peterson's special recipe." "Appreciate it." Harvey accepted the drink. "And I'm not nervous." The Reverend's knowing smile suggested otherwise. "Of course not. I imagine proposing marriage is routine for a man who's faced down outlaws." Harvey nearly choked on his cider. "Who told you?" "No one needed to tell me," Kane chuckled. "You've been carrying that ring box for 3 days, checking your pocket every few minutes like it might sprout legs and run away." Harvey sighed. Small towns and their observant residents would be the death of him. "I was waiting for the right moment. After tonight's pageant would be ideal," Kane suggested. "When she's flush with success and surrounded by the community you've both helped build." He patted Harvey's shoulder. "She'll say yes, you know." Before Harvey could respond, a crash from the front of the room drew their attention. One of the larger paper stars had fallen, taking a garland down with it. Florence hurried to address the minor disaster, her green dress swirling around her ankles as she directed repairs with this characteristic efficiency. She caught Harvey watching and flashed him a smile that still, after a year, sent heat through his chest. He raised his cup in silent salute, marvelling at how completely she'd transformed not just the school, but the entire town. And him most of all. The past year had brought changes neither could have predicted that autumn day on the schoolhouse steps. Harvey's transition from bounty hunter to sheriff had raised eyebrows initially, but his fair-minded approach to law enforcement gradually won respect. He worked with neighbouring towns to establish regular patrols, making the stage routes safer for travellers and commerce alike. Florence's school flourished, expanding to 2 rooms with the addition of Miss Collins, a young teacher from Denver who shared Florence's progressive ideas about education. Together they'd established Silver Creek's first lending library, operating from a corner of the general store until a proper building could be constructed. Their courtship had progressed with a blend of public propriety and private intensity that still made Harvey's collar feel tight when he thought about it. Florence, to his continual amazement, loved him not despite his scars, both visible and hidden, but as an integral part of who he was. She never flinched from his darkest memories, never pretended his past hadn't shaped him. In return, he supported her ambitions without reservation, even when they challenged convention. When she proposed evening classes for adults who wished to improve their reading, Harvey was the first to volunteer his time. When she advocated for women's suffrage at a town meeting, he stood beside her, silently daring anyone to object. They balanced each other, her optimism tempering his pragmatism, his caution anchoring her idealism. They argued, certainly. Florence remained stubbornly idealistic about human nature, while Harvey's ingrained suspicions sometimes proved difficult to overcome, but they always found their way back to common ground, stronger for the journey. Sheriff Scoria. Thomas Jenkins, now 11, and sporting his first proper suit, interrupted Harvey's reflections. "Miss Hart says we need more chairs. There's folks coming from Peterson's Ridge and Miller's Crossing." "I'll handle it," Harvey assured him, handing his empty cup to Reverend Kane. "Tell Miss Hart not to worry." As he organised a group of men to bring additional seating from the church, Harvey marvelled at the change in Thomas. The terrified boy from the mine had grown into a confident young man who excelled in mathematics and talked of becoming an engineer. Harvey had begun teaching him to track and shoot, skills still necessary in Montana territory. But Thomas's true passion was for building and design. He'd sketched plans for the schoolhouse expansion that had impressed even the professional carpenter brought in from Helena. Florence predicted Thomas would design bridges or buildings in Chicago someday, and Harvey didn't doubt it. The boy had a future limited only by opportunity, not circumstance. Exactly what Florence had envisioned for her students. By the time the pageant began, the schoolhouse overflowed with attendees. Harvey stood at the back, preferring to maintain a view of both the performance and the crowd. Old habits died hard, even in times of celebration. Florence took centre stage, her smile radiant as she welcomed families from 3 communities. Tonight, we celebrate not just the Christmas season, but the power of education to unite us across differences and distances. As she spoke, Harvey surveyed the audience. Ranchers sat alongside shopkeepers. A Chinese family who'd opened Silver Creek's laundry occupied front row seats, their daughter playing Mary in the nativity scene. Former adversaries who'd stood on opposite sides during Tate's reign now exchanged friendly nods. The community Florence had envisioned was taking shape, imperfect but striving, diverse but finding common purpose. The performances proceeded with the charming imperfection of children's pageants everywhere. Lines were forgotten, songs occasionally veered off key, and the cardboard Star of Bethlehem briefly caught fire from a nearby candle before Harvey swiftly extinguished it. Throughout it all, Florence beamed with pride at her students, meeting Harvey's gaze occasionally with looks that spoke volumes. This moment, this place, these people, was what they'd built together. After the final carol, as families mingled and enjoyed refreshments, Florence made her way to Harvey's side. Her cheeks were flushed with excitement, a few strands of honey-brown hair escaping her careful arrangement. "Was it wonderful?" she asked, slipping her hand into his. "Tell me honestly." "It were perfect," he assured her, and meant it. "You've accomplished something remarkable here, Florence." She squeezed his hand. "We have. I couldn't have done any of this without you." "I think you underestimate yourself." He guided her toward the door. "Take a walk with me? I need some air." Outside, the night had turned crisp and clear, stars pricking the velvet darkness above freshly fallen snow. Their breath formed clouds in the still air as they followed the path toward the small gazebo the town had built in the square that summer. "You're awfully quiet," Florence observed as they reached the shelter. "Is something troubling you?" Harvey shook his head, gathering his thoughts. He'd never been particularly eloquent, but she deserved better than stumbling words for what he needed to say. "I've been thinking about promises," he began, turning to face her. "About the ones we make to others and the ones we make to ourselves." Florence's expression softened as she recognized his serious tone. "What promises are on your mind tonight?" 8 years ago, I promised myself I'd never risk loving anyone again." He took both her hands in his. It seemed safer. For me. For them. Loss had nearly destroyed me once. She remained silent, allowing him space to continue. "But then you arrived with your books and your stubborn belief in possibility." A smile tugged at his mouth. "You challenged everything I thought I knew about myself." "I simply saw what was already there," she murmured. Harvey shook his head. "You saw what could be there, and somehow, impossibly, you made me see it too." He released one of her hands to reach into his pocket, withdrawing the small box that had been his constant companion for days. Florence's eyes widened as understanding dawned. "I can't promise that loving me will always be easy," Harvey said, opening the box to reveal a modest diamond set in silver. "I'm still learning how to do this, how to build a life instead of just surviving one. But I can promise that I'll choose you, Florence Hart, every day, through whatever comes." Tears spilled onto her cheeks, catching the starlight. "Harvey Davenport, are you asking me to marry you?" "I believe I am," he confirmed, sudden nervousness making his voice rougher than intended, though apparently I'm making a mess of it. "No," she whispered, touching his face with gentle fingers. "You're doing it perfectly." "Is that a yes?" Her laugh was like music in the winter stillness. "Yes, absolutely, unreservedly yes." Harvey slipped the ring onto her finger, his hand steadier than he'd expected. Then he drew her close, sealing their promise with a kiss that spoke of journeys ended and journeys yet to begin. When they parted, Florence's eyes reflected both joy and mischief. "I suppose this means I'll have to become respectable Mrs. Davenport, the sheriff's wife." "Heaven forbid," Harvey replied with a mock horror. "I fell in love with Florence Hart, the woman who stands her ground against any challenge. I expect her to continue causing the occasional uproar." "Only occasional?" She raised an eyebrow. "I have plans for a women's literary society that will positively scandalize Mrs. Peterson." Harvey laughed, the sound startling a nearby crow from its perch. "I wouldn't have it any other way." They walked back toward the schoolhouse, arm in arm beneath the winter stars. Behind them, their footprints marked a shared path across the snow. 2 trails converged into one, stretching toward the future they would build together. In the distance, Silverware Creek's lights welcomed them home. Not the home Harvey had lost, but the one he'd found when he least expected it. Not the life he'd planned, but the one that had found him anyway. As they reached the schoolhouse steps, Florence paused, looking up at him with quiet wonder. "Are you happy, Harvey? Truly?" He considered the question with the honesty they'd always shared. The grief of Bitter Creek would never fully leave him. Catherine and Emma would remain in his heart, cherished memories rather than open wounds. But alongside that old sorrow now lived joy, purpose and love, a fullness he'd thought forever beyond his reach. "Yes," he said simply, "I am." And in that moment, beneath a bright winter moon that no longer seemed bitter at all, Harvey Davenport knew it was the truest thing he'd ever said. Cherry blossoms fell like snow as Lady Hana Hoshimoto, stared at her reflection in the polished bronze mirror. The white shiramuku wedding kimono draped her slender frame, heavy with the weight of family expectation rather than joy. Today she would marry Lord Ryoji Takeda, the man they called the demon of the battlefield, a marriage forged not in love, but in blood-soaked peace treaties. "You look beautiful, my lady," whispered Suzu, her faithful attendant since childhood, as she placed the traditional Tsunokakushi headdress on Hana's elaborately styled hair. The white hood was meant to hide the bride's horns of jealousy, but Hana felt it more aptly concealed her simmering rage. "Beauty is a poor consolation prize for being sold to one's enemy," Hana replied, running her fingers over the calligraphy brush she'd hidden in her obi sash, her one true companion. The Takeda and Hoshimoto clans had waged war for as long as Hana could remember. Their conflict had shaped her childhood, stolen her brothers, and now claimed her future. Her father's words still echoed in her ears. "Your marriage will save more lives than 1,000 samurai could take." Such was the value of a daughter. The palanquin journey to Takeda Castle was silent save for the rhythmic footfalls of the bearers. Through the latticed window, Hana watched her homeland recede like a fading dream. When they arrived, no celebratory sounds greeted them. No flutes, no drums, only the solemn faces of Takeda warriors, their hands never far from their swords. Lord Ryoji awaited her in the castle courtyard, a statue carved from winter stone. He stood tall among his men, his posture rigid with discipline. Unlike the elaborate court nobles Hana had known, he wore a kimono of understated elegance, indigo with his clan's mon subtly embroidered at the shoulders. His hair was pulled back in a severe warrior's knot, revealing a face unmarked by emotion, but bearing a thin scar that traced from temple to jaw. Their eyes met briefly across the courtyard. His were dark as a moonless night, revealing nothing. Not cruelty, not kindness, nothing. The ceremony proceeded like a well-rehearsed battle maneuver. Hana maintained her composure, speaking her vows with clear precision that belied her inner turmoil. When they shared the ritual cups of sake, 3 sips from each of 3 cups, his fingers never brushed hers, as if contact might ignite unwanted flames. "With this union, peace is secured," announced the chief Takeda advisor. An aging man with calculating eyes. Peace, perhaps, but harmony? Never. That night, in the bridal chamber, prepared with stark efficiency rather than romance, Ryoji bowed formally to his new wife. "These are your quarters, Lady Takeda. You'll find all necessities provided." His voice was deep but controlled, like a blade sheathed in velvet. "I remain Lady Hoshimoto in spirit, no matter what title you bestow upon me," Hana replied, lifting her chin in subtle defiance. Something flickered across his face, irritation perhaps, or grudging respect. "Names matter little, actions speak louder." "Then my actions shall be my voice, my lord." "Indeed." He stepped toward the door. "Rest. Tomorrow you'll be introduced to the household." "You do not stay?" The question escaped before she could contain it. He paused, his back to her. "Our marriage serves its purpose through its existence, not its consummation. Good night, Lady Takeda." Left alone, Hana released the breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. She removed the elaborate wedding attire layer by layer until she stood in a simple yukata. From her sleeve she withdrew her writing implements, inkstone, water dropper, brush, and a small scroll of rice paper she had smuggled from home. By lamplight she began to write, her brush dancing across the paper. Cherry blossoms fall on the battlefield of hearts. Winter lingers still. The days that followed established a cold routine. Ryoji rose before dawn to train with his men, returning only for formal meals and clan meetings. Hana was expected to oversee the household, a task she approached with minimal enthusiasm and maximum resistance. "The Takeda women arranged the flowers thus," instructed the stone-faced housekeeper, demonstrating an austere arrangement. Hannah nodded politely, then proceeded to create a wildly different composition, incorporating elements that symbolized strength and rebellion in the language of flowers. When the rice wine was served too hot at dinner, she did not flinch as the household staff did. When Ryoji's advisors spoke over her, she raised her voice rather than lowering her eyes. "The lady has unusual manners for a nobleman's daughter," remarked one advisor, Ishida, with thinly veiled contempt. "And you have unusual liberty for a servant speaking in the presence of his master's wife," Hana replied smoothly, pouring tea with exaggerated precision. Ryoji, witnessing the exchange, said nothing, but Hana caught the briefest twitch at the corner of his mouth. The garden became her sanctuary. While Ryoji commanded men in the practice yard, Hana commanded words in her secluded corner beneath an ancient cherry tree. Spring was ending, the blossoms beginning their graceful descent, creating a pink carpet beneath her feet. It was there Ryoji found her one evening, reciting poetry to the falling petals. He had approached silently, a shadow among shadows, but Hana sensed his presence, a ripple in the still pond of solitude. "Do not stop on my account," he said when she fell silent. "I speak to the blossoms, not to an audience," she replied, tucking her writing materials into her sleeve. He stepped closer, moonlight throwing his features into sharp relief. "What do you tell them?" "That they are fortunate. Their beauty lasts but a moment before they die. They need not endure the long winter that follows." Ryoji studied her with that impenetrable gaze. "You believe yourself in winter, Lady Takeda." "I know myself to be in exile, my lord." His jaw tightened. "This is your home now." A cage remains a cage, even when gilded. Yet the caged bird still sings. He gestured to her hidden writing materials. "You may continue your calligraphy. I will provide whatever supplies you require." The unexpected concession startled her. "Why?" Ryoji turned to leave, his profile stark against the night sky. "Even warriors understand the power of words, Lady Takeda. Sometimes they cut deeper than any sword." As he walked away, Hana whispered to the cherry blossoms, "Sometimes they heal what blades have severed," but if he heard, he gave no sign. The summer arrived with vengeful heat, scorching the land and fraying tempers within the Takeda stronghold. Hana's reputation spread throughout the household. The foreign bride who would not bend, the Hoshimoto daughter who maintained her pride despite her circumstances. Ryoji's acceptance of her calligraphy had opened a small door. Through it, Hana carefully pushed other freedoms, walks beyond the garden walls, conversations with the village women, books from the family library that had gathered dust since Ryoji's scholarly father had died. On a particularly sweltering afternoon, as Hana returned from the village with Suzu, they encountered a group of Takeda samurai lounging near the castle gate. Their conversation halted abruptly at her approach. "The enemy's daughter returns," one muttered, not quite beneath his breath. Hana continued walking, her pace unhurried, her gaze forward. "They say Lord Takeda has not visited her chambers once," another commented with a sneer. "Perhaps Hoshimoto women lack the fire to warm a warrior's bed." Suzu tensed beside her, but Hana placed a restraining hand on her arm. "Or perhaps," Hana said clearly, stopping to face the men, "the Lord recognizes that negotiations require more finesse than brute force, a concept some find challenging." The samurai rose, hand moving to his sword hilt. "You dare speak to me, woman? Should I be surprised that a warrior fears words from a mere woman?" Hana arched an eyebrow. "Interesting." The tension crackled like summer lightning, but before it could break, a commanding voice cut through the courtyard. Interesting indeed. Ryoji emerged from the shadows of the gate tower, his presence immediately transforming the atmosphere. The samurai dropped to one knee, head bowed. Lord Takeda, we were merely disrespecting your lady and, by extension, dishonouring me. Ryoji's voice remained level, but frost edged each word. An interesting choice for men who have sworn loyalty. My lord, forgiveness must be earned, Ryoji interrupted. 20 lashes each, then meditation beneath the waterfall until sunset. The men blanched but dared not protest. Go. After they scrambled away, Ryoji turned to Hana, his expression unreadable as always. Are you harmed? Only my sensibilities, my lord. Their poetry lacks refinement. Something flickered in his eyes. Surprise, perhaps? Most would have hurried past in silence. I'm not most people. Indeed not. He studied her for a moment longer. Join me for tea this evening. It wasn't a request, yet it wasn't quite a command either. As my lord wishes, Hana replied, lowering her eyes to hide their gleam of triumph. That evening, seated across from Ryoji in his private study, Hana observed him over the rim of her tea bowl. The room reflected its occupant, orderly, minimalist, functional. Scrolls of military strategy lined the shelves alongside maps and ledgers. The only unexpected element was a small collection of poetry anthologies, their spines worn with use. You read poetry, she remarked, nodding toward the books. My father believed a warrior should understand beauty as well as battle. Ryoji poured more tea with precise movements. To know what one protects. And what do you protect, Lord Takeda? Order, stability, the people who depend on this clan's strength. Hana set down her cup. Yet you wage war. I ended a war, he corrected, by marrying you. The blunt statement hung between them. A marriage unconsummated has limited political value, Hana said, watching his reaction carefully. His face remained impassive, but his knuckles whitened around his cup. My advisors share your concern. Do they? How flattering to find myself in such esteemed company. They speak of heirs and legitimacy. Ryoji set his cup down with deliberate care. They remind me that peace requires more than paper promises. And what do you tell them? That a blossom forced to open yields no fragrance. The unexpected poetry in his words caught her off guard. They sat in silence as evening shadows lengthened across the tatami mats. Finally, Hana spoke. May I ask you something, my lord? He inclined his head. Do you hate me for being Hoshimoto? Ryoji's gaze met hers directly. Do you hate me for being Takeda? I was taught to, she admitted. But teachings and truth don't always align. A wise observation. He stood, signalling the end of their meeting. In answer to your question, no. I do not hate you for your name, Lady Takeda. I may yet find other reasons, but not that one. Hana couldn't suppress a small smile. How generous. I am known for my boundless generosity, he replied, his tone so dry that for a moment she thought he might actually be joking. The summer festival arrived, bringing with it the necessity for the lord and lady to make a public appearance as a united couple. Hana donned her finest kimono, azure silk embroidered with silver cranes, while Suzu arranged her hair with pearl-tipped pins. The people will be watching closely, Suzu warned, as she applied a touch of safflower rouge to Hana's lips. They whisper about the cold marriage. Let them whisper, Hana replied, though anxiety fluttered in her chest like caged birds. What happens between Lord Takeda and myself is no one's concern but our own. Yet when she descended to the courtyard where Ryoji waited, something in his expression made her pause. He looked at her, truly looked, as though seeing her for the first time. His customary armour of indifference slipped, revealing something warmer beneath. "You honour our house with your beauty tonight," he said, offering his arm. Hana accepted it, feeling the solid strength beneath his ceremonial robes. "And you honour me with your courtesy, my lord." They proceeded to the village square where lanterns hung like earthbound stars and the scent of festival foods perfumed the air. The villagers bowed as they passed, curiosity evident in their furtive glances. Drums began to beat, signalling the start of the dancing. Couples formed circles, moving in time to the ancient rhythms. Hana and Ryoji stood apart, observers rather than participants, until an elderly village woman approached with a deep bow. "My lord, my lady, the dance brings blessings to all who join. Would you honour us?" Hana felt Ryoji tense beside her, and prepared herself for his refusal. Instead, he turned to her with a question in his eyes. Surprised, she gave a slight nod. He led her to the circle, his movements fluid despite his warrior's frame. They joined hands with the villagers, and as the music swelled, Hana found herself moving in perfect counterpoint to Ryoji's steps. He danced with the same precision he brought to swordplay, yet there was something else, a grace that spoke of the boy he must have been before war claimed him. Their eyes met across the circle, and for the first time Hana saw Ryoji smile, a small genuine curve of lips that transformed his stern features. Something shifted between them, subtle as the changing tide. Later, as they walked back to the castle through the moonlit gardens, cherry trees now heavy with summer leaves, their steps slowed by unspoken mutual consent. "You dance well for a fearsome warlord," Hana said, breaking the comfortable silence. "And you move gracefully for someone so stubbornly rooted in defiance," he replied. Hana laughed, a sound so unexpected in the stillness that they both seemed startled by it. They stopped beneath the cherry tree where she often wrote, its branches now a canopy of deep green. "I have read your poems," Ryoji admitted suddenly. Hana stiffened. "You've been in my chambers?" "No, you leave them beneath this tree sometimes. The wind carries them to my window." He reached into his sleeve and produced a folded paper. "This one speaks truth." Hana recognized her calligraphy in the moonlight. Two rivers meet. Neither yields its course yet. One stream emerges. She looked up at him, seeing vulnerability beneath his composed exterior. He stood close enough that she could sense the warmth of his body, could see the subtle movement of his chest with each breath. His eyes held a question he could not, or would not, voice. Hana found herself leaning toward him, drawn by some force beyond rational thought. Ryoji's hand rose, fingertips hovering near her cheek, not quite touching. The moment stretched between them, fragile as spun glass. Then from the direction of the castle a voice called, "Takeda! An urgent message arrives." The spell shattered. Ryoji's hand fell away, his expression closing like a fortress gate. Without a word he turned and strode toward the castle, leaving Hana alone beneath the cherry tree, her pulse racing with what might have been. Autumn painted the landscape in fiery hues, but within the Takeda stronghold a different heat was building. Since the night of the festival, a subtle change had altered the rhythm of life between lord and lady. They no longer avoided each other's company. Instead, they circled like wary dancers, neither willing to lead nor follow. Meals were shared in a silence that had evolved from hostile to expectant. Ryoji began inviting Hana to council meetings, where her insightful observations on northern trade alliances earned reluctant respect from his advisors. In turn, Hana requested his presence when village women brought disputes for resolution, noting how his stern fairness contrasted with her diplomatic compassion. They were building something, not quite partnership, Not quite friendship, but something undeniably alive, which made the whispers Hannah began to overhear all the more troubling. It started with fragments caught in shadowed corridors. Too soft since the marriage, influence of the Hoshimoto woman, weakness cannot be tolerated. Hannah dismissed them initially as the grumblings of samurai uncomfortable with change. But one evening, as she returned from the village, she passed the private room where Ishida, Ryoji's chief advisor, met with several high-ranking warriors. Lord Takeda's father would never have allowed a foreign bride such freedom, a voice hissed. She walks among the common people, spreading Hoshimoto ideas. She sits at council now, another added. Next she'll command our armies from her pillow. Ishida's voice cut through the others. The alliance was necessary, but perhaps Lord Takeda himself has become compromised. His treatment of Hasegawa for merely speaking to his wife was excessive. What do you suggest? Lord Takeda's cousin Masashi has expressed concerns about the direction of the clan. He remains unburdened by emotional entanglements. Hana's blood turned cold. The implication was unmistakable. When? Someone asked. The winter solstice hunt. Accidents befall even the most skilled warriors in the mountain forests. Hana slipped away, heart pounding against her ribs. Her first instinct was to run to Ryoji with this information, but caution stilled her feet. What if he didn't believe her? What if he thought this a Hoshimoto plot to sow discord? Worse, what if he believed her but chose to confront the conspirators directly, forcing them to act sooner? She needed to be certain, to gather more evidence before approaching him. For days Hana watched and listened, noting which samurai clustered around Ishida, which servants carried messages to the remote eastern compound where Ryoji's cousin Masashi resided. She documented everything in coded calligraphy that appeared to be innocuous poetry to casual observers. What she didn't notice, however, was that she herself was being watched. On a chill autumn evening, as Hana returned from the garden, a rough hand clamped over her mouth, dragging her into an unused storeroom. In the dim light she recognized one of Ishida's personal guards. "The advisor wishes to speak with you, Lady Takeda," he sneered. "About your excessive curiosity." Fear lanced through her, but Hana forced herself to remain calm. She nodded, and the guard removed his hand, keeping a firm grip on her arm. "I'll accompany you to his quarters," she said with dignity. "There's no need for this crude approach." The guard laughed. "Oh, he's not in his quarters. He thought a more private location would better suit the conversation." Outside, a covered palanquin waited. Alarm bells rang in Hannah's mind. If she entered that conveyance, she might never return. "I require my attendant," she stalled. "It's inappropriate for me to travel alone with men, not my husband." "Your concern for propriety comes rather late," the guard mocked, shoving her toward the palanquin. Hana stumbled, then whirled, yanking the hairpin from her upswept hair. With precision born of calligraphy practice, she stabbed it into the soft spot between the guard's neck and shoulder. He howled in pain, releasing her to clutch at the wound. She ran, skirts gathered, toward the main courtyard where lanterns blazed and voices indicated safety in numbers. Behind her she heard the guard curse and give chase. The heavy kimono restricted her movements, and she knew she couldn't outrun him. Ahead, the practice yard came into view, and with it, the unmistakable figure of Lord Ryoji, supervising evening sword drills. Hana's lungs burned as she pushed herself toward that sanctuary. "Lord Takeda!" she called, her voice carrying over the clash of practice swords. Ryoji turned, his expression shifting from annoyance at the interruption to sharp focus when he saw her dishevelled state and the pursuing guard. In 3 swift strides he intercepted her flight path, placing himself between Hana and her pursuer. The guard skidded to a halt, suddenly aware of his predicament. "Explain," Ryoji commanded, one hand on his sword hilt, the other steadying Hana, who fought to catch her breath. "My lord," the guard bowed hastily. "The lady was wandering in restricted areas. I was escorting her back to her quarters. With a blade? Ryoji asked, nodding to the short tanto now visible into the guard's belt. For protection, my lord. These are uncertain times. Ryoji's eyes narrowed. Indeed they are. He turned to Hana. Is this true, my lady? Hana straightened, meeting his gaze directly. No, my lord. This man attempted to force me into a palanquin, claiming Advisor Ishida wished to speak with me privately away from the castle. The guard's face contorted. She lies. She's trying to create division. Silence. Ryoji's command fell like a stone. Lady Takeda, you have blood on your hand. Hana glanced down at her palm, stained with the guard's blood from her hairpins. I defended myself. Ryoji's gaze shifted to the guard's shoulder, where a dark stain spread. His expression hardened further. Detain him, he ordered the practice yard samurai, who immediately moved to surround the guard. And find Advisor Ishida. Bring him to the main hall. Turning to Hana, his voice softened marginally. Are you injured? No, my lord. Merely unsettled. Something intense flickered across his features. Come. He led her not to the main hall, but to his private study, closing the door firmly behind them. Once inside, his controlled facade cracked, revealing genuine concern. Tell me everything, he said, from the beginning. Hana hesitated only briefly before relating all she had overheard. The conspiracy, the planned accident during the winter hunt, Masashi's involvement. As she spoke, Ryoji's expression darkened like storm clouds gathering over mountains. When she finished, silence stretched between them. Ryoji stood at the window, his back to her, tension evident in the set of his shoulders. You've known this for days, he said finally. Why did you not come to me immediately? Would you have believed me? Hana asked quietly. A Hoshimoto daughter, claiming your trusted advisor's plot against you. He turned, and the rawness in his eyes caught her breath. Do you think me so blinded by the past that I cannot see what stands before me now? The question hung in the air, laden with meanings neither had dared voice. I think, Hana said carefully, that trust is a delicate blossom in the garden we have planted. Ryoji crossed the room in decisive strides, stopping directly before her. Then let me be clear, Lady Takeda. I trust you, not because of political necessity, not despite your lineage, but because of who you have proven yourself to be. His declaration, delivered with warrior's conviction, pierced her more deeply than any poetry. Before she could respond, a sharp knock interrupted them. Enter, Ryoji commanded. A senior samurai bowed. My lord, Advisor Ishida cannot be found. His quarters are empty, and his personal guards have disappeared as well. Ryoji's jaw tightened. Alert the gate guards. No one leaves the compound. He turned back to Hana. Seems your suspicions were well founded. Ishida's flight confirms his guilt. And my presence has accelerated their timeline, Hana added grimly. They know I've discovered their plot. Then we must be prepared for them to strike sooner than the winter hunt. As if summoned by his words, distant shouts erupted from the direction of the main gate, followed by the unmistakable clash of steel on steel. Ryoji moved with lightning speed, retrieving his katana from its stand. Stay here, he ordered. Bar the door behind me. I will not cower while you face danger, Hana protested. This is not a debate. His voice brooked no argument. I cannot fight effectively if I must divide my attention. Logic pierced her pride. She nodded reluctantly. Ryoji paused at the door, his eyes meeting hers with unexpected intensity. If I do not return, there is a hidden passage beneath the cherry tree in the garden. The hollow trunk conceals the entrance. It leads to the temple beyond the eastern ridge. The implication that he might fall, that he prioritized her escape, hung between them like an unfinished poem. Impulsively, Hannah reached out, her fingers brushing his sleeve. "Return, my lord. There are words still unspoken between us." Something fierce and tender crossed his face. Then he was gone, the solid thud of the door leaving Hannah alone with her racing thoughts and the distant sounds of battle. The clash of steel grew louder, punctuated by shouts and the occasional scream. Hannah paced the confines of Ryoji's study, torn between obedience and action. The carved chest in the corner caught her eye. She knew it contained writing materials. With swift decision, she knelt before it, extracting paper, ink, and brush. If these were to be her final hours, she would leave a testimony. Her brush danced across the paper, documenting the conspiracy with names, dates, and overhead conversations. She wrote of Masashi's ambition, Ishida's manipulation, the planned assassination during the winter hunt. Then, in a separate scroll, she composed something more personal, words she had held within her heart like precious stones, too valuable to risk in the harsh light of day. As she finished the final character, the door burst open. Hannah snatched up a small knife from the writing kit, whirling to face the intruder. It was Suzu, her face ashen with fear. "My lady, we must flee! Lord Masashi's men have breached the inner wall. They're searching for you specifically." "Lord Takeda? Have you seen him?" "Fighting near the main gate when I slipped away. The loyal samurai rally to him, but the attackers are many." Suzu tugged urgently at her sleeve. "Please, we must hurry." Hannah hesitated, glancing at the scrolls she'd prepared. "Wait." She sealed each with melted wax, then tucked them into her obi. "Now we go, but not to flee." "My lady?" "To the women's quarters. Gather everyone, servants, concubines, elders, any who remain loyal to Lord Takeda." Understanding dawned in Suzu's eyes. "A final defense, or a counter-attack," Hannah replied, grim determination hardening her voice. "The men expect cowering women. Let us disappoint them." They hurried through servant passages, avoiding the main corridors where combat raged. In the women's wing, they found dozens huddled in fear. Kitchen staff, seamstress, the elderly mother of a samurai, concubines from Ryoji's father's era, and children old enough to understand danger, but too young to fight. "Listen to me," Hannah called, her voice cutting through frightened murmurs. "Lord Masashi seeks to overthrow your rightful lord. His men will show no mercy to those loyal to Lord Takeda." "What can we do?" asked an elderly servant. "We are not warriors." "No," Hannah agreed. "We are something far more dangerous. We are overlooked and underestimated." She pointed to the kitchen staff. "You have knives, boiling water, knowledge of which foods cause sickness. You," she turned to the seamstresses, "have needles, scissors, intimate knowledge of the castle's hidden passages." Understanding kindled in their faces. "Divide into groups," Hannah commanded. "The elderly and children will conceal themselves in the storage rooms beneath the kitchen. The rest of us will defend the inner courtyard and harry the enemy's flanks." As they dispersed to gather impromptu weapons, Suzu touched Hannah's arm. "My lady, when did you become a military strategist?" Hannah's smile was grim. "I've spent months watching Lord Takeda train his men. More importantly, I grew up with 3 warrior brothers. I listened when they thought I was merely embroidering." The women's resistance began as Masashi's forces penetrated deeper into the compound. Kitchen staff hurled pots of scalding water from upper walkways. Seamstresses used their knowledge of the castle's construction to redirect attackers into dead ends, where concubines, skilled in entertainment arts, used their heavy hair ornaments as deadly projectiles. Hannah, with Suzu at her side, led a group through the garden passages, emerging behind a cluster of Masashi's samurai. With coordinated precision, they attacked with kitchen knives and gardening tools, targeting vulnerable points, ankles, backs of knees, the sensitive flesh beneath arms raised to wield swords. It wasn't honourable combat by samurai standards. It was survival, fought with desperate ingenuity. Through gaps in the buildings, Hana caught glimpses of the main battle. Ryoji fought like his namesake, a demon unleashed. His sword moved with blinding speed, each stroke claiming an enemy. But they surrounded him, pressing inward, and even as she watched, a spear thrust caught him in the side. Hana's heart lurched, but Ryoji merely broke the shaft with one hand and continued fighting, blood darkening his kimono. She needed to reach him, to fight at his side. "Suzu," she hissed. "The armory passage, if we can circle behind the main gate." A cry of alarm rose from somewhere near the inner shrine. New voices joined the cacophony, deeper, more numerous. The tide of battle shifted, attackers suddenly finding themselves caught between two forces. "Reinforcements!" Suzu gasped. "But whose?" Hana squinted through the smoke of a burning outbuilding. The new arrivals wore familiar colours, Hoshimoto blue. "My brother," she whispered in disbelief. Lord Taro Hoshimoto had arrived with a contingent of elite warriors, cutting through Masashi's forces with ruthless efficiency. The combined pressure of Ryoji's loyal samurai and the unexpected Hoshimoto reinforcements turned the tide. Masashi's conspiracy began to crumble, his mercenaries retreating toward the eastern gate. In the chaos, Hana lost sight of Ryoji. Frantic, she pushed forward, Suzu protesting behind her. A familiar voice called her name. "Hana!" She whirled to find her brother dismounting from his warhorse, blood splattered but uninjured. "Taro!" Relief and confusion warred within her. "How did you know?" "Your coded message." He clasped her shoulders. "When I received it, I gathered my fastest riders. We've ridden for 2 days without rest." "My message? But I sent none." Understanding dawned. Ryoji had reached out to her family, anticipating this danger. "Where is Lord Takeda?" she demanded. Taro's expression darkened. "Last I saw, pursuing Masashi toward the eastern ridge. He's wounded, Hana. Badly so." She didn't wait to hear more, gathering her kimono and running toward the eastern gate, heart pounding a desperate rhythm. The trail of destruction was easy to follow. Bodies of fallen warriors from both sides, blood-soaked earth churned by desperate combat. Beyond the compound walls, the path wound upward toward the ridge where ancient cedar trees stood sentinel over a small shrine. Hana climbed, lungs burning, ignoring Suzu's pleas to wait for armed escort. The forest grew thicker, autumn leaves creating a crimson carpet that concealed other darker stains. At a fork in the path she hesitated, then spotted a broken branch and footprints leading right. The shrine appeared through the trees, its stone torii gate standing stark against the evening sky. Before it, 2 figures locked in mortal combat, Ryoji and a man she recognized as his cousin Masashi. Both were wounded, exhaustion evident in their movements, yet they fought with the determination of men who knew only one would leave alive. Ryoji's left arm hung useless at his side, blood darkening his sleeve, while Masashi favoured his right leg, a deep gash visible through his torn hakama. "Surrender, cousins," Ryoji demanded, his voice strained but unwavering. "Your followers have abandoned you." Masashi spat, his face contorted with hatred. "I would rather die than bow to a man who dishonours our clan by taking a Hoshimoto bride to his bed." "Then you will have your wish," Ryoji replied, raising his katana despite the obvious pain it caused him. Hana stepped forward, unable to remain hidden any longer. Enough blood has been spilled today. Both men turned, startled by her appearance. Masashi's shock quickly transformed into cruel opportunity. With a savage cry, he lunged not at Ryoji, but at Hana, his blade aimed at her heart. What happened next seemed to unfold in suspended time. Ryoji threw himself forward, intercepting Masashi's blade with his already wounded body. His katana found its mark simultaneously, piercing Masashi's chest with deadly precision. The cousins collapsed together, Masashi's life bleeding out in seconds, while Ryoji fell to his knees, Masashi's sword protruding from his shoulder. No! Hana's scream echoed through the cedar trees as she rushed to Ryoji's side. He slumped against her, his breathing ragged, face ashen beneath the blood and grime of battle. "Why?" she demanded, cradling his head as she lowered him gently to the ground. "Why would you shield me with your body?" His eyes, usually so guarded, held hers with naked honesty. "'Cause a world without you in it is not one I wish to inhabit." Tears blurred Hana's vision as she worked to stem the blood flowing from his wounds. "You will not leave this world today, Lord Takeda. I forbid it." A faint smile touched his lips. "Even death bows to your commands." "It must," she insisted, her voice breaking. "We have too many unfinished conversations." From below, shouts indicated approaching allies. Taro's men and Ryoji's loyal samurai searching for their lords. Help would arrive soon, but Ryoji's breathing grew more laboured with each passing moment. Hana bent close, her lips near his ear. "Stay with me, Ryoji, please." His eyelids fluttered, then stilled as consciousness fled. For 7 days and nights, Hana kept vigil at Ryoji's bedside. The castle healer had removed Masashi's blade and treated the wounds with herbal poultices, but fever had taken hold, carrying Ryoji into a realm between life and death where Hana could not follow. In the world beyond the sick room, much had changed. Taro Hoshimoto and Ryoji's senior samurai had formed an unprecedented alliance, hunting down the remaining conspirators and establishing joint patrols. The scrolls Hana had written provided irrefutable evidence of Masashi and Ishida's treachery, silencing any who might question the legitimacy of Ryoji's rule, if he survived to rule. On the 8th dawn, as pale winter light filtered through paper screens, Hana dozed in her chair, exhaustion finally claiming her after another night of changing compresses and whispering encouragement to unhearing ears. Her brother had begged her to rest, but she refused to leave Ryoji's side as if her presence alone could tether him to the living world. "Water!" The hoarse whisper jolted her awake. Ryoji's eyes were open, clouded with pain but lucid. "Ryoji!" She rushed to bring a cup to his parched lips, supporting his head with trembling hands. He drank slowly, then regarded her with a searching gaze. "You look terrible," he rasped. A laugh caught in Hana's throat, emerging as half-sob. "Your flattery knows no bounds, my lord." "How long?" 8 days. She set the cup aside, unconsciously smoothing his dishevelled hair. "You've been rather inconsiderate making your wife wait so long for your return." Something flickered in his eyes at the word wife. Not obligation or duty, but a warmth that had been absent before. "Forgive me," he murmured, catching her hand in his. "I heard you, you know. Your voice kept me from wandering too far into the darkness." Hana's composure threatened to shatter. "What did I say? That we had unfinished conversations?" His thumb traced circles on her palm, a small intimacy that sent shivers up her arm. "And something about forbidding me to die." "I maintain that position," she replied, blinking back tears. "So I see." He attempted to sit up, wincing as the movement pulled at his wounds. "Don't," she protested. The healer said, "I've spent enough time horizontal." With stubborn determination, he managed to prop himself against the wall, breathing heavily from the exertion. "Tell me everything." Despite his weakness, the command held the familiar authority of the warlord. Hana provided a concise account of all that had transpired: Masashi's death, Ishida's capture while attempting to flee to a neighbouring province, the unexpected alliance with the Hoshimoto forces. "Your brother remains here?" Ryoji asked, surprise evident. "He said he wouldn't leave until he was certain of your recovery." Hana hesitated. "And of my safety." Ryoji's expression softened. "He doubts I can protect my own wife. He doubts I need protection at all, after hearing how the women defended the inner compound." A smile tugged at her lips. "Apparently I've developed quite a fearsome reputation." I could have told him that the day we met. Ryoji's attempt at humour faded into seriousness. "I owe you my life, Hana. Not just for your care these past days, but for uncovering the conspiracy, without your warning." "We protected each other," she corrected gently, "as allies should." "Is that what we are? Allies?" The question hung between them, laden with possibilities neither had dared voice in the months of their marriage. Hana took a deep breath. "I believe we are whatever we choose to be." Ryoji's gaze held hers, unwavering. "And what would you choose, if the decision were yours alone?" The moment of truth had arrived, stripped of political necessity and clan obligation. Hana reached for the inner pocket of her kimono, withdrawing the personal scroll she had written the night of the attack. "This is my answer," she said, placing it in his hand, "written when I believed I might not survive to speak the words." With deliberate movements, Ryoji broke the seal and unrolled the hull. His eyes moved across her elegant calligraphy, widening slightly as he absorbed her most private thoughts. Her initial resentment transforming into reluctant respect, then genuine admiration. Her recognition of the man beneath the warlord's mask. Her growing understanding that what had begun as political expedients had blossomed into something far more profound. The final lines, written in her most beautiful hand, read, "If fate allows, I would choose to walk beside you, not as Hoshimoto, not as Takeda, but as Hana and Ryoji, two souls who found each other beneath the cherry blossoms." When he looked up, vulnerability naked in his face, Hana saw the answer before he spoke. "I would choose the same," he said softly. "I have chosen it already, though I lack the poet's words to express it." He extended his hand, and Hana moved closer, their fingers interlacing as naturally as streams joining to form a river. "The cherry trees will bloom again in spring," Ryoji murmured. "Will you stand beneath them with me, not as my political bride, but as my chosen partner?" "Yes," Hana whispered, tears finally breaking free. "Though I warn you, I remain stubborn and defiant." I would expect nothing less. The smile that transformed his face was no longer the fleeting glimpse she had cherished from the festival night, but a full expression of joy, unbound by warrior's restraint. "And I remain disciplined and reserved." "Most of the time," she teased gently. "Most of the time," he conceded, drawing her closer until their foreheads touched, breath mingling in the quiet intimacy of hard-won truth. Winter deepened outside the castle walls, coating the sleeping cherry trees with crystalline frost that sparkled in the pale sunlight. Within, a different kind of frost melted away as Lord and Lady relearned each other, not as political pawns moved by clan strategy, but as man and woman chosen by their own hearts. Taro Hoshimoto departed once Ryoji regained enough strength to stand on his own, but not before the two clan leaders signed a formal alliance that went beyond the marriage contract. The lands that had seen decades of warfare would know peace for generations to come. As the first breath of spring warmed the air, servants prepared a special tea ceremony beneath the cherry trees, whose buds swelled with imminent blossoming. Ryoji, still leaning slightly on a carved walking stick, led Hana to the same spot where they had almost kissed many months before. He knelt carefully, pouring tea with the same precision he brought to swordplay, while Hana prepared ink and paper, not for solitary reflection, but for a joint creation. Together they composed a poem to commemorate their true union, his strong brush strokes complementing her fluid characters. Winter's ice recedes, spring awakens dormant hearts. Cherry blossoms fall, not in death but celebration of two streams now flowing one. As they wrote the final character, the first cherry blossom detached from its branch, drifting down to land upon their joined creation, a blessing from nature itself upon the love that had grown not despite adversity, but because of it. Ryoji's hand found Hana's, his calloused palm against her softer skin. They say cherry blossoms are the most beautiful because their lives are brief, he observed. But I prefer to think their beauty lies in their return. No matter how harsh the winter, they always find their way back to bloom. Like us, Hana said softly. Like us, he agreed, and sealed their covenant with a kiss beneath the falling petals. No longer the demon of the battlefield and the reluctant bride, but simply Ryoji and Hana, writing their own story beneath the cherry blossom. Eleanor Callahan's fingers traced the outline of her reflection in the bathroom mirror, following the map of wrinkles that had settled into her face over 84 years. She didn't mind them, these etchings of time. Each line had its own story. Laughter lines from summer picnics with the children, worry lines from David's motorcycle accident in 83, the deep furrow between her brows from the day James forgot her name for the first time. Ellie? James's voice called from the bedroom, unusually clear this morning. Have you seen my watch? The gold one? Eleanor closed her eyes briefly, savouring the sound of her nickname on his lips. These moments of lucidity had become rare treasures, appearing without warning and now appearing just as quickly, like fireflies in the growing dusk of his mind. Coming, love? She called back, quickly dabbing Chanel No. 5 behind her ears, a ritual she maintained, despite knowing he rarely noticed anymore. She found James sitting on the edge of their bed, dresser drawers pulled open, his pyjamas still on but inside out. His white hair stood up in tufts, and confusion clouded his eyes despite the momentary clarity in his voice. The gold watch, he repeated, his hands patting the bedspread. My father's watch, I need it for... Eleanor knelt carefully before him, her knees protesting the movement. For our anniversary dinner tonight, she finished, reaching for his hand. 60 years, James. Can you believe it? His eyes, still that remarkable shade of hazel that had made her stumble over her words at a dance hall in his 63, flickered with something, recognition perhaps, or just the reflection of her own hope. 60, he murmured, squeezing her fingers. Then, who are you? The question no longer stung as it once had. Eleanor simply smiled and pressed her palm against his cheek. I'm Eleanor, your wife, and tonight our family is coming for dinner to celebrate us. James nodded, accepting this information with the placid trust of a child. Eleanor helped him dress, guiding his arms through the sleeves of his favourite cardigan, the navy one with leather elbow patches that their grandson Michael had given him 5 Christmases ago. Before James's diagnosis, he'd been meticulous about his appearance. Pressed shirts, polished shoes, his silver hair always neatly combed. She maintained these standards for him now, a small act of preservation. The doorbell rang as she was adjusting his collar. That'll be Margaret, Eleanor said, kissing his forehead. Our daughter. She's bringing those lemon squares you like. James blinked at her, and for a terrifying moment, Eleanor thought she saw not confusion, but utter blankness in his gaze, as if looking through her into an endless void. Then he smiled, the crooked, charming smile that had once made her knees weak on dance floors and in darkened movie theatres. "I like lemon squares," he said simply. Margaret's voice carried up the stairs, followed by the deeper tones of her husband Robert and the excited chatter of their daughters, Lily and Emma. Eleanor guided James toward the door. "Dad!" Margaret's face lit up when she saw him, and she embraced him carefully. At 57, Margaret had inherited Eleanor's petite frame and James's expressive eyes. "Happy anniversary." "Thank you," James replied automatically, social graces still deeply ingrained even as other parts of him slipped away. "Grandpa." Emma, 16 and luminous with youth, bounded forward. "I brought you something." She pressed a small package into his hands. James stared at it, uncertain. "Open it, dear," Eleanor encouraged. His fingers moved slowly, methodically unwrapping the gift. Inside was a small digital picture frame, its screen coming to life with a slideshow of family photos. "See, Grandpa," Emma explained, standing close. "It has all our pictures in it. Look, there's you and Grandma at the beach house, and there's when you taught me to fish." James watched the images flicker past, his expression unreadable. Then, with startling suddenness, he said, "Cape Cod, 1988. David fell off the dock." The room went still. Eleanor exchanged a glance with Margaret, whose eyes had widened in surprise. The photo on screen indeed showed their vacation home in Cape Cod, though from a more recent trip. "That's right, Dad," Margaret said carefully. "You remember David falling in? Mum had to fish him out because you were laughing too hard to help." James nodded, a small smile playing at his lips. He splashed like a seal, all arms. Eleanor felt a familiar tightness in her chest, hope and heartache intertwined. She had learned not to expect these moments of recollection, nor to expect them to last. David arrived 30 minutes later with his wife Tara and their son Michael, now 28, and sporting a beard that made him look startlingly like James in old photographs. The house filled with the comfortable chaos of family, coats being hung, food being arranged, furniture being shifted to accommodate everyone in the living room where Eleanor had set up for dinner. "Mom, this looks beautiful," David said, helping her arrange the table. At 59, her firstborn still had the gentle demeanour that had made him the peacemaker of the family. "How are you holding up, really?" Eleanor considered the question as she straightened the linen napkins she'd ironed that morning, a small indulgence for a special occasion. "I'm still here," she said finally. "We both are in our own ways." David's eyes, so like his father's, softened with understanding. "Remember what Dad always said about marriage?" Eleanor smiled. "It's not about the years, it's about the moments." "Yes." "Well," David said, glancing over to where James sat in his armchair, watching Michael adjust the sound system, 60 years is a lot of moments." Eleanor followed his gaze. "Yes," she whispered, "a lifetime of them." What no one mentioned, what had become an unspoken understanding, was that these days, those moments existed only for her. For James, they appeared and disappeared like raindrops on hot pavement, evaporating almost as soon as they fell. Margaret appeared at her elbow. "Mum, we found the record." Eleanor turned, her heart quickening. "You did? I thought it was lost in the move." Margaret held up a vinyl record in its worn sleeve. Frank Sinatra's "Come Fly With Me," their wedding song, the one James had insisted they dance to at every anniversary celebration. "It was in Dad's study behind his medical journals," Margaret explained. "Michael's setting up Grandpa's old record player now." Eleanor took the record, running her fingers over its surface. Another piece of their past, preserved despite everything. "Thank you, darling. This means everything." As the family gathered around the table, Eleanor watched James carefully. He seemed content, if slightly bewildered by the activity around him. He ate methodically when food was placed before him, smiled politely at conversation directed his way, but remained largely disconnected, a benevolent observer at his own celebration, until Margaret raised her glass for a toast. "To Mum and Dad," she said, her voice wavering slightly. 60 years of showing us what love looks like, in good times and in hard ones. You've taught us that love isn't just the grand gestures, it's in the everyday moments of kindness, patience, and choosing each other again and again." James suddenly straightened in his chair, his gaze sharpening. He reached for his water glass with unusual precision. "To my beautiful wife," he said clearly, looking directly at Eleanor, "the love of my life." The room fell silent. Eleanor's hand trembled as she raised her own glass, her vision blurring with unshed tears. For this crystalline moment, James was fully present, fully himself. "To us," she whispered. As the evening progressed, Eleanor found herself alternating between host and caretaker, making sure everyone had enough to eat while monitoring James for signs of fatigue or confusion. Yet something about tonight was different. Whether it was the familiar faces, the music playing softly in the background, or some mysterious alignment in the misfiring synapses of his brain, James remained unusually engaged. When Michael suggested they move to the living room for dessert and the sharing of memories, Eleanor braced herself. These moments could be particularly difficult for James, highlighting as they did all that he had lost. But as they settled into their seats, James reached for her hand, his fingers finding hers with surprising certainty. "Dance with me, Ellie," he said. The needle dropped onto the vinyl with a soft hiss, and the rich tones of Sinatra filled the living room. Eleanor stood frozen, James's request echoing in her ears. "Dance with me, Ellie." Words he had spoken hundreds of times throughout their marriage, but hadn't uttered in nearly 3 years. James rose from his chair without assistance, extending his hand with a grace that seemed to shave decades off his stooped frame. The family watched in silent amazement as Eleanor placed her hand in his, allowing him to guide her to the centre of the room where they had pushed back the furniture. "Come fly with me, let's fly away," Sinatra crooned, as James placed his right hand gently at the small of Eleanor's back, taking her other hand in his left. The proper form he had insisted on learning before their wedding, because, as he told her, "I want to lead you right, Ellie, always." They began to move, not with the vigour of their youth, but with a measured dignity that held its own kind of beauty. James guided her through the steps with surprising sureness, his eyes never leaving hers. "The last time we danced," he said softly, for her ears alone, "was at David's wedding anniversary 5 years ago." Eleanor's breath caught. "Yes," she whispered, afraid to break whatever spell had momentarily cleared the fog from his mind. "You wore green, with little rhinestones, and those ridiculous shoes that hurt your feet." A laugh bubbled up from somewhere deep inside her. "They were torture devices. I took them off under the table and you smuggled them out in your jacket pocket." James smiled, a real smile, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "You walked to the car in your stockings. I carried you over that puddle in the parking lot." "You did," Eleanor confirmed, tears threatening again. "You've always carried me over the rough spots, James." They continued moving to the music, unaware that Michael had begun quietly filming them on his phone, that Emma was wiping tears from her cheeks, that David and Margaret were clutching each other's hands so tightly their knuckles had gone white. When the song ended, James held Eleanor for a moment longer, then leaned down and pressed his lips to hers. A proper kiss, not the confused peck he sometimes offered when prompted. Eleanor closed her eyes, memorizing the feeling. "I've loved you for 1,000 years, he murmured against her mouth, "and I'll love you for 1,000 more." Eleanor pulled back slightly, a small laugh escaping her despite the emotion tightening her throat. "That's from that song Emma likes. The one from the vampire movie." James's eyes twinkled, actually twinkled, with mischief. "Did I get it wrong? I was trying to be romantic." Eleanor cupped his face in her hands. "You've never gotten romance wrong a day in your life, James Callahan." They returned to their seats to enthusiastic applause from the family, James giving a small courtly bow that made the grandchildren giggle. As they settled back into their chairs, Eleanor felt a strange mix of elation and terror. These moments of clarity were precious beyond measure, but they also sharpened the pain of what would inevitably follow, the confusion returning, the light in his eyes dimming once more. "Should we share some memories now?" Margaret suggested. "That's what we planned, right, Mum?" Eleanor nodded, pushing aside her apprehension. "Yes, let's do that." One by one, the family began to speak, sharing stories of James as father, grandfather, husband. David recalled fishing trips where James had shown infinite patience untangling lines and baiting hooks. Margaret spoke of how he had driven 8 hours to her college dormitory when she'd called home homesick and ready to quit. How he had walked the campus with her all weekend until she remembered why she'd wanted to be there in the first place. Michael talked about his grandfather teaching him to change the oil in his first car, and how James had slipped him an extra $20 afterward, whispering, "Don't tell your grandmother I'm undermining your allowance system." Lily remembered being terrified of thunderstorms as a child until Grandpa explained that thunder was just the clouds bowling, and every time we heard it, it meant someone had gotten a strike. Emma, the youngest at 16, spoke last. "When I was little and stayed over, Grandpa would make pancakes in funny shapes, not just Mickey Mouse ears. He'd try to make pancakes that looked like us, or animals we liked. They were always terrible," she said with a laugh. "Like nightmare-inducing terrible. But he was so proud of them, and he would make up stories about each pancake as we ate them." She turned to James, her expression softening. "You always made me feel like the most important person in the room, Grandpa. You still do." Throughout these recollections, James listened with unusual attentiveness. Sometimes he nodded or smiled in apparent recognition. Other times he looked puzzled, as if hearing about a stranger's life. But he remained engaged, his hand resting on Eleanor's knee, occasionally squeezing gently when a particular memory seemed to resonate. After Emma finished speaking, a comfortable silence fell over the room. Then James cleared his throat. "I'd like to say something," he announced. The family exchanged surprised glances. James rarely initiated conversation these days, especially in group settings that tended to overwhelm him. "Of course, Dad," David encouraged gently. "We'd love to hear from you." James straightened in his seat, and Eleanor was struck by how much he suddenly resembled the man who had stood before classes of medical students for 40 years as a respected professor of cardiology. His shoulders squared, his chin lifted, and when he spoke, his voice carried the authority that had once commanded hospital rounds. "I know I'm not always here," he began, gesturing vaguely toward his head. "I know I forget things, important things, people." His eyes found Eleanor's. "I forget you sometimes, my love, though never for long. Your face might slip away, but the feeling, the knowing that you are my heart, that stays." Eleanor pressed her hand to her mouth, unable to speak. "The doctors explained what would happen," James continued. "Back when I could understand it, like water draining from a bathtub, they said. But that's not how it feels. It's more like standing in a dense fog. Sometimes the fog thins, and I can see everything clearly, your faces, my life, all of it. Then it thickens again, and I'm lost." He paused, looking around at the family with remarkable clarity. "Tonight the fog has lifted more than usual. I don't know why. I don't know how long it will last. But I want to use this moment to tell you all that even when I can't express it, even when I seem far away, I carry your love with me. It's the thread I follow through the fog." Margaret was openly weeping now, her shoulders shaking as Robert held her. David stared at his father with naked love and grief etched on his face. The grandchildren watched in solemn wonder, witnessing a grandfather they had begun to lose suddenly, miraculously return to them. And Eleanor, James turned fully toward his wife, taking both her hands in his. My Ellie, 60 years isn't nearly enough. I'd marry you again tomorrow. I'd marry you every day for another 60 years if I could. In that moment, Eleanor felt the weight of every day they had shared. The births of their children, the deaths of their parents, vacations and illnesses, arguments and reconciliations, the quiet Tuesday evenings and the momentous celebrations. All of it, every second, had led to this room, this moment, these words. You would? She asked softly. In a heartbeat, he replied. Then, with a flash of his old humour, he added, though according to my most recent ECG, my heartbeats are rather irregular these days, so you might need to be patient with me. The family laughed through their tears, and Eleanor felt something tight in her chest begin to loosen. This moment of perfect clarity, of James fully present and aware, recognising and loving his family, this was the anniversary gift she had never dared to wish for. After James's speech, the evening took on a dreamlike quality. They ate Margaret's lemon squares and drank coffee. They looked through old photo albums, James occasionally offering startlingly precise details about pictures taken decades ago. They played another record, Nat King Cole this time, and James hummed along, his foot tapping in perfect rhythm. But as the clock crept past 9, Eleanor noticed the sign she had learned to recognise. The slight furrow returning to James's brow, his responses becoming more halting, his gaze beginning to wander. The fog was rolling back in. Perhaps we should wrap up for the evening, she suggested gently. It's been a wonderful celebration, but I think we're both getting tired. The family understood immediately. Goodbyes were exchanged, hugs given, promises to visit again soon offered. As they gathered their coats and leftovers, each family member took a moment with James, holding his hand or kissing his cheek, trying not to betray their awareness that the grandfather and father who had been so vibrantly present all evening was already beginning to recede. We'll help clean up before we go, David offered, but Eleanor shook her head. Leave it, darling. I'll take care of it tomorrow. Are you sure, Mum? Margaret asked, concern evident in her voice. Eleanor nodded. I want some quiet time with your father now, while he's still... She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. As the front door closed behind the last of their family, Eleanor turned to find James standing in the middle of the living room looking lost. Who were all those people? He asked. Eleanor felt the familiar pang sharper tonight after hours of having her real husband back. She crossed to him, taking his hand. That was our family, love. Our children and grandchildren. They came to celebrate our anniversary. James nodded slowly, processing this information without fully comprehending it. Anniversary, he repeated, the words seeming to float disconnected from any meaning. 60 years of marriage, Eleanor explained patiently. Diamond anniversary. Though I told you long ago I didn't need more diamonds. She led him toward the stairs, moving slowly to accommodate his hesitant steps. You gave me something much better tonight, James. You gave me yourself. He followed her, docile now. The commanding presence that had held the room captivated just an hour ago vanished like morning mist under a strengthening sun. Yet even in this state there was something gentle and dignified about him. The essence of James, his fundamental kindness, his quiet grace, remained intact even as his memories fractured and dispersed. In their bedroom she helped him undress and put on his pyjamas. This intimate ritual had evolved over the past few years from something occasionally embarrassing for them both to a comfortable routine. Eleanor had been a nurse before retiring, and she brought that professional efficiency to the task, though she never stopped seeing her husband's body with love. The broad shoulders now stooped, the stomach that had softened with age, the surgical scar on his left knee from a skiing accident in his 50s. Arms up, she instructed gently, helping him into his pyjama top, then guiding him to sit on the edge of the bed while she removed his slippers and helped him into the pants. "You're very kind," James said, the formal politeness he often adopted when confusion set in. "I'm your wife," Eleanor replied simply. "I promise to love you in sickness and in health." She helped him into bed, tucking the covers around him the way he liked, making sure the pillow was positioned properly under his head. Then she moved to her vanity to remove her makeup and change into her own nightgown. In the mirror, she could see James watching her, his expression peaceful though distant. She wondered what he was thinking, if he recognised her at all now, or if she had become simply a kind caretaker, familiar but unnamed. "You look beautiful," he said suddenly. Eleanor turned, surprised. "Thank you, James." "Are you coming to bed soon?" he asked, patting the space beside him. "Yes, love. Just washing up." When she slipped under the covers a few minutes later, James reached for her hand in the darkness. Eleanor's heart quickened. These small gestures of connection sometimes bridged the gaps in his memory, anchoring him to her even when words failed. "I don't remember everything," he said softly, "but I remember you smell like flowers." Eleanor turned toward him, close enough to feel his breath against her face. "Chanel No. 5, she whispered. "You gave me my first bottle the day David was born. Said every new mother deserved something that made her feel beautiful." "David," James repeated. "Aoi." "Yes." "He fell in the water at the beach house." Eleanor smiled in the darkness. "That's right. Cape Cod, 1988. James was quiet for a long moment, and Eleanor thought he might have drifted to sleep. Then he spoke again, his voice barely audible. "I'm sorry, Ellie." "For what, my love?" "For forgetting. For leaving you alone while I'm still here." Eleanor propped herself up on one elbow, finding his face in the dim light filtering through the curtains. His eyes were open, looking directly at her with a lucidity that took her breath away. "You haven't left me," she said fiercely. "You're right here. And I'm right here with you, James Callahan. I always will be." He reached up to touch her face, his fingers finding the wetness on her cheeks that she hadn't realised was there. "You're crying," he observed. "Happy tears," she assured him, covering his hand with her own. "Tonight was perfect. Dance with me again tomorrow?" he asked, his voice already growing drowsy. "Every day," Eleanor promised, knowing that by morning he would likely have no recollection of this conversation, of the dance they'd shared, of the remarkable speech he'd given to their family. But she would remember for both of them. Every single day. James's breathing deepened as sleep claimed him. Eleanor remained awake a while longer, watching the gentle rise and fall of his chest, cataloguing every moment of this extraordinary evening in her memory. The doctors had warned her that these periods of clarity, what they clinically term terminal lucidity, often preceded a steep decline. She pushed the thought away. Tonight was not for worrying about tomorrow. Finally she settled beside him, her hand resting lightly over his heart, its steady rhythm lulling her towards sleep. "Good night, my love," she whispered. "Thank you for remembering us tonight." Eleanor woke before dawn, the grey light of early morning seeping around the edges of the curtains. For a moment she lay still, listening to James's breathing beside her, trying to recapture the magic of the previous evening. Then she slipped quietly from bed, wrapping her robe around her against the morning chill. Downstairs, evidence of their celebration remained. Wine glasses on the coffee table, dessert plates stacked beside the sink, the record player still open with Nat King Cole waiting to be returned to his sleeve. Usually meticulous about cleaning up before bed, Eleanor had left it all, unwilling to waste a moment of James's rare lucidity on domestic chores. She put on coffee and began to tidy, moving quietly around the kitchen and living room. The house felt different this morning, charged somehow with the residual energy of last night's gathering, as if the walls themselves had absorbed some of the love that had filled the rooms. As she closed the record player, her fingers lingered on its wooden cabinet. James had bought it for their 25th anniversary, insisting that digital music couldn't compare to the warmth of vinyl. Some things are worth preserving the old way, he'd told her then. Some experiences shouldn't be compressed and streamlined. The same could be said for memory, she thought now. Modern medicine had tried to compress James's decline into neat categories and stages, to streamline their expectations with clinical terminology and brain scans. But last night had defied all predictions and prognoses. Last night had been worth preserving, old-fashioned and miraculous. She was rinsing dishes when she heard his uncertain footsteps on the stairs. Drying her hands quickly, she moved to meet him, finding him halfway down, clutching the railing with both hands, his expression wary. "Good morning," she said brightly. "You're up early." James stared at her, his gaze shifting from recognition to confusion and back again, like a radio searching for a clear signal. "Coffee?" he asked finally. "Yes, it's ready. Come down and I'll pour you a cup." She helped him navigate the rest of the stairs, then guided him to his seat at the kitchen table, the one with the view of the bird feeder he had built decades ago, and which Margaret's husband now kept filled with seed. As Eleanor poured his coffee, black with one sugar, the way he'd taken it for 60 years, she studied him surreptitiously, looking for any hint of the man who had danced with her just hours ago, who had spoken so eloquently about love and memory. But his movements were hesitant again, his gaze unfocused. The fog had returned, perhaps thicker than before. "There's a cardinal at the feeder," she said, setting his cup before him. "Your favourite." James turned to look out the window, a small smile lifting the corners of his mouth. "Redbird," he said, the simple observation containing a hint of delight. "That's right." Eleanor sat opposite him with her own coffee. "Do you remember what we did yesterday, James?" He frowned slightly, concentrating. "We had visitors." "Yes, the family came for dinner for our anniversary." "Anniversary," he echoed, the same disconnected repetition as last night. Then unexpectedly, 60 years. Eleanor's heart leapt. "That's right, 60 years of marriage." James took a sip of his coffee, his expression clearing briefly. "Did we dance?" "Yes," Eleanor whispered, her throat tight with emotion. "Yes, we danced to Frank Sinatra." "Come fly with me," James said, nodding as if confirming a fact to himself. "You wore blue." Eleanor looked down at her robe, a faded floral pattern, in pinks and greens. "Last night I wore blue," she agreed. "The same colour as my dress on our first date. Do you remember that night, James? At the Starlight Ballroom?" But James's attention had shifted back to the window, to the cardinal now joined by its more subdued mate. "Two birds," he observed. Eleanor followed his gaze. "Yes, the pair always comes together. They mate for life, you know." James turned back to her, and for a brief, heart-stopping moment, she saw complete clarity in his eyes. "Like us," he said. "Yes," Eleanor agreed, reaching across the table to take his hand. "Exactly like us." The days following their anniversary settled back into familiar patterns. James's remarkable lucidity had indeed been fleeting, though Eleanor treasured the small fragments that seemed to have remained. He sometimes hummed "Come fly with me" when she helped him dress, and once he called her Ellie unprompted, the diminutive sending a shock of joy through her. A week after the celebration, Margaret came by while James was napping, to help Eleanor organise the photographs and mementos from the evening. "Michael put together this album," Margaret had said, placing a leather-bound book on the kitchen table. "He included printouts of the pictures and the video he took of you and Dad dancing." Eleanor opened it carefully, her breath catching at the first photograph. James leading her in their dance, both of their faces illuminated with joy. "Oh, Margaret! It's beautiful." "There's a USB drive in the back with all the digital files," Margaret explained. "And Michael uploaded everything to the family cloud account too. He said to tell you nothing will ever be lost." Eleanor nodded, unable to speak for a moment. Their children and grandchildren had become the keepers of their memories, a role reversal both poignant and necessary. "Has Dad had any more moments?" Margaret asked carefully, setting a cup of tea before her mother. "Like at the party?" Eleanor shook her head. "Not like that night, no, but he's been, I don't know how to describe it, more present somehow, as if part of him remembers remembering, if that makes any sense." Margaret covered her mother's hand with her own. "It does. And Mum," she hesitated, choosing her words carefully, "what you do for him every day is the most profound act of love I've ever witnessed." Eleanor looked up from the photo album, meeting her daughter's gaze. "It's not a burden, if that's what you're thinking." "I know it's not," Margaret assured her, "but it's still remarkable, the patience, the dignity you give him." She paused. "We've been talking, David and I, about getting you some more help, just a few hours each day, someone to peer while you run errands or have lunch with friends or just take a nap." Eleanor's first instinct was to refuse, as she had previous offers of assistance. She had managed James's care largely alone since his diagnosis, with the family helping for specific outings or appointments. "Maybe," she said instead, surprising herself with a concession. "Not every day, but maybe a few afternoons a week might be nice." Margaret's relief was palpable. "Really? You'll consider it?" Eleanor smiled, running her finger over the photograph of her and James dancing. "He told me once, years ago, that taking care of yourself is how you take care of the people you love. I think I'm finally ready to listen to his advice." They spent the afternoon looking through the album and talking, their conversation wandering from serious discussions of James's care to light-hearted reminiscences. When James woke from his nap and made his careful way downstairs, he joined them at the table, accepting a cookie from Margaret with a polite thank you, though he showed no particular recognition of his daughter. "Look, Dad," Margaret said, turning the album toward him. "Pictures from your anniversary party." James studied them with mild interest, occasionally nodding or making small sounds of acknowledgement. Then he pointed to a photograph of Eleanor. "Beautiful," he said decisively. "My wife is beautiful." Margaret and Eleanor exchanged a glance, both touched by this moment of connection. "Yes, she is," Margaret agreed. "The most beautiful woman in the room, always." James nodded, satisfied with this assessment, then returned his attention to his cookie. After Margaret left, Eleanor and James settled into their evening routine, a simple dinner, some television. Nature documentaries seem to engage him most these days, and then the careful process of preparing for bed. As she helped him brush his teeth, Eleanor thought about Margaret's offer of additional help. Perhaps it was time to accept that she couldn't do everything alone, that allowing others to share the care was not a failure but a practical kindness to them both. "You're quiet tonight," James observed as she helped him into bed, one of those startling moments of perceptiveness that still occasionally emerged from the fog. "Just thinking," Eleanor replied, smoothing the covers around him. "About what?" She sat on the edge of the bed beside him. "About love. About how it changes shape over time but never really diminishes." James considered this, his forehead creasing in concentration. "Like water," he said finally, "in different containers." Eleanor smiled at the unexpected metaphor. "Exactly like that, just James. That's perfect for me." He reached for her hand, his fingers finding hers with surprising accuracy. "Stay with me until I fall asleep?" "Of course." The next morning, Eleanor woke with a sense of purpose. After helping James with breakfast and settling him in his favourite chair with a bird identification book he still enjoyed looking through, she made several phone calls. First to a home healthcare agency Margaret had recommended, then to her friend Vivian for a lunch date, and finally to David to ask if he might take James for a drive that afternoon. "Just around town," she explained. "He always enjoyed your drives together, and I have some errands to run." "Of course, Mum," David agreed readily. "I can come by around 2 if that works." "Perfect," Eleanor said. "And David?" Thank you. For what? Taking my dad for a drive? It's nothing. For understanding, Eleanor said simply. For helping me see that accepting help doesn't mean I'm giving up. There was a short silence on the line. Then David said, You've never given up on anything in your life, Mum, least of all Dad. After she hung up, Eleanor joined James by the window. He was studying a page of warblers, his finger tracing the colourful illustrations. Little birds, he said when she sat beside him. Yellow ones. Yellow warblers, Eleanor confirmed. We saw them at the Audubon Sanctuary last spring, remember? You were so excited you almost fell into the pond leaning over the rail. James looked up from the book, a flash of indignation crossing his features. I did not almost fall in, he protested. I was perfectly balanced. The unexpected clarity of his response, coupled with the familiar, stubborn tone that had characterized so many of their good-natured arguments over the decades, made Eleanor laugh out loud. James Callaghan, you had 1 foot off the ground and were windmilling your arms like a cartoon character. If David hadn't grabbed your belt, you'd have been swimming with the tadpoles. James harumphed, returning to his book with exaggerated focus, but Eleanor caught the small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. These moments, these brief, precious windows when her real husband emerged from the fog, had become her sustenance. David arrived promptly at 2, greeting his father with the easy warmth he'd always shown. Ready for a drive, Dad? Thought we might cruise by the old hospital, maybe stop for ice cream at Wilson's. James looked at Eleanor, a habit formed over recent years as his own decision-making had become more difficult. Go on, she encouraged. I've got some things to take care of here. You two have fun. After they left, Eleanor stood in the quiet house, momentarily at a loss. It had been months since she'd been alone for more than the briefest intervals. The silence felt both strange and luxurious. She moved through the room slowly, seeing their home with fresh eyes. The sunlight streaming through the kitchen windows illuminated 60 years of accumulated life. Photographs crowding the refrigerator door. The collection of painted ceramic birds James had started bringing her from medical conferences around the world. The small crack in the counter from when David had dropped a frozen turkey in 1992. In James's study, largely untouched since his retirement 5 years ago, his medical textbooks lined the shelves alongside mystery novels and biographies. His desk remained organised with the precision that had defined his professional life. Pens aligned, notepad centred, the leather blotter Margaret had given him for his 70th birthday still pristine. Eleanor ran her fingers along the spines of his books, then paused at a small wooden box tucked between volumes on cardiology. She recognised it immediately, the box James had carved during a woodworking phase in his 60s, inspired by a similar piece they'd seen in an antique shop in Vermont. Inside, she found what she knew would be there, a collection of small mementos he had saved throughout their marriage, movie ticket stubs from their first date, the hospital bracelet from when David was born, a pressed flower from their 20th anniversary trip to Hawaii, a small smooth stone from the beach at Cape Cod. Each item represented a moment he had deemed worth preserving. Eleanor held the stone in her palm, remembering the day he had found it, a perfect oval, streaked with white quartz that caught the light. Like your hair in the sun, he had said, tucking it into his pocket. She replaced the items carefully and returned the box to its spot. These tangible pieces of their history had always been important to James, as if he had somehow known that one day his internal archive of memories would begin to fail, and he would need these physical touchstones. The irony wasn't lost on Eleanor that she, who had spent 6 decades being teased for her terrible memory, "You'd forget your own birthday if I didn't remind you," James often joked, was now the sole keeper of their shared past. All those times she had relied on him to remember the name of a restaurant they had visited, or the year they had taken that road trip through New England, and now their roles were reversed. She glanced at her watch, realising she had spent nearly an hour lost in reminiscence. Vivian would be waiting at the cafe. Eleanor changed quickly into a blouse she knew James particularly liked, a soft lavender that brought out the green in her eyes, applied a touch of lipstick and grabbed her purse. The freedom of driving alone felt almost illicit after months of careful planning around James's needs. She rolled down the windows, letting the warm spring air tousle her silver hair, and impulsively turned up the radio when one of James's favourite jazz standards came on. Vivian was already seated at an outdoor table when Eleanor arrived, her dramatically red hair, dyed since her 40s, though she vehemently denied it, visible from the parking lot. The two women had been friends since their children were in elementary school together, their bond strengthened by shared experiences of motherhood, career transitions, and now widowhood for Vivian and caregiving for Eleanor. "Look at you," Vivian exclaimed as Eleanor approached. "You're positively glowing. Must have been some anniversary celebration." Eleanor slid into the chair across from her friend, accepting the glass of iced tea Vivian had already ordered for her. "It was extraordinary," she admitted. James was himself again, Viv. Really himself for hours. She described the evening, the dancing, James's speech, the moments of perfect clarity that had seemed like a miracle. Vivian listened with the attentiveness of someone who understood exactly what such a gift would mean. "Oh, Ellie," Vivian said when Eleanor finished, reaching across the table to squeeze her hand. "I'm so happy you had that. What a precious thing." "It was," Eleanor agreed, "and it made me realise something. I've been so focused on what we're losing, on all the ways his mind is failing, that I sometimes forget to appreciate what remains." Vivian nodded. The essence of him, the James underneath the confusion. Exactly. And I need to take better care of myself if I'm going to be there for him properly. Eleanor sipped her tea. "I'm hiring some help, just a few hours a week to start." Vivian's eyebrows shot up in exaggerated shock. "Eleanor Callahan accepting help? Alert the media? Has hell frozen over?" Eleanor laughed, the sound surprising her with its freedom. When had she last really laughed? I know, but I'm trying to be sensible." "About time," Vivian pronounced, lifting her glass in a toast. "To sensible decisions and extraordinary men, even when they drive us crazy." "Even then," Eleanor agreed, clinking her glass against her friend's. They spent a leisurely 2 hours at the cafe, their conversation meandering from serious topics to gossip about mutual friends, punctuated by Vivian's irreverent humour. By the time Eleanor headed home, she felt lighter somehow, as if she had set down a burden she hadn't fully acknowledged carrying. She arrived back at the house just as David's car pulled into the driveway. Her son helped James from the passenger seat, and Eleanor was struck by how much they resembled each other, now that David had entered his 60s. The same tall frame, the same deliberate way of moving. "How was your afternoon?" she asked, meeting them at the front walk. "Great," David replied. "We drove by the hospital, saw the new wing they're building. Dad told me about delivering twins there in '83 during that big snowstorm, remember?" Eleanor glanced at James, surprised. "You remember De Peterson's twins? The ones born during the power outage?" James nodded, his expression animated in a way it rarely was these days. "Had to use flashlights," he said. "No power." "That's right," Eleanor confirmed, exchanging a look of wonder with David. "You used flashlights and delivered them both perfectly healthy." David stayed for dinner, the three of them eating on the back patio as the evening settled around them. James was unusually talkative, though his sentences remained simple and sometimes disconnected. More than once, he reached for Eleanor's hand across the table, a gesture so natural and familiar that she found herself blinking back tears. After David left, they sat outside a while longer, listening to the evening chorus of birds and watching the fireflies begin their nightly display. James seemed content, his face relaxed in the gathering darkness. "Good day," he said simply. Eleanor leaned over to kiss his cheek. "Yes, love." a very good day. Over the next few months, a new rhythm established itself in their lives. 3 times a week, a home health aide named Carmen arrived at 9 in the morning, bringing with her a cheerful efficiency and genuine affection for James that made Eleanor's initial hesitation about outside help seem foolish in retrospect. "Mr. C and I have big plans today," Carmen would announce, helping James with his coffee while Eleanor gathered her things for whatever outing she'd planned. Lunch with Vivian, a book club meeting at the library, or sometimes just a solitary walk through the park. "What trouble are you two getting into while I'm gone?" Eleanor would ask, teasing. Carmen would wink conspiratorially at James. "Oh, you know, wild parties, dancing on tables, the usual," and James would smile, sometimes playing along with the surprisingly coherent "don't forget the motorcycles" or "and the poker game," revealing glimpses of the dry humour that had always been a cornerstone of his personality. These respites gave Eleanor space to breathe, to remember parts of herself beyond the role of caregiver. She joined a water aerobics class at the community centre, reconnected with former nursing colleagues for monthly luncheons, and even began volunteering 2 hours a week at the hospital where she and James had both worked for decades. Between Carmen's visits and the increased involvement of their children and grandchildren, the weight of James's care no longer rested solely on Eleanor's shoulders. The family had formed a loving constellation around him, each member playing their part in maintaining his connection to the world. David took him to weekly appointments with his neurologist, transforming what could have been stressful medical visits into father-son outings that often included stops at their favourite diner. Margaret came by every Wednesday evening for what she called kitchen table therapy. Simple activities like sorting buttons or folding napkins that engaged James's hands and mind in manageable ways while she caught him up on family news. Michael, now pursuing a PhD in neuroscience, inspired, he admitted, by his grandfather's condition, called regularly on video chat, sometimes just to read aloud to James from the mystery novels he had always enjoyed. The younger grandchildren, Lily and Emma, visited on weekends, filling the house with the energy of youth and treating their grandfather with a natural acceptance that adults sometimes struggled to achieve. Through it all, Eleanor marvelled at how James continued to defy the usual progression charts his doctors had shown them. Yes, there were difficult days, mornings when he didn't recognise her at all, evenings when agitation overtook him, and he paced the house looking for something he couldn't name. But there were also unexpected moments of connection, of recognition so profound they took her breath away. Like the afternoon in July when a summer storm knocked out the power, and she found James in the kitchen, methodically gathering candles and matches from the emergency drawer, a task he had always handled during outages throughout their marriage. Or the morning he suddenly pointed to a blue jay at the feeder and recited, word for perfect word, the poem he had written for her on their 25th anniversary, which had begun, "Blue as your eyes on our first morning, bright as your smile across decades." These moments came without warning and disappeared just as suddenly, like shooting stars across the darkening sky of his consciousness. Eleanor learned to appreciate them without expectation, to receive them as gifts rather than harbingers of recovery. On their 61st anniversary, a milestone they hadn't been certain they would reach together, the family gathered again, this time for a smaller celebration in the backyard. David grilled steaks, Margaret brought her famous potato salad, and the grandchildren set up lawn games that James watched with bemused interest from his comfortable chair in the shade. "Remember our 50th?" Eleanor asked him as they sat side by side, watching Michael attempt to teach Emma the proper technique for croquet. "The big party at the country club. You gave that ridiculous speech about how marriage was like golf, all about the follow-through." James turned to her, his expression suddenly sharp with recognition. "You hated that speech," he said, chuckling. "Said I made us sound like we were on a perpetual golf course." Eleanor's heart skipped. "You remember that?" "Made it up to you later," James continued, his voice dropping suggestively. "New diamond earrings, and that weekend in Montreal." Eleanor blushed, amazed that this particular memory had surfaced so clearly when he sometimes couldn't recall what he had had for breakfast. "James Callahan, you are still full of surprises." He reached for her hand, his fingers finding hers with the certainty of long practice. "Love you, Ellie. Always will." The evening continued with a simple dinner outdoors, candles glowing as dusk settled around them. James ate with good appetite, occasionally joining the conversation with brief but relevant comments that delighted everyone. When David brought out a cake emblazoned with 61 years and counting, James insisted on feeding Eleanor the first bite, just as they had done at their wedding. As the family began to pack up, James tugged at Eleanor's sleeve. "Dance?" he asked, gesturing toward the portable speaker Michael had set up earlier. A hush fell over the gathering. No one had expected a repeat of the previous year's miraculous dance, least of all Eleanor. "I'd love to," she said, her voice steady despite the emotion welling in her chest. Michael quickly scrolled through his phone, finding "Come Fly With Me" and setting it to play. James rose from his chair with David's subtle assistance, then stood before Eleanor, extending his hand with the formal courtesy that had charmed her since their youth. They moved together more slowly than the year before, James leaning slightly on her for support, their steps smaller and more cautious, but the essential grace was still there, the way his hand settled at the small of her back, the perfect pressure of his palm against hers, the rhythm they had shared through 6 decades of marriage. The family watched in silent awe as the elderly couple moved across the patio, in the soft glow of string lights and candles. Margaret wiped tears from her cheeks, and David stood with his arm around Tara, both of them witnessing something they understood went beyond words. When the song ended, James didn't immediately release Eleanor. Instead, he held her gaze with unusual intensity. "Next year," he said clearly, "let's dance to that song from the vampire movie." Eleanor laughed, startled and delighted by the joke, a callback to their conversation after last year's dance. "The one about loving you for 1,000 years? James nodded, a mischievous glint in his eye. Always wanted to be immortal. Later, after the family had gone and they were preparing for bed, Eleanor found herself humming that very song 1,000 Years by Christina Perri. As Emma had informed her, with the slightly condescending patience teenagers reserve for explaining pop culture to their elders. "What are you singing?" James asked as she helped him into bed. "Just a silly love song," Eleanor replied, "about loving someone forever." James settled against his pillow, his expression thoughtful. "Forever's not long enough," he said softly. Eleanor paused in the act of straightening his blankets, struck by the lucidity of the observation. "No," she agreed, "it isn't." She finished her own bedtime routine and slipped under the covers beside him, finding his hand in the darkness as she had done for more than 22,000 nights. His fingers curled around hers, warm and familiar. "Ellie?" he murmured, already half asleep. "Yes, love?" "When I forget, you remember for both of us. Promise?" Eleanor pressed closer to him, resting her head against his shoulder. "I promise, James. Always." In the quiet darkness of their bedroom, surrounded by the artifacts of their shared life and the intangible presence of 6 decades of love, Eleanor made her silent vow. She would remember it all, every dance, every argument, every ordinary Tuesday, every extraordinary celebration. She would hold their history safe within her heart, preserving it against the inevitable losses that time and illness would bring. And in the moments when the fog lifted, when James returned to himself even briefly, she would be ready with their memories, waiting to dance with him again through the cherished landscape of their life together. Because love, she had learned, was not just in the remembering. It was in the constancy, the dailiness, the quiet acts of care that continued long after the grandest gestures had faded. It was in the space between heartbeats, in the gentle pressure of hands that had held each other through joy and grief, health and sickness, clarity and confusion. It was in the dance that continued, even when the music had changed, even when the steps grew slower and less certain, even when one partner sometimes forgot the rhythm, while the other remembered for them both. As James's breathing deepened into sleep beside her, Eleanor whispered into the darkness, 1,000 years, James Callahan, and then 1,000 more.